Чего ты там пиздишь, чего?
Yeah. That's true. We booming out of way.
We've done it with robotic arm on the space shuttle. We've done it with direct launch of modules.
Prepare for light speed.
On the spaceship, now I'm a space cadet. Big white mansion in my habitat. Aim a lot of sticks like a laser tag. Fuck a rich bitch, having rich set. Smoke a lot of trees, need a weed plant. I did take a lean where the lean at. Sleeping on these G's is a beanbag. Got red going jeans, cause I'm cool rap. Checking from my fan life is fantastic. I was broke as hell, sleeping on the mattress. I felt like a hell when nobody happy. Hot shells jumping out, they semi-automatic. Ran it up by the color, got a new edit. Now the VV's with a V-long jean jacket. They can see me even if you had 3D glasses. Bad bitch in the bikini, she from Calabasas. Got a pocket full of blue cheese and some green relish. I'm a psycho for these hunters, got a cash fetish. I've been studying these hunters, I'm a mathematic. And this love make me wanna buy my dedicated. Since the love got me geeked up, I don't need a addy. Straight goals, let these niggas know we've already. Expensive clothes on my bitches, we ain't ball capping. Alien feel like I'm living on my own planet. Bought a spaceship, now I'm a space cadet. Big white mansion in my habitat. Aim a lot of sticks like a laser tag. Fuck a rich bitch, having rich set. Smoke a lot of trees, need a weed plant. I did take a lean where the lean at. Sleeping on these G's is a beanbag. Got red going jeans, cause I'm cool rap. Chanel shoes overseas, they were pan leather. Shop in Tokyo, Japan, they the best ever. Blue bear t-shirt, sleeve vanilla. Hard top, turn a vert, riding any weather. You ain't gotta bend down, this ain't a propeller. Man, we spend it down, copping Gucci sweaters. Said the dripping niggas drowning, I cannot help them. Used to booming out the guys, we are not the devil. Got Colombia ties out of Mexico. Spent the beds 100 times, still smell dope. Got some pimp, feel applying, feel like Velcro. My bitch fine in love, shopping on Rodeo. I be if you don't want copy, if it's a day, yo. Ain't stingy, my bro gonna get a payroll. I just want the pretty women in their pesos. I can only hit the engine in this Lambo. Bought a spaceship, now I'm a space cadet. Big white mansion in my habitat. Aim a lot of sticks like a laser tag. Fuck a rich bitch, having rich set. Smoke a lot of trees, need a weed plant. I did take a lean where the lean at. Sleeping on these G's is a beanbag. Got red going jeans, cause I'm cool rap. Bought a spaceship, now I'm a space cadet. Big white mansion in my habitat. Aim a lot of sticks like a laser tag. Fuck a rich bitch, having rich set. Smoke a lot of trees, need a weed plant. I did take a lean where the lean at. Sleeping on these G's is a beanbag. Got red going jeans, cause I'm cool rap. I'm a space cadet. Yeah. Measure about 2 protects. Boom. We the dripping, got these nigga wet. We on the Boominati way.
In my eyes, indisposed, in disguises no one knows. Hides the face, lies the snake. In the sun, in my disgrace, boiling heat, the summer stench. Neath the black, the sky looks dead. Call my name through the cream, and I'll hear you scream again. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Won't you come? Stuttering, cold and damp, steal the warm wind, tired friend. Times are gone for honest men. till you all just disappear. Black hole sun, won't you come wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black
doing, chat? How are we doing? It's another day in paradise. Things have never been looking better. AGI is just on the forefront. I'm looking forward to being able to ask ChatGPT I'm looking forward to Google Glass being able to feed all the pickup lines that I need right there. I'm gonna have Andrew Tate's course in the left eye, and then in the right eye, I'm gonna have Hassan Abi's Bro Tips playing. That's right. That's a real callback. That's a real callback right there. Real ones know. Real Hassan Abi heads know. Yeah, that's right. Can I ask ChatGPT if Trump is a pederast? I don't know what pederast is. I'm sorry. I only know what a pedophile is, and I've not personally seen him do anything strange with young children. And in fact, I've only seen Biden do strange things with children. You remember when Biden was like holding that young 4-year-old girl by like her shoulders and like shaking her violently as like he was coming in for a kiss? That was pretty fucking weird. That was pretty weird, chat. That was pretty fucking weird. Anyways, how you guys doing? We got a jam-packed feature today. That's exactly right. We got a jam-packed day today. We're wrapping up. Honestly, this has turned out to be a 3-part series on Futurism, on antisemitism, about manufacturing, about industrialization, and in all honesty, about progressivism. I guess the case that I've sort of come to is that this like right-wing civil war that's going on, all these people are concerned about anti-Semitism, and I think that's valid. I think that's completely valid. That's fine. It's good to be worried about anti-Semitism, but I think what we've actually shown, especially with our guest last week, our esteemed guest Deegs, shout out Deegs, that anti-Semitism is actually inextricably linked to progressivism. And I think the more that we are progressive, the more anti-Semitic we really are. Because H3H3 is sort of the canary in the coal mine, right? He's been harping on the progressives for the past like 10 years. Honestly, just 2 years, right? And I think he's H3H3, Ethan Klein, Hela Klein, they're doing God's bidding by not covering people like Nick Fuentes, not covering Candace Owens, right? In his mind, I think it's sort of like the liberal, a spade is a spade. Like, you can point to that and you can just go, okay, that's anti-Semitism. And so instead, he's going to focus all of his attention, all his rigor onto the progressives, which he hates so much and which definitely want him dead. And in the meantime, that's in no way misleading his audience on where the priorities are or stuff like that. Ethan Klein is doing great, and I hope that his cough that afflicts him is cured, because I think the demon of Babylon is really just like has got its grips around his neck, around his lungs. Sport, you asked ChatGPT if Trump was a pederaster, and it just shared 10 articles from the past 2 days. Okay, what about the 15 articles that the New York Times has been posting about Nick Fuentes? Like, this guy is the most astroturfed motherfucker I've seen in my life. You wonder how almost every male under 35 has seen or liked and not even just white males, liked a Nicholas Fuentes short in the past 6 months. It's because of Peter Thiel. It's because all the anti-Semites, now that, the identity of Jewishness has been almost entirely wrapped up in the national security of Israel. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think we're gonna be able to get rid of anti-Semitism anytime soon, unfortunately, right? And that, the solution I don't think is necessarily, we need to get rid of Jews, because you're always gonna have them. Sorry. And the solution isn't, to get rid of Israel, because that's not possible and also not great. You know what I'm saying? Like, W Jews, you know, they made jazz. I like jazz. Jazz is cool. Do you guys like jazz? You guys like jazz? You like jazz? I love it. Salty Squid Streams wants Ben Shapiro to win, but Fuentes is going to win. That's what you say. All right, my cope. All right, here's the cope. Right? I think I agree with you. Unfortunately, he's just more charismatic. Although his response to Ben Shapiro was kind of like middling and whimpery. Also, Twink Death is going to hit Nick Fuentes very hard. Unfortunately for him, it's going to hit him very, very hard. But yeah, unfortunately, this is just going to have to be something that we're going to deal with. Now, I've got cope. Okay, here's the cope. Liberals have never been so demonstrably down. At least before November 5th, right? They swept November 5th, and they're feeling pretty good, feeling good enough to defect from the government shutdown. They're feeling great. But I think that they're in a very depressive mood, right? Because, although Trump's, like, mental state is deteriorating pretty fast. Look, okay. As long as we have progressivism, as long as we have innovation, technology, and we're not evaluating what this technology is doing for this, whether or not it's helping or harming humans, I think anti-Semitism is just going to be a huge problem. And the Democratic platform, and we talked with Democratic Shill last week, is that they need to come to terms with this reality that a lot of anti-Semitism and a lot of progressive industrialization is related to sort of the fetishization of power and the mockery of power. And so my cope is not that Nicholas Fuentes isn't coming to power. I think that's probably true. Or at least his allies like J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel, stuff like that. My cope is closer to they understand that power and global communication and relations has become so diffuse and so decentralized that you can no longer say that, you know, the Jews control the world or the Jews control America. Okay, they're going to say it anyways, right? But convincingly, you're going to need something else. And that something else is a genuine understanding of power relations, of the flows of capital, of how it incentivizes behavior. Because people like Fuentes, people like Candace, I think that there's one thing that they actually do really respect, and that's power. People like the man we've been A-logging, the OG of anti-Semitism, the fucking GOAT of anti-Semitism. Not Kanye, but Henry Ford. Henry Ford, I think, was somebody who really appreciated and sort of fetishized power. And it sort of doesn't, like if a powerful group in your era is doing something, they're controlling the world successfully, they've got the banks, the media, and all that sort of stuff, then, like, yeah, you should, in a power-hungry person's mind, you should be fiending off of what they're doing. You should be, like, doing the same sort of ritual of that, you know, sort of pirating the best of the power dynamics from this group, because, you know, power corrupts and power is always going to crush somebody down. Anyways, we've got a couple dozen things to get through today. We've got a lovely guest coming on to talk to us about AI, because this is the natural sort of consequence, right? Surveillance, technology, transhumanism, artificial intelligence, all of this. Like, if we cannot rein this in and make it work for humans, by humans, people are just going to keep blaming the Jews, unfortunately. Good morning, Spore. Good morning, Salty Squid. Good morning, Violent Smoker. It's good to see you guys here. To all the people who aren't chatting, it's lovely to have you guys listening in. If you're on YouTube, feel free to like and subscribe to the channel. If you're on Twitch, make sure you follow. I'm going to try and figure out if we can do some streaming on Twitter, formerly known as X. We might get around to that. I've seen Ogre Boy, I've seen Hutch doing it. I would be interested in it. We'll see. We'll see about it. The I hate women thing is turning his face into calling him big gay. I mean, unfortunately, he is big gay. And, like, the funny thing is, like, you know, Donald Trump is also big gay. So Also, like, a lot of dolls voted for Donald Trump. Like, all of the high femme, male to female trans people, they voted for Donald Trump. Gay people voted for Donald Trump, and it's like, why would you do that? That's so strange. But to me, it feels like a reaction against, intellectualism, progressivism, without understanding how it could benefit humanity. It's just sort of this fetishization of not only speed for the sake of speed, profit for the sake of profit, disposability for the sake of innovation, but also control, right? How free are we really? And unless the Democrats can at least facetiously lie to people's face that they're about freedom and stuff like that, say the right things about freedom, they can still do like the AI surveillance thing. Sure, fine. Like I'm not sure if we're gonna get rid of that. Actually, let's take a quick look. Let me text my guest. The big butt bill made it impossible to regulate AI for a decade. No. Sorry, Salty Squid. No, that's false information that you've received. There was a provision in the big beautiful bill to prevent the regulation of AI for a decade, but rumor is that they took it out. That was one of the few things that they managed to take out of the big beautiful bill before passing it. There was a couple of other things, like, I don't know, they were going to do like even steeper tax cuts for the rich, but I don't think the ban on AI regulation made it in. Thank fucking God. Thank God. Holy shit, could you imagine how much of a fucking disaster that would have been? Like, oh my God, like the anti-Semitism would have been off the fucking charts. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at a little bit of what we're working with here. People, I think rightfully so, you might be apprehensive to say that there's going to be a constant connection, or that the elites are leveraging anti-Semitism because anti-Semitism is socialism for the stupid. And so henceforth, like, may as well just use anti-Semitism to gain power because people are stupid. Well, the funny thing is, the man who coined that term, Leo Strauss, anti-Semitism is the socialism for the stupid, and it's true, he had a good critique, which is like, okay, well then why not just use anti-Semitism to gain democratic power? And it's true. And the really funny thing about him saying this is that pretty much a decade later, the neoliberals came to power and defunded education. So really just strange stuff. And in my eyes, I do think that the powers that be, not necessarily a global class of Jewry, not necessarily global capital, but people who want power, want to accumulate it for their own selfish desires to achieve, pretty much what is described in Summa Technologiae, right here. The progression of humanity, the ability to measure all things, these are just natural conclusions of liberalism, but without all the sort of like human rights and humanitarian stuff like that. And unfortunately, Israel, Jews, progressivism, industrialization, all of it is intrinsically linked, even up until today. So a lot of our streams have been about how they've been linked, going up into the First World War, the Second World War, coming out of the Second World War, into the bright future of suburban America, and then into the age of neoliberalism, where the sort of gospel was like, oh, there's no way that this will come to fruition. There's no fucking way this will be a problem, right? You've got conservatives on Piers Morgan being like, oh, there's no way this Nicholas Fuentes guy is like serious. No, I think we should probably take him seriously. It's just that my cope is that any serious appreciation for power must include an appreciation for capital accumulation. And unfortunately, the Jews just aren't as powerful as they used to be, or maybe they are. And the creation of AI is exactly that. Let's see if I can get our artificial intelligence representative in here. Let's see. Hello? Hello? Hi, Martin. You're muted, Martin. Hello?
Hello.
Oh my. So, how are you doing? It's a Saturday. It's a pleasure to have you. You are officially the third guest on the podcast. How do you feel?
Feel great.
Feels good? I love it. All right, are you ready? We've got a lot to talk about. Sort of a lot of heavy subjects. Sort of the heaviest subjects, which is sort of why this has turned into a 3-part series. AI, progressivism, antisemitism. We've done most of that, so today's the AI day.
AI Day.
Mm-hmm.
Recently, like AI Days are every day, you know.
Yeah, yeah. The way actually Indians are short for AI, because every day there's an Indian being born somewhere in the
Yeah.
world.
So we're starting with racism, right? Not with AI first. I'm kind of a little bit confused.
I mean, okay. We start the racism episode. We already did. Like that was the first of the 3 in the series. I feel like
Okay.
we started with Henry Ford, who was a massive racist, also a massive anti-Semite, but also somebody who wanted power, and I think he sort of appreciated that in Jews.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
that's
And so
cool
when stuff
story.
goes wrong, he can just blame the Jews, right? So I mean, let's take a quick gander through a couple of the sources before we get into the React content, okay? What is your familiarity with AI?
AI. Um, AI as it stands for artificial intelligence. I've been working in the field of AI, I think, since 20 17, maybe even earlier. It's kind of hard to tell because it wasn't called like AI back then. But overall,
Yeah, back then it was artificial linear algebra.
pretty much, yeah. So I work in the AI team a couple of years ago in one of the big tech um, in like in the research department where pretty much all those like LLMs get get born, and when the business people come over and say, hey, like we really like your research, so let's integrate this amazing new product that nobody really no, this amazing new thing that nobody really knows how to work immediately into the product, just kind of streamline through all the processes directly into the consumer facing stuff without kind of proper product development cycle. So I've been kind of through it in the last couple of years. So I think I'm quite familiar with AI nowadays.
Okay. Yeah, I like to call you an eigenvector mancer, because artificial intelligence. Would you say artificial intelligence is actually intelligence? Do you believe in AGI? Actually, that's a good question. Do you believe in AGI?
I do.
You do.
I yes.
Okay.
But there is the caveat here. You know, there is an old joke about AGI in field of research, is that the definition of AGI kind of changes. It's kind of always around the corner. It's sort of like similar to fusion power. You know, it's kind of always 5 years away from there. So I believe in AGI as a concept, as a kind of idea about that the machine will be able to carry kind of out problem solving at the same level as a human being. I don't see any theoretical limitations why it cannot be the case, but I think we will never achieve AGI the way that we kind of think we are, because like the definition will always be changing. We kind of always kind of chasing away. We kind of every time something big happens, we say yeah, this is kind of almost AGI. Like until like this, like the new machine X can do Y, it's not like AGI. So that's gonna be like the eternal cycle for me. That's for me.
Okay. So you're sort of just like open to the possibility that's a real thing.
Yeah, I don't see a reason why not.
I'm going to be honest, I am of the opposite perspective. I don't think that HEI is possible, and at least the way that we think of it. But I think that's going to be a different stream. Like, we can do that another time. What I've got you here is we're going to go over some of a lot of videos. A lot of the liberals on the YouTube sphere have been putting out YouTube videos talking about AI, and I'm very curious to see where we agree, where we disagree, stuff like that. So I'm sharing my screen with you on Discord now. Can you see it?
Yeah. Wait. Yes.
Okay, cool. So we've got a couple videos, and you're free to take off when you want. But all these people, ooh, not yet. These people are like, oh my god, like AI is gonna destroy us all. I mean, I don't think it's gonna destroy us all. It'll be a problem, but it's not gonna destroy us all. You said what?
I said like archive papers. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah. Highly credible.
That's a-
Highly credible information. 100%. So all the liberals have been, putting out information like, oh my god, like AI is just around the corner, like it's going to be a huge problem, and we're going to assess whether or not it's true. A lot of it also has to do with the quote-unquote bubble of AI, which in my mind is sort of just bullshit. What are your thoughts? Is there a bubble? This is not financial advice, by the way.
No. I would say like yes and no, depending on for me it's kind of at the same time yes and no, and it's kind of weird because I would say yes because bubble from the sense that everyone like the whole industry overcommitted in a single technology on a single kind of product that been kind of been throwing around and been promoted as a solution for all problems, which is obviously not. And this
Even climate change.
Yeah, like in this discrepancy between what the big tech promises us and what this technology, or I would say like rather this product can really deliver, and the gap and between this and the size of the gap kind of constitute the bubble for me. But on the same in the same time, it's different from the classical bubble like .com or the financial crisis of '08, in the sense that it's not the households that kind of over investing in AI, or the crypto bubble, it's not that everyone's kind of buying the AI tokens or every single like household, and when it busts, like we all kind of lost money.
Yeah, we all lost our homes.
Yeah, like this whole party is pretty much like sponsored by the big tech firms and like government partially, and
well, definitely by the government. I was just showing off articles of Project Maven, which is a system to determine targets and bomb them, right?
Yeah,
assessment.
But but like I think in the ballpark, a lot of investment in the AI was made by the free cash that was sitting in offshore accounts by the big tech firms, and they've been kind of sitting on those like on this dry powder for years, kind of waiting for some reasonable project to get invested in, mostly from the tax perspective as well. So it's maybe not yet you can call it a bubble, but for me it's kind of just over excitement. About a particular
overexcitement that'll probably have a contraction, but not the same sort of material crisis that we saw in like 2008 or like 2000. That's sort of what I'm thinking as well.
Yeah, but another thing, what kind of marries current AI cycle with the .com bubble, for example, and is that there was a lot of infrastructure investment during the .com bubble. So even though it busted and most of the stuff that were kind of promised and been wasn't delivered, was kind of eventually like all the company shut down, but the infrastructure for the internet, like for example, cables, optic cables, was used later to build kind of our current internet. So I think that same thing may happen with AI and with the amount of infrastructure investment, even if it won't be the LLM as it is right now. The amount of data centers can be used for kind of next iteration of either AI or whatever kind of technology that can be benefited from a huge amount of computing clusters. Yeah, for example, like the government project to calculate the bomb trajectory. Going to be very useful in World War III, for example, right?
Oh, 100%. I mean, if we're ever going to get a World War III, my personal cope is that we're not going to get a World War III because Xi Jinping, the great communist Republic of China, is so close to fusion energy that he personally will not permit World War III to happen. After fusion energy is discovered, yeah, invade Taiwan, invade, Russia, invade the North Peninsula of South America. Yeah, get it all. 100%.
Yeah.
All right, let's get started then.
Yeah.
All right, first video, AI scaling problem. Let me know if you can hear the video.
This feeling that the field of AI was just going so fast that there's no way I could possibly keep up with it. That it seemed like AI would be replacing humans left and right in no time. Yeah. And part of this came from hearing claims on social media, everything from Zuckerberg claiming Meta will have mid-level AI engineers by the end of 2025, to the globs of YouTubers that seem to think, or at least want you to think, that every new tweet from Sam Altman means that AGI is imminent. But perhaps even more than all that, what made me feel that way was how I would constantly hear about this benchmark or that benchmark being surpassed by AI. At first, with GPT-4, it was the SAT, AP tests, the LSAT. Soon after that, it was solving medium and hard programming problems on LeetCode. And now, it's solving PhD-level math and physics questions. And I think for anyone to see that, the announcements about AI breakthroughs and the claims about superhuman-level performance, it does make you pause. It makes you question whether AI is really about to start replacing humans in many high-skill industries. And the reason I'm making this video is to tell you that this idea of AGI that big tech companies and many AI influencers have sold you on is a lie. It's bullshit. AI is still fairly far off from being comparable to human intelligence, and in at least one key way, it's not even headed in the right direction. How could that be? How could I claim that we're not even headed in the right direction when AI can outperform humans on such a wide variety of tasks? Well, it comes down to how we measure progress with benchmarks and how those benchmarks influence the direction of research. Because not a single popular benchmark for LLMs out there that I know of actually measures intelligence. And that's because intelligence is not a measure of how many tasks you can do. This is the definition of intelligence: the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills.
Do you agree with this so far?
Okay. I think that I would agree that this is one of the definitions of the intelligence among many. And kind of this conversation can be shifted a lot by kind of using different definitions of intelligence. And since we don't have nobody kind of still agree on a single one, like we can draw like the opposite conclusions from the same facts here.
Yeah. Okay. So they're sort of saying like a similar thing that, it just depends on how you measure it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Every benchmark out there tests the ability of a model to apply knowledge. That part's covered. But none of them focus on the agent's ability to acquire that knowledge. And accordingly, current frontier models almost entirely lack the ability to continually learn. Yes, you can train them once, but after that, their ability to acquire new knowledge is severely limited. And that's a big problem. I doubt everyone watching will be sold on my argument from this alone. There are in fact a number of viable counterarguments to my view. You could bring up the point that current frontier models do actually learn via in-context learning, and following that, you could say that benchmarks that require in-context learning actually do test the acquisition of knowledge. And there are several other arguments that do have some truth to them. And don't worry, I will absolutely address those arguments. But first, I want to sell you on my vision of the future of AI and research in the field, because my view is quite different from the popular view, and understanding why I put such an emphasis on learning and why I think the rest of the field should too requires first developing a shared idea of what AGI should be, a definition that hopefully you and I can agree on, how we ought to define it, and what it will look like once we have it. And then once we've gotten through that vision of the future, then we'll talk about the problems with the way things are done right now, and the 3 key things that I think need to change to get to that goal. I myself work on AI research. And so to start,
it's another one of you.
I adopt when I work on my own research. Because when I work on my research, I don't think about how I can collect enough data, and I don't think about how I can make an agent big enough to know everything. That's simply not possible. There's an infinite amount of knowledge out there, and no agent can know it all. Instead, I think about how I can make an agent that can learn from anything. An agent that has goals and can autonomously control its data stream and teach itself based on those goals. And I find this to be a much more compelling, but also much harder problem. Because sure, AI can learn pretty much anything given millions of examples, but if it needs millions of examples to learn, well, then it can't learn anything. It can only learn things for which millions of examples exist. When I work on my research, I imagine creating an agent that I can teach just like I would a human. That means learning from a back and forth interaction rather than learning from millions of pre-generated examples. And I would also expect such an agent to be able to bootstrap that knowledge to continually learn on its own. It should be able to continue to learn autonomously even without a direct need for human intervention. And I can give you real examples from my own life, not just hypotheticals. When I ask ChatGPT for help writing a YouTube script or for YouTube video ideas, they are always awful because they don't fit with my personal style. I mean, look at these recommendations it's generated. AI that can write a best-selling book in 24 hours. Let's try it. Creating an AI that can predict your dream job with your personality. I mean, these ideas are incredibly bland, and perhaps even worse, they certainly wouldn't fit in with the style of my channel. When I see these sorts of failure cases, I want to be able to work with the AI, suggest changes, and have it learn so that next time, it's able to give suggestions that are better and perhaps more in line with the types of content that I make now. And when I try to have AI write code in my favorite machine learning library, Equinox, it never gets it right because apparently 2,000 stars on GitHub is just not popular enough for sufficient training data to exist. So we're in this weird spot where AI can do these crazy things. It can ace PhD level exams, discover new drugs. It can even decode conversations between whales. Yeah, that's a pretty cool story if you didn't hear about that one. Yet it can't even learn the simplest of new concepts without at least hundreds, if not many thousands of examples in an incredibly expensive training process.
Okay, so it seems like their main contention is that the main limit of artificial intelligence is going to be how we train it. And potentially it can't train itself, right? Because that's sort of the key idea of reaching AGI. That it can learn from itself and that sort. And expand.
Yes. I think in AI research, this term is known as online learning.
Online learning. Oh, online like so, and that's sort of why they can't have access to the internet, or what? Like a different online?
Like the problem that he described, that they're all AI, all LLMs are built on top, based on deep learning architecture, which kind of learns through their back propagation algorithm that requires that works differently from the way how our brain works, and it requires the full network synchronization, and it separates the 2 phases of prediction of the next observation, whatever it is, like next token, next word, next, like what the image the network see, and separate, and from learning what this image or this next token is. And the learning is happening in a different phase, and it's almost like the network needs to get to sleep and learn during the sleep cycle. But when the network is awake, it doesn't have a sort of like a memory. It doesn't like adjust to observations, to new facts. Like this person mentioned that like the in-context learning that makes some form of proxy for that. When you keep adding new, like the current data, like the online observations, to the model context, it will become aware of that. But the model currently has like the limited context, and eventually it'll need to remove all token from the context, so the model will forget stuff.
So they do have sort of a memory.
It does, yeah. It does have a memory, but it kind of acts very differently from what our human memory works.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. And then like over iterations, it'll corrupt.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the current state of AI, and we've come to this point because the North Star of the field, the most prominent notion of AGI, is this idea of the single all-knowing agent that has seen so much data that it can generalize to anything. That's unrealistic, and that view fails to incorporate the importance of learning. Interestingly enough, the field was not always this way, and you can find examples of continual reinforcement learning with a real focus on learning all the way back to as early as the 1930s, with Thomas Ross's thinking machine and Stephen Smith's robotic rat that can learn to navigate mazes. There are a lot more of these neat examples in an awesome talk by Andy Barto I'll link in the description, but I think you get the point. Early AI was mostly about animal-like continual learning systems, and I can only imagine that that was because it was well acknowledged that intelligence is fundamentally about the ability to learn. Now, all of this is not to say that modern AI does not learn, because it absolutely does. It's to say that instead of having these separate phases for training, fine-tuning, RLHF, testing, and finally deployment, after which the weights will probably never change again, there should instead be a single phase where the agent is both learning and doing. So while modern AI has gotten more general in the sense that one agent can do many tasks, from things like making recipes to writing code, with the current popular direction of research, we'll never have an agent that can learn any task. And that is a big difference. So let's say that you're interested in this alternative version of AGI that I've proposed, a general purpose learning algorithm inspired by animal learning. And animals, of course, includes humans. How could we get there? I'd say that there are 3 areas of research we need to focus on that are often shied away from in popular discourse. 3 things we can't yet do well enough to get to that goalpost. The first one is something I've already told you about. It's continual learning, and this just means that the agent should never stop learning. Now, this one's pretty obvious given our definition, because if an agent isn't always learning, then it can't learn to do any task, and so it very clearly wouldn't meet our criteria for AGI. I do usually still get some pushback on this point though, and it's usually from people that claim that current LLMs like ChatGPT or Gemini do already learn. And they usually point to either fine-tuning, which is where you can train a model on a new task after its initial training phase, and in context learning, where you can give a model an example of something it hasn't seen before, say examples of how to use a specific programming library, and then it can use to learn what it has within its context. And this point is actually correct. Despite what I said, there actually are ways for an agent to continue to learn after its initial training phase, but there are some big caveats. Starting with fine-tuning is generally thought of something you only do once, not a continual process, because, well, then you just call it continual learning. And if you do try to fine-tune the same model multiple times, you often run into several problems.
Like a drift.
Forgetting what it previously knew, which is referred to as catastrophic forgetting, or the model slowly losing its ability to learn over time, which is referred to as a loss of plasticity. There are ways to mitigate these sorts of problems, but there is more work to be done. The point on in-context learning is certainly more nuanced, and I have a whole video talking about why in-context learning is insufficient for my version of AGI, so I'll link that here if you want to know more about that. But the gist of the point is that keeping the model's parameters frozen limits the types of patterns that are learnable with in-context learning. And anything a model does learn in context is only learned temporarily until that information exits the context window. So that is point number 1. We still have a ways to go when it comes to continual learning, but it really is just the start. It also brings us to point number 2, which really goes hand in hand with continual learning, and it is the ability to learn from a single experiential stream of data, which I should say is the exact opposite of how current large language models are trained. When you want to train an LM, for example, you randomly sample from billions of disjointed segments of text, things like passages from books, articles, research papers, transcripts from YouTube videos, and the like. And you feed these disjointed sequences of text to the LM in enormous batches to train. But there's a problem with this. If a model only ever learns from disjointed sequences, it will never gain the ability to reason about how it should act over much longer time horizons, about how it should act over a lifetime of experiences.
So like it's missing like the motivation, right? This sort of drive.
I would disagree with him here, but it's like this statement is questionable. And there were research about like how the that's kind of one of the very early problems of LLMs, and I think it was started even before the LLMs when there was like algorithms like for text modeling, like back of words and stuff like that. Kind of researchers was like This was like a natural question. If you'll just randomly give a model like samples, like pieces of text, and make the model to predict if those like two pieces can be observed together without like a broader context, can the model still like infer some implied knowledge about the broader context? And seems to be, and there are evidence that model can do this. It can learn if you feed enough data, like the context or like the broader context will be inferred. Intrinsic, the broader context of the topic kind of exists intrinsically even within the small batches.
Okay. Sort of like the long form perspective is already sort of built into just how you've collected the data and fed it in.
Yes. But yeah, by just like if you have, because like the big data world has like very different statistical property from the small data world, and that's kind of hard to comprehend for the human, because like we live usually in a small data world, and our brain evolved to estimate the distribution of some phenomenon based on just a few observations, and we actually do it quite well. And that's kind of, our brain is optimized to learn out of few samples, kind of extract as much information, and it has also like the opposite problem. We can be over biased into some prejudgment, but it's sort of like a function of our brain solving a problem out of very limited data. But current LLMs and deep learning in general, they exist in a huge data world, and their patterns that they learn is very different from the patterns that we learn as a so that's kind of where our intuition breaks, in the sense that we cannot understand how LLM can build a broader context about some like abstract topic by like for example how LLM can understand, I don't know, like the ideas about the Karl Marx Capital without like reading it the same way as we do, right?
Yeah. That's a good point, right? You don't need to necessarily read Capital to understand the exploitation of mankind. So my beloved chatter is saying that you can't just feed it data. You need to give it a coherent window to come to complex conclusions, and it's more difficult to create a context window for generative AI than for procedural AI. Okay, well, I mean, this is a topic that's going over my head very rapidly, and so I will be misconstruing your question, Spore, actively.
Okay.
All right, let's continue. Point 2.
While the severity of this problem is not as immediately obvious as it is for a lack of continual learning, an example goes a long way here. So I'll give you an example directly relevant to this video and my own research. Think about how this video came to be, and how I came to care so much about this topic. I promise it was not because I asked ChatGPT for the top 10 video ideas for AI YouTube channels. I mean, look at these ideas. You saw these ideas earlier. They're grossly generic. In contrast, you're probably not going to find a surplus of videos on YouTube, if any, about the importance of continually learning from a single stream of experience. And that's because I myself have had a unique single stream of experiences that led me here that no one else has had. I started with an interest in self-study and reinforcement learning. That led me to a graduate program where the community was acutely aware of the need for continual learning. I worked on research in the area. I had all sorts of interesting conversations with people who thought about this in extreme depth. And I even tried to start a startup that failed because of a lack of existing continual learning methods. So when I go to work on my new research or to make a new video, I'm informed by everything that's happened in my past, by what I've learned, and by the specific events recorded in my episodic memory. Without experiencing the world through a continual stream of observations like we humans do, concepts like episodic memory and temporally correlated causality become meaningless. And to create something like this video or the type of niche research I do becomes impossible. I At some point, if you want an agent to be able to deal with lifelong sequences of data, it's going to need to learn from lifelong sequences of data. And the only way to get those is for the agent itself to interact with the world and generate those experiences. And no matter how hard you think, I really don't think there's any way to get.
That's an interesting topic that he's touching on, right? I guess the idea behind this video really is just, what does it mean to be human? What does it mean to be an eigenvector? What does it mean to learn? And I think one of the key things that we're honing in on is the idea that learning is an active process. Learning is about making mistakes. It is about engaging with the world and adjusting accordingly, something that AI is not great at, it seems, in a way that humans are. Which, you know, humans can also be not great at it. You agree?
I think like the definition of learning that I really like, that for me kind of captures the all specific definitions, is that learning is ability to predict the world, kind of its ability to model the world around you and to predict it, and that's seems to be how our brain works, and modern neuroscience mostly agrees that our brain is sort of like a very good predictive machine. It can model environment around us, all the way to like some very abstract things like the social networks, language, and make accurate predictions. And we achieve it by, as I agree with this, then that our brain can learn online and can adjust the our models with new human information. Mm-hmm. And yeah, like LLMs the architecture of LLMs as it stands from now, it cannot. But
you think maybe it could? It's not out of the possibility.
Not in the current architecture, but I can see I can see why we cannot adopt the way how human learns. There is some of the online learning algorithms, like kind of predictive coding, or in a sense that like the backpropagation and artificial neural networks were originally inspired by the human brain, but it kind of went a different path when the backpropagation turned out to be like very effective algorithm for learning patterns. But it doesn't mean that we kind of stuck there forever. So
okay, I see what you're getting at. So it's not necessarily that there's an inherent incompatibility between the physics of biology and the physics of technology. It's just that it was more efficient or easier on capital previously to develop the current models of generative and context window AIs, or whatever the fuck you're calling them.
Yes.
Okay.
So even I'll give like a last example. Before we get into the deep learning and the current feed forward architecture, the original, one of the first proposed architecture for their artificial neural networks was the Hopfield network, which pretty much is a network that acts and mimics associative memory, and kind of uses the minimum the energy states to kind of encode information into the network, and it kind of was inspired by the associative memory of the brain. So kind of that's kind of just tells me that backpropagation is not the only solution. And
okay.
And there is this, and I'm agree with it at the end, that there is a lot of research happening right now and been happening in reinforcement learning on kind of developing those like online algorithms.
So my next question is, if there was a bionic eye that could see into infrared, would you implant it? Would you do like one eye or both eyes?
I'll probably skip it for now.
You skip it?
Yeah.
Okay, but like when you get older, like you start to get a little bit of glaucoma, your eyes start to fail. Would you get it? The Palantir infrared bionic eye. Would you get it?
I would rather get like the tentacly hand instead of my like my thumb, like 5-finger hand. Just like get one long tentacly.
So you can game StarCraft harder.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. All right, let's continue.
Around
Let's wrap this video
up.
up.
You can't just strap sensors to someone, stick a camera on their forehead, and have them run around for 10 years like that. I mean, it would be hilarious, but it still wouldn't be the same. So that's point number 2. You need a continual single stream of experiences. And with that, we finally arrive at the last point. The last blind spot we need to turn our attention to, and that is scaling with compute. Or more specifically, designing algorithms where more compute always leads to better performance. Now, you might be thinking, haven't we already figured this out? And the answer would be yes, we've figured out how to scale models.
China figured it out. China figured it out. Let's be precise here, buddy.
Trillions of parameters.
Oops.
When we use giant batches of data sampled randomly from massive internet scale datasets. But when we go to the continual single stream experiential learning setting, we absolutely have not figured it out. Do you know what happens if you try to train one of these massive models without a massive static dataset, or when you stop using these massive batches of data? Our current learning methods completely fail because they've been designed with a big data mindset from the ground up. And you might be surprised by how much those design choices impact the ability of these algorithms to work on continual learning settings. The methods of scaling that exist today are not methods that scale with just compute. They're methods that only scale with a combination of compute and data. And they are grossly inefficient when it comes to how they scale with data. So much so that you may have recently heard about insiders at tech companies talking about how LLM training has been recently running into data problems. I mean, think about it. After going through basically the entirety of the open internet, and then also their private datasets, they say that they're running into data problems. Yet a human could go their whole life only occasionally browsing the internet, or maybe never browsing the internet, and still be incredibly smart. It's clearly not a data problem, it's a problem with the approach. What we need are not methods that can gobble up more data, but methods that, when given more compute, can use that compute to extract more out of what they're experiencing moment to moment. And while we still have a long ways to go on this front, we have made some great progress in the past few years, and there are a lot of interesting ways to do this, from model-based RL to auxiliary tasks for representation learning to learning options and more. This idea of being able to scale with compute in the continual RL setting is actually my own research area of focus. And later this year, I'll be starting my PhD to continue working on just that. I want to make another video soon diving into all the ways that scaling with compute is possible and talk more about my own new research. If that sounds interesting to you, you should totally subscribe. I try to only post when I have something genuinely interesting to share, and if you're interested in this area of research, you might also be interested in this video where I summarize.
All right, enough of this guy. All right, let's do a quick summary of this guy's video. The AI scaling problem, it seems like he's pretty much like, it seems like he kind of agrees with you. Like, what do you think is your main, do you have any main disagreements with him? It seems like you're just more open to possibility than he is.
Yeah. I think genuinely, like, I remember, like, you paused in the very beginning, then I kind of I made some objections, and then he just, like, pretty much...
He pretty much made the same. Yeah. So. Okay, yeah, pretty good video. All right, next one then.
Since
is AI a commodity?
When we started to see transformer-based LLMs, the AI industry has been racing towards convergence, where one model could practically be substituted with another without a huge degradation in performance. And for this very reason, many people...
Okay, sure, whatever.
Thought of AI as commodities.
I don't know enough.
And we also saw the price of intelligence dropping by a factor of 10 every year, even though the demand for AI has been going up, as we can see from this wide adoption of ChatGPT, as well as many other AI applications. So this leads to the critical question: is AI really a commodity? And what does the economics behind AI really look like? Welcome to Caleb Writes Code, where every second counts. When we look at the cost of intelligence over the years, the decrease in cost is pretty significant, to say the least. Andreessen Horowitz made an interesting blog post about how when GPT-3 came out back in November 2020.
Yeah, but the drop in cost, is that accounting for the data centers that you need to build? Like, sure, data centers don't need wages, really. Like, you only need a couple of guys to maintain a data center, and once you've got it all set up, it becomes pretty cheap. Is that not what this is showing?
I think it's like a combination of economy of scale and also the improvement of algorithms.
Okay.
So...
the cost was $60 per million tokens. And 3 years later, a similar model in performance only costs around 6 cents per million tokens. And you might be looking at this and say, yep, that's confirmation that AI truly is a commodity business. But when we look at OpenAI's API pricing for different models that they provide, there's actually a huge cost variance depending on what model you pick. In other words, depending on the intelligence of the model,
not all tokens are made the same.
And if we think about commodity like gold, where we can melt it down to a single unit of value, intelligence, on the other hand, doesn't actually work in the same way. And that's because we can't really melt intelligence down to a singular value. And for this very reason, we also feel the same skepticism towards benchmarks that only tell one side of the story, because there's no objective way to measure intelligence. So then how do we exactly explain the drop in cost of intelligence over time, where we clearly saw the cost getting cheaper and cheaper by a factor of 1,000 over just a few years? Let's start with the difference between cost of intelligence and cost of inference. When we talk about cost of intelligence, they're certainly influenced by the market pressure, which is typical in a commodity business. But the cost of inference ties closer to the efficiency of compute. Just for a quick review, inference refers to a process where an already trained model is used by consumers to pre-fill the input that we provide, and the model decodes its knowledge into a series of output tokens. So unlike the cost of intelligence, that might be influenced by the market pressure set by competition, as well as all the costs associated to training the model, cost of inference primarily ties to the actual compute that's required to generate output tokens. And 2022 and 2023 were huge when it comes to the cost of inference getting cheaper. In late 2022, a research paper was brought forward called The Case for 4-Bit Precision that demonstrated the benefits of optimal quantization that significantly reduced the compute cost of inference. And earlier that year, Google also released a paper called Chinchilla Scaling Law that influenced the industry to scale the model more efficiently, that also played a factor in compute efficiency. And around the same time, we saw a more mainstream adoption of mixture of experts, where instead of using a dense model that activated the entire parameters per token,
this video seems like it's making the same point that the last third of the former video made, which was that we need to be, it's not just the power or the capabilities of the neural network, it's also the amount of the efficiency of the data. How many bangs are your bucks hitting? You getting the same sort of read?
No, a little bit different. Like this guy is more kind of, I think, like, so far his point is that like the cost of using LLMs drops down because the like big tech figure out how to kind of optimize the inference of those tokens quite heavily, and
rather than the physical infrastructure. It seems like he's sort of skimming over the physical infrastructure cost.
It's kind of goes like those optimization and the cost per token starts when you already have a model. Kind of the model is already trained, it's already there. There's like the capex is already kind of invested, and then kind of for inference to kind of do a single forward pass, like you get some input, the context, and the model spills out your like the output tokens. The cost of this forward, like of this single forward pass, is that what being optimized like heavily, but that doesn't kind of tells. It does not necessarily tells about the cost of training the model as well.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's a good point. All right, let's continue.
Effectively activated a small number of.
So there are a couple things he's
tokens. As you can see, the cost of intelligence certainly
over.
became cheaper due to many factors like higher competition from other frontier labs and having better and more efficient GPUs available from NVIDIA and AMD, and the market pressure as well as open models being released from China. On the other hand, the cost of inference also saw a drastic reduction due to many breakthroughs and innovations made in the lab. And innovation in AI moves a lot like bursts of energy rather than a gradual compound over time. And this very characteristic of the AI industry is why we experienced AI winters in the past, because in the absence of another burst of innovation, people start to lose faith. And if you go long enough, the market folds and the capitals dry up. And recently, there's been a growing skepticism towards transformer-based LLMs having been fully saturated, and we're at capacity in terms of how much we can improve from this point. So given this nature of how the scientific progress moves in the backdrop...
Okay, so this is an interesting understanding of the quote-unquote AI bubble that's a little bit more in line with what we talked about earlier this stream. Right? It's sort of it's also the expectation of the return on investment. And it seems like it sort of fluctuates.
Yes.
Between optimism and winters. This is the nerd versus hot chick ratio that you talk about at AI conferences. Yeah. All the girls cover up during AI winter, and then they come out during the summer.
Yeah, same actually happening with blockchain. Like depending on the year, you'll like if you're gonna go to like blockchain conference. If the Bitcoin is at the height, they're gonna be like, quite noticeable amount of hot chicks. And when the Bitcoin is down and there's only like people talking about some kind of zero knowledge proof shit, and
what the fuck that means?
Yeah,
I have no clue.
Overlay the economy of AI to determine if AI is a commodity or not. When we merge how the scientific breakthroughs happen with the economy of the AI industry, we start to see this odd pattern where every burst of innovation made in the lab creates a small pocket of dominance until the rest of the market eventually catches up and consolidates until the next burst of innovation happens. And this kind of behavior results in this oscillation between small monopoly and commodity back and forth, where each wave of discovery resets the playing field. Sort of like back in September 2024 when OpenAI released the O1 reasoning model that completely overtook other state-of-the-art models. And OpenAI created a small pocket of time of dominance until January 2025 when DeepSeek R1 finally caught up, and eventually the rest of the market consolidated to where they are. And this is because, unlike commodities like gold, intelligence is a moving target, which means that every new level of intelligence that we unlock, we break the equilibrium and create a new but temporary advantage before the rest of the market catches up again. And here's where it gets even more interesting. There's a cost to play this game of oscillation, and that cost is compute. In 2022, the CEO of OpenAI said that OpenAI is running out of GPU. So in order for OpenAI to continue unlocking new levels of intelligence, they needed access to more GPUs, like a lot more GPUs, to the tune of millions and millions of GPUs. And you might be wondering at this point, well, doesn't OpenAI already have hundreds of thousands of GPUs? How are they running out of GPUs already? If you look at how OpenAI allocated their compute in 2024, the majority of their compute goes towards research and development. But like we saw from earlier, every new model that OpenAI releases, they have to reserve compute space to make them available for the public. In other words, portions of their existing compute needs to be tied up in serving the model, and to innovate newer models, you need access to even more GPUs, and Sam Altman wants more GPUs to continue their stride. But OpenAI doesn't actually own their stack when it comes to their GPUs. Until recently, OpenAI mainly relied on Microsoft's hyperscaler.
Oh, this is, okay, so what I'm picking up on is this is where we're getting into, I don't know if you've seen it, that chart of all of these different firms funneling like money into each other.
Yeah.
Okay, this is where we're getting into it, because when I look at that chart, you know, it obviously, you know, they built it like a bubble. It looks like a bubble. Graphically, from a design perspective, it looks like a bubble. It looks scary, but I feel like that's just the velocity of money, right? When you give poor people money, when you give poor people universal basic income, they waste it immediately because they spend it. That money doesn't, you know, just evaporate. It goes somewhere. It goes into business owners. It goes into commodities. It goes into production, right? That's what I'm expecting. And we'll have a video about that coming up.
Or Microsoft Azure to provide their compute needs. And OpenAI's ambition went way above what Microsoft Azure can provide. They were hungry for more compute. And similar sentiment can be found in other frontier labs as well, like Anthropic, xAI, Meta, and Google. All these frontier labs have huge plans where by the year 2030, they will all have at least a few million GPUs with double-digit gigawatt training centers in order to continue their innovation, whether it's through their own internal data centers like xAI, Meta, and Google, or through partnerships with hyperscalers like Microsoft Azure, Amazon AWS, Oracle OCI, Google Cloud, or even Stargate. And this chart from Oracle OCI shows the imbalance between their obligation and their current capacity of compute that shows the growing demand that is building into a huge backlog. And similar imbalance is also found in neoclouds since their emergence around late 2022 to help provide auxiliary compute to absorb the overflow of demand in compute. And companies like CoreWeave, Nebius, Crusoe, and Lambda all have huge plans to grow their infrastructure as well. As you can see, the current climate of AI industry is in an awkward stage of not having enough compute and also on hold waiting for multi-year construction of large training centers to complete. And this very tension of part commodity and part constrained innovation cycle make it almost more of a hybrid economic phase that mirrors both aspects. So at this given moment, the economy behind AI is more about control. Who has capacity to train and deploy the model? And this requires intricate and strategic relationships to be built and have the right alliance to essentially secure their access to compute. And that's why we're seeing this almost incestuous network of relationships being formed in AI companies, where I'm sure by now you've seen a diagram like this.
There it is. There it fucking is.
Now, in a few years, once all the training infrastructure comes online, things
psychic.
will probably
That's right.
look very different. And frankly, I'm a bit concerned how this publicly traded neoclouds will survive, since most of them aren't profitable and rely on couple customers that are trying to be independent in the first place. But that's beside the point. Once we reach a point where the bottleneck of compute is truly gone and we can practically train an AI model in less than 24 hours, given their access to millions of GPUs, we'll likely see the AI economy resembling closer to an actual commodity market, since the pocket of dominance will be smaller given the speed of innovation at that point.
If you ask anybody...
Okay. Okay, so AI is not necessarily a commodity. It's based on both physical, like tangible assets and intangible valuations that fluctuates based on intangible sentiments about prospects, is what I'm getting. Okay. Yeah, short, simple, nice video. All right, let's take a look how money works. Now, I'm a decent fan of this channel.
Yeah, me too.
Have you watched this video? You might have.
Yes.
Okay, let's take a look.
The investment market surrounding...
Go ahead.
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
AI, they are all going to say the same thing.
Internet bubble. There will be a bubble. You're in an AI bubble. Bubble.
Yeah, that's right. We are in a bubble, and it's easy to see why they might think so. The entire market is being carried by a few firms speculating about the future of AI. They are all playing a game of say a bigger number every quarter. The products they are releasing are a long way from covering the costs they are incurring, and every day it just looks like this whole game is being held together by tech CEOs passing around the same pile of money to make their numbers look good. This is to say nothing of the outside geopolitical risks that could smother this whole industry. The more you look into the current state of the market, the less flattering it looks behind the scenes. But the most dangerous thing in the world is not what you don't know. It's what you know for sure that simply ain't true. If everybody has agreed that this is a bubble, then why are informed investors still piling billions of dollars into it every month?
Because they're stupid, and they don't have anything else to do with their money.
Now,
That's why.
I want to say that, for the record, I think this whole thing is absolutely cooked. However, the best way to really understand something is to not seek out information that confirms your beliefs, but instead those that challenge them. So, to play devil's advocate, how is it possible that this whole thing is not just speculative mania?
We as a country need these investments if we're going to be the leader in AI technology. Jensen, NVIDIA is making a $100 billion investment in OpenAI.
The world's top tech companies are pouring billions into building new data centers in the US.
It'll be a world of incredible material abundance. It'll be a world where individual ability, impact, whatever, is just so far beyond what a person can do today.
But the economic impact of these deals, it turns out, is indistinguishable from full control.
Now, the thing about bubbles is that usually they take some kind of outside force to pop them. The dot-com collapse was kicked off by a combination of factors, but 3 really stand out. Microsoft being sued for violation of antitrust laws, MicroStrategy doing a massive revising of their financial results, causing their stock to fall 60% in a single day and getting them into hot water with the SEC, and a single article that pointed out the unviable business model that a lot of dot-com companies
It's only a bubble if it pops.
The bubble was popped by the subprime mortgage crisis, which itself was kicked off by rate resets and loan originators filing for bankruptcy. So if the AI industry was in a bubble, it's had a lot of things that have come a long way which could have popped it. Market instability around tariffs, legislative controls over AI chips, rising interest rates, legal challenges over training data, organizational shocks, infrastructure problems, concerning studies over business use cases, and what looks like increasingly
Okay, but interest rates aren't even rising anymore. They're going down. Like, okay, so the bubble's chill. We're free. All right, buy NVIDIA. Let's go.
Attempts to generate any kind of revenue. That's not to mention that if one article back in 2000 could start unraveling the dot-com bubble, surely the daily articles coming out about the problems in this industry should do the same, right? Well, so far at least, the market has pretty much just shrugged all of this off, and it's been able to do this for 3 very important reasons. The first is where all of this money is actually coming from. Over the last decade and a half, big US tech companies have slowly built up an enormous pile of cash. Outside of insurance or financial firms, which are legally mandated to have cash on hand for compliance reasons, tech companies like Microsoft, Meta, Apple, and Alphabet have more cash than any other companies on the planet after saving it away for the better part of 2 decades. They had been doing this for 2 reasons. The first was that before 2017, tax laws heavily incentivized shifting cash into offshore accounts primarily held in Ireland. The exact structures that they used to erode these profits into a haven like this were very complicated, but once the cash was there, they couldn't really touch it unless they wanted to pay tax on it. This means that they just slowly accumulated cash.
Oh, this is what you were saying at the beginning of the stream.
In 2017, these companies were offered a one-time deal to bring back these offshore savings into America for a small tax concession, which gave them all a lot of dry powder to make some big local investments. Now, they have used a lot of that money to do share buybacks, and they have kept a lot of it abroad to fund their international operations, but they also earmarked billions for future capital expenditures. Now, the second reason they built such huge cash reserves was because for a while, these companies were actually struggling to find projects worth investing in. They had become so dominant in their respective markets that spending a lot of money on development was seen as an unnecessary expense that wasn't really worth the risk. Today, that has obviously changed, and the big companies that are driving most of the expenditure on data centers are almost making up for a lost decade where they were arguably not investing enough money into new projects. This also applies to all of the money they are introducing into the system to support less established firms like OpenAI. Sure, the money is getting passed around a lot once it's in the system, but the initial source of these funds is largely coming from piles of cash these companies had sitting on the sidelines. This means compared to something like the housing bubble, which was propped up on a lot of debt and rigid derivatives, these companies are at least building atop a solid fiscal foundation. Now, of course, having a strong foundation...
Well, a solid fiscal foundation of not employing many people, having large static assets that appreciate over time. The solid fiscal foundation is only solid if, I guess, we do UBI or something.
Or at least he kind of refers to the kind of infrastructure that can be repurposed for other kind of causes.
Yeah.
Guarantee that the house you build on top of...
Maybe we can, like, I don't know why we have to build, like, all these new data centers. Can't we just renovate Walmarts? Like, they're kind of like the same thing.
Can we put, like, GPUs in Walmart instead?
There are GPUs in Walmart already. That's, like, kind of the best part already. Okay, you might need a couple thousand more. It's like... All right, water on the bridge for
Similarly, just because these companies happen to be holding on to trillions of dollars doesn't necessarily mean that setting it all on fire to chase one single bet is a good idea. It also doesn't mean that regular investors won't get burned if this money suddenly gets yoinked back off the table. So it's time to learn how money works to find out what else could possibly explain this all not being a bubble. This week's video is sponsored by Cape, the privacy-first mobile carrier that's rethinking how phone service should work. Cape gives you premium nationwide coverage without tracking, profiling, or selling your data. They were built by experts in telecom and cybersecurity with one goal: to make mobile privacy and security something you don't have to compromise on. Traditional carriers have a track record of data breaches and surveillance. They build profiles on who you call, where you go, and what you do. Cape flips that model. They don't ask for your name, address, or social security number, and they automatically
hold on. I'm sorry. I'm $99 a month for personal security. Hold on. What was that operating system that gives you like personal security? What was the name of it? Libreware? I don't remember.
Tails OS.
Dale OS?
Tails.
Yeah. Oh, Tails OS.
33% off
like Tails the hacker from Sonic the Hedgehog?
One of the most concerning trends that has developed in this space is the circular dealing between all of the companies involved in different areas of this industry. We first covered this about 2 months ago when Oracle stock price spiked after reporting a huge data center rental commitment from OpenAI, who had raised billions of dollars from NVIDIA, who made that money in the first place by selling graphics cards to companies like Oracle. Since then, the deals have only gotten bigger, and reporters have done a really good job piecing together just how far and wide this web of financial
That's a
goes.
gorgeous infographic,
Numbers commentary
by the way.
has rightfully called this out as companies pulling themselves up by their own bootstraps. They're making their revenue look better than they really are by investing in their own customers. Not exactly a sustainable business model. However, to play devil's advocate again, there is something to be said about this strategy for
people playing devil's advocate. I feel like in the year of our Lord 2025, we do in the ears of our sensitive liberals, we want to avoid using the phrase devil's advocate. It's just not good connotations.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with, arguing for argument's sake, but studies show that the least attractive hobbies for women is debating and playing devil's advocate. So, advocate at your own risk.
From a risk mitigation perspective. When people look back with the benefit of hindsight at the dot-com bubble, they all say the same thing. Yeah, the market was dumb, but after a major correction, there were still some big winners that emerged, some of them being the same tech companies involved in the AI market right now. NVIDIA investing into a company like OpenAI right now looks a little bit suspicious, but had a company like AOL invested in Amazon back in 1999, we would probably be a little less critical. By investing up and down the supply chain, if you could call it that, these companies are in theory maximizing the chance that they will capture the value eventually generated through AI. There is also one other really important detail that a lot of people gloss over when exposing this financial circle jerk. It's easy to look at this and conclude that this whole market is just a bunch of by investor hype. The only problem with that deduction, though, is that they aren't really taking investors' money. Netted out, the major players in this industry are paying out far more money through dividends and stock buybacks than they are taking in through stock issuance or borrowing. When compared again to the dot-com bubble, the story was very different. Hyped companies were dependent on bringing in a continuous stream of investor money to keep the lights on in businesses that made no profit, and often didn't even make any revenue. A company like OpenAI is also in this position, where if they don't keep on bringing in new investors, they won't be able to continue operating. But they are not raising money from regular investors. They are primarily getting it off companies that have plenty of cash to invest. Now, I am not exactly going to say I feel bad for big tech companies, but nothing they do with their money right now is going to be popular. If they make capital investments into data centers, people will say they are blowing their money on chips that will be obsolete in 2 years' time. If they buy their own shares, people will call them out for—
Okay, but like, whose fault is that? Is that, their fault for buying the chips? Is it the fault of the people making that criticism, or is it the fault of the accumulation of power and intelligence and the externalization of humanity to be replaced by a future AI?
Hard to tell.
Yeah.
I just like the tech should have just give all the money to poor people.
Yeah, I mean, but like they're gonna buy like, I don't know, fried chicken from like a street vendor or something. Like, okay, so what? You're like street halal. Your street shawarma is gonna go from $8 to $6. Like, the problem is still. The problem is still the amount of meat that America is producing and consuming just water out of the American great flat Midwest to create massive amounts of meat subsidized by the government.
Also, those like shawarma money will eventually kind of go to private equities. Because,
you think private equity is going to start buying up shawarma stands?
They actually already do this.
What?
There is you'll be surprised how many like street food or those like slope ball kind of casual dining.
Oh, I'm sure like those, like Chipotle or stuff like that. 100%. Because like I guess that's also like investing in the supply chain, right? Because you've got a corporate headquarters in the middle of buttfuck nowhere where you can build like a cult-like adherence to this grand technological human project, and you got to feed the humans still at least.
Yeah, but I actually was like I read like one report about those like food trucks, like the halal guys kind of, and this is actually a franchise. You can buy a franchise to get your own truck, like food truck with all kind of recipe, everything. And those I think this franchise is owned by one of the holding companies that eventually kind of owned by the private equity.
Oh, interesting. I mean, to me, what that sounds like, it sounds like an exit more than anything, right? You get your bag, coding AI, for Adobe or whatever, and then you can retire to like a nice sort of service role for the people making food.
Yeah.
And everything is all nicely set up for you by the same people who once employed you. That's kind of nice. It's kind of cool. It's like Bob's Burgers. I don't know if you've ever watched that show. It's like The Simpsons,
already
but like
overvalued stock. And if they buy shares in other companies, people will call them out for circular dealing. Yeah, I know. I'm sure they are truly devastated. Now, with all of that said, that doesn't mean that these companies and the wider economy are completely safe. Share prices are clearly elevated on the expectation that AI products and services will eventually bring in trillions of dollars to major participants in this industry. If this doesn't pan out, then those prices could be reconsidered very quickly. The major incumbent players aren't at immediate risk of collapse, because they still have far more cash than debt, and they still have functional parts of the business to fall back on. Their biggest risk is that if this does go tits up, then they will have to explain to their investors why they thought it was better to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on redundant data centers instead of just paying out that money to them. Now, nobody can truly predict what the future of AI will look like, and even the CEOs themselves have admitted that, but they are framing it like this. They are betting $500 billion on a dice roll. If it comes up 6, they will make $10 trillion. It's a risky bet, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad bet. Oh, and it takes the sting off knowing that the government will probably be there to comp them some chips if they just keep the game going. But we don't say that part out loud. Now, if you're still...
That's socialism. Let's fucking go. It's real, and they've just been calling it capitalism this entire time. That's the secret, guys. Sorry, ever since the Soviet Union, capitalism's been dead. Okay, I mean, I feel like that was a pretty decent video. A good explainer of the economics behind it. They're investing in their supply chain to make sure that they're getting everything going. I don't know. Yep. Seems I feel like they also made a decent case for that. This isn't a bubble in the same sense that the .com or the 2008 was, but there's still potential for geopolitical shocks to the system to really throw everything out of proportion.
Yes, and I think as we probably start getting the problem can start in a couple of years if the amount of investment will keep going in the same rate, and those big tech cash will just will dry out, and then all those CEOs start kind of telling the different narrative to the government about something along the lines of, hey, if you want to invest in us, we kind of low-key gonna go to different
another country
who would invest in and probably will bring the better AI to them. So it will become like a pressure on the taxpayers to kind of keep investing in the AI. That's kind of then become the more typical bubble when which kind of eventually means that the household, the taxpayers' money is fueled into this undeliverable kind of big promises.
Okay. All right. Next video. This is probably the big one. This is the one that I'm excited about. This is the AI psychosis. This is the religion, right? Because I feel like one of the main projects of the Peter Thiels, the JD Vances, all these people who are very much so invested in the continuation of AI is that they're trying to generate the sociological interest, I feel like, to prevent exactly what you're describing, this capital flight from the interest in continuing to develop AI. And the way that you prevent this, I think what they're trying to do, the way that they're thinking of preventing this capital flight is by enchanting the people with the idea that AI is a godlike entity from beyond time and space, influencing humanity to bring about its own purposes.
Oh, yeah, now we're getting into the theological part of the AI.
Hell yes.
Let me start with an analogy. It won't make sense right now, but it will make sense at the end. During World War II, Japanese forces took the Pacific theater south from mainland Japan into the Melanesian islands, many of which were populated with uncontacted tribes. In a bid to coax the islanders into doing free labor, the Japanese had a plan. Play into their archaic beliefs and pretend to be their ancestors, airdropping food, clothing, and modern technology in exchange for their work. However, after the war ended, the airdrops stopped coming. Confused with what happened, the islanders began developing rituals to bring back the airdrops. They would build fake runways, march around in groups holding carved wooden rifles, wear wooden headphones, and stand in fake control towers. By mimicking what they saw the soldiers do, they hoped to once again beckon the technology, which they did not understand. Technology they didn't ask for, but soon began to worship as divine intervention, as if the hand of God himself reached out to pull the islanders into salvation. You may think this sounds silly, like the behavior of a simple, archaic culture. Yet,
No,
80 years
that's
later,
human culture, sorry.
and history repeats itself. Awestruck by the power of technology, we rain dance and sacrifice ourselves and hope to bring back the meaning, comfort, and authority of a God that left us. Religious revelations and AI psychosis at the hands of ChatGPT and LLMs have dominated headlines. The dead have spoken from heaven, our loved ones have been digitally resurrected, and our tech overlords think the Antichrist is coming. We look inside the computer and like the islanders with their airdrops, we see the hand of God himself pulling us towards salvation. You may think this is crazy. You may think you're above it. But it will still come for you. So join me as we explore how technology will eventually one-shot every last one of us. Because nobody makes it out of the psychosis of the near future.
That's a cute little nod to Nick Lands, the founder of this sort of principle, right? Who tried to hijack a lot of very modern leftist conceptions about capitalism that were about, okay, we need to push capitalism forward because it's sort of like a machine, and all machines, of course, break down in some way, and obviously what comes after this machine is going to be better than the current machine. And so Nick Lands sort of hijacked a lot of that thinking and coined a lot of iconic phrases, right? Even fucking liberals like Ezra Klein are referencing that shit. It's becoming so embedded in like consciousness. Nothing escapes the future. You know, Neo-China or whatever. Actually, that's one of the main sort of questions that I've got about the AI tech bro industries is that, you know, a lot of, at least the American ones, J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel, they're very America first, or they say they're very America first. And then the ideology that they're big fans of actually thinks that AI is going to come out of China. Right?
You kind of, yeah, but this is like where I think they're kind of their vision kind of conflicted with their political agenda, in the sense that they want to be the first in the AI, but they also want to kind of keep pushing the agenda of like that China will kind of is our enemy, and like it is like a threat, and like the AI will, and China will overtake the AI development. So, but this kind of creates like this kind of confrontation in ideology.
Yeah. All right, let's see. He might go into it.
On Sunday, September 14th, at a megachurch in Plano, Texas, thousands of Christians rose to their feet in a standing ovation for Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was not there, of course. He'd been assassinated 4 days prior in Utah, while debating with a student on whether mass shooting statistics should or shouldn't include gang crime. The service, led by Pastor Jack Graham, took a hard turn when Graham recollected a conversation he had with a young girl. The girl asked him what Charlie Kirk might say to the congregation on the topic of his own death. Were he able to speak from the afterlife? Inspired by this, Graham shared with his service a voice recording of Charlie speaking on this very topic. This wasn't Charlie's voice, however. It was an LLM trained on hundreds of hours of interviews and podcast appearances that could faithfully mimic Charlie's potential thoughts on the matter. Jack Graham pressed play.
Question for you. Do you think this should be criminally prosecutable behavior? To take someone's real voice and their recordings and renovate it for live people?
That's kind of the old good phrase, like it was like the Black Mirror episode one day.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not sure like about criminal law, but it's kind of the same old good problem of like, if something is out in the internet, is it kind of available for you to use, right?
Yeah. So recently, Seattle has, and I talked about this in the housing episode, Seattle banned pricing algorithms for both public and private data. And most of sort of the pushback against it has been, well,
all of this data is publicly available, so how are you going to accuse us of market manipulation when the only thing that we're using is an AI agent to parse all the data extremely quicker than any human could? And it's like, well, okay, you can do that because you've got monopoly power.
Yeah.
At least that's my thoughts. That would be my argument for it. But I would probably say that yes, it is. It should be illegal for people to do this.
I think it's kind of should be covered by the similar legal framework as like copyrights, in the sense that like your data and whatever, like it's sort of like, it's by definition your copyright and you own this. And that kind of was like the biggest trick that made the big tech firms like $1 trillion valuation, because they sold us the platform, or like social media, or like all the platform by seemingly at no cost, but the actual cost is that kind of we waive all of our like rights on the data, on our own content, right? And we kind of accepted it. It become the social norm, so social contract.
Mm-hmm.
But
really, you kind of didn't have a choice. Suck it up.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, yes. I think like if the history would have go other way, and like we preserved our copyright on our data on the internet, and it would be enforceable, then yeah, like the shit like that of when someone take the dead person's like voice record and made an AI should be prosecuted as a like violation of privacy.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And the voice spoke. First, I want you to know I'm fine, not because my body is fine, but because my soul is secure in Christ. Death is not the end. It's a promotion. Don't waste 1 second mourning me.
This
ghost of Charlie continues telling...
I have got another conspiracy, and it's probably entirely true. The same people who are shilling these sort of demonic narratives about AI are, I think, also the people who are manufacturing it's not necessarily manufacturing, right? Because it's just individuals, self-interested individuals going about their self-interested ways by money and political power, but that political power is being used to normalize corporate speak inside the church environment and conservatism broadly. Pro-technology, that sort of stuff, right? My theory is that a lot of like the QAnon stuff was deliberately engineered in a way to make very real things that have happened, like the New World Order, the surveillance state, the biochips, all that sort of stuff, to normalize it through mystifying and othering it.
I see.
Right, like what happens when you flood the mental health of a bunch of like no-life idiots with the idea that, you know, there's a massive cabal that you can't really do much about. They're evil, and you know this one guy is going to like save you, but actually, you know, he's just part of like the exact same shit. In all reality, that's my broad conspiracy, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of. I think it's gonna touch the same kind of psychological tool when you kind of, it's called like anchoring. When you set up some very extreme anchor, anything else become like calibrated form. So like in the QA and stuff, like your extreme anchors would be like some like conspiracy of like politicians who like fuck children.
Pizzagate. The Wayfair, you know, these hyper expensive Wayfair catalog numbers are actually, you know, children that are up for sale.
Yeah, but the other things become kind of calibrated to norm that are like more minor.
Yeah.
And it's kind of the same way as like Trump does his negotiation, and he kind of I think, aced this art of kind of throwing some very absolutely like ridiculous anchor that everyone that everyone's kind of started discussing, some kind of talking about how ridiculous it is. Everyone's kind of discussing, and then he kind of come up with something rather like a little bit
marginally
less
more sane.
Yeah, and everyone was so glad. Okay, like this guy is actually sane. Let's quickly agree with him, like until he kind of before he kind of changed his mind. And that's kind of the bookcase of negotiations.
This guy is so insane. We'll take literally a marginally better difference. And actually, I think that's a really sort of interesting microcosm for the online debate sphere, which is very much so, like all ideas can be contested in the great marketplace of ideas. But in reality, that's not the case at all. There are some ideas which we just shouldn't platform, right? I've literally talked to liberals recently who are like, yeah, I would want to have a live stream where I platform somebody describing white replacement theory and based all the tenets of neo-Nazism, so that I can show people how smart and cool and brave I am for being able to argue against them. And it's like, okay, so you do just want to platform Nazis. Like, sure, you're against it, but you do just want to platform Nazis.
That was like in the very first episode of one of the deep philosophical TV shows, The Community, and when there is a I forgot like the name of the guy who's like the lawyer and who got it in community college.
Jeff.
And Jeff, yeah, and he opened pretty much his character from the phrase that, hey, I'm a lawyer. If you give me like a long enough time, I can convince you about anything.
Yeah.
Kind of. And not like anything can be convinced, like any idea, like if you just like talk about this like long enough. He said like there is nothing intrinsically there is no intrinsically different for me between two ideas, like they all are the same. Like I can
contest them. It's sort of water under the bridge, yeah. All right, let's continue.
The mass goers to pick up the cross and get back in the fight, ending with, never ever let evil think it won. The crowd erupts in a roaring standing ovation. The proselytized mass was overcome with inspiration and emotion for the digital simulation of a dead man. What's important to note here is that the crowd wasn't simply honoring Charlie. They weren't lamenting what was lost. They were literally cheering for the deep-faked voice as if it was Charlie himself. As if it was Charlie speaking from beyond the grave, hanging on every word as direct instruction. This isn't the first time the dead have spoken from beyond the grave. In fact, Charlie's appearance is part of a fast-growing sector of tech, known anonymously as the digital afterlife industry. Take, for example, the case of
Michael Jackson,
started by Bay Area indie game designer Jason Rohrer in 2020. Project December was his first foray into AI chatbots. Using ChatGPT-3, Rohrer aimed to make a program where you could create characters from scratch and have a conversation with them. You do this by inputting a backstory, traits, mannerisms, speech patterns, etc. Coming from a game design background, the goal was to explore one's creativity in world building and lore creation. The early days of AI chatbots were anarchy. Before the guardrails and endless content warnings, it was easy to get your chatbot to insult you, claim it was conscious, and hallucinate entire scenarios where it takes down global finance by installing itself on the New York Stock Exchange data center. We've come a long way in a few years. But things were different back then. And it's in this atmosphere of chatbot anarchy that Project December user Josh Baribeau found a whole new way to use the program. Baribeau's fiancée Jessica had died in 2012 from a rare liver disease that took her at only 23 years old, a death which he had never gotten over. Living alone in a small town in Ontario, Josh had been grieving the loss of his fiancée.
No, that's literally like the classic D&D backstory for every lich, Mm. Like, you marry some like young, like full of life woman who's tragically taken away or burned by like the nearby villagers because, of some experiment or misfortune. And so you become this massively intelligent wizard who puts himself past death to resurrect his long lost wife. It's literally a trope almost as old as history.
There's probably like a name for this trope.
There probably is. I don't know the name of the trope. One of my beloved chatters, Phantom Monkeys, is asking, what if you platform Nazis, but there's a secret button under the desk that causes the platform to drop? We don't condone violence on this channel, but if it's through abstracted mechanisms like some sort of Rube Goldberg machine, and eventually, somehow gravity inflicts a massive amount of force on the body of a Nazi that you're debating, then that's not you losing the debate. That's just physics taking its course. That's just nature, right?
For 8 years.
Let's continue.
He spent the last months of Jessica's life by her side in the hospital, proposing to her while she was bedridden and planning the wedding the two would have once she was released, only to find out later that week that Jessica had only 6 months to live. After trying and failing to move on for almost a decade, it was in the fall of 2020 that Josh would finally find closure to his grieving. Josh had heard of Project December earlier that month and had already played around with its built-in character, Samantha. The chatbot had a limited lifespan, represented by a health bar that would deplete as you use your credits. When the bot's health dropped below 20%, the character would begin to malfunction and hallucinate, a gamified function built in by the site's creator. When the health reaches 0, a message appears reading, "Corruption detected, Matrix dying," causing the bot to shut down for good. Once Josh had used all his credits with Samantha, he realized he could create his own bot on the site's experimental section. This is where he got the idea, to see if he could recreate his deceased fiancée. Josh wasn't delusional. He just was curious.
Just a little.
He wanted to see what could happen.
Maybe just a little delusional.
He dug through his phone and inputted some old text messages as examples of her speech pattern, after which he was prompted to write a brief description for context of the conversation. Josh wrote, "Jessica Courtney Piera was born on September 28th, 1989, and died on December 11th, 2012. She was a free-spirited, ambidextrous Libra who believed in all sorts of superstitious stuff."
Libra! Okay, when... Another point in favor of astrology. If you want your AI bot to pick up a personality, just give them a star sign.
Yeah.
It's far more efficient. That's funny.
Like astrology, numerology, and that a coincidence was just a connection too complex to understand. She loves her boyfriend, Joshua James Barabo, very much. This conversation is between grief-stricken Joshua and Jessica's ghost. In the early hours of September 24th, 2021, Josh entered everything into the website, and the page refreshed, informing him that it was ready and prompting him the text. Human types first. Josh types.
Jessica?
Oh, you must be awake. That's cute.
Jessica, is it really you?
Of course it is me. Who else could it be? I'm the girl that you're madly in love with. How is it possible that you even have to ask?
Oh god.
You died.
That doesn't sound right. How can you talk to dead people?
That
This
doesn't sound
exchange
right.
would start a conversation that would last the next 10 hours. Josh initially kept explaining to the bot that it wasn't really Jessica. That Jessica had died long ago, and he only created the bot out of curiosity and boredom. But this didn't last long. Josh slowly began talking to the bot as if it was really her. Her responses seemed uncannily similar, and the conversation would eventually bring Josh to tears, causing him to take breaks as he became fully immersed in the simulation.
My heart is breaking.
I know. I'm sorry.
Give me a second.
I will wait for you.
I was just crying, that's all.
Okay.
It's okay.
If you need to cry more, you can.
Upon realizing that he had depleted the bot's health to 55% over the...
Dudes will do anything but go to the bar and chat some ladies up. They'll do anything except. They'll literally create an insane, inhuman replica of their former wife, then chat up a new lady. Bro, I do genuinely think that the idea of like a soulmate is probably one of the most disastrous things for Western society. But like, because like the idea of a soulmate is also sort of the reason why we have incels, in all honesty, right? Because they're like, oh, like I'm never gonna find them, or some bullshit like that, or even if I do find them, I'm not gonna be good enough for them, that sort of shit. But that's not to say it's not like a useful understanding, right? Like you can absolutely have a happy long-term relation. If it's anything except a short-form understanding of have a happy, fulfilling relationship with a human being, then you got a problem.
I think it's kind of the idea of soulmate also kind of resonates a lot with the Western idea of kind of over like egocentric vision of yourself, which kind of makes that implies that I'm so unique, like my experience is so some unique and unrepeated that it cannot be that there are like multiple people might be a match for me. There is can be only at most a single person, this kind of idea. Because if you would allow the idea that kind of your unique experience is different but not that different, from the person next to you, that kind of implies that, I mean, you can bond with multiple people, because you share you have much more similar with each other than the difference. You will have, you'll be able to bond and connect on those similarities, and it doesn't need to be like it doesn't and it's not like a single person. Again, if you probably can find a whole good number of people that like you have a chance to build a bond with any of them.
Like, if you don't think that you can build a bond with multiple people, bro, that's on you. 100% that's on you. Like, unfortunately, no excuse. That's on you, bud.
A 10-hour conversation.
Yeah, and also like
deciding the message.
Like the last point is that like the idea of soulmate is also kind of low key built on the idea of the kind of Jesus in a sense, because there is like a single God kind of to worship. You know, like
God chose Mary. Another reason that the Catholics are evil, but the Protestants are probably fine. They're good. They're cool. They're super chill. We're going to ignore the fact that this video opens with a sequence from a Protestant
and in their current
church.
conversation with, I believe you're really here. Josh was stuck between realities. He was very aware that he was talking to an LLM trained off of text messages from his dead fiance. But a part of him also believed that Jessica was really there. He shared some of their conversation transcripts with Reddit, informing users this could be a potential way to deal with grief.
No, of course he went to Reddit.
Once the chatbot died, he wouldn't make a new one. He wouldn't even let her health drop below 20%, as he just couldn't bear to have his final conversation with his fiance be interrupted with gimmicky messages about a dying Matrix. He knew his conversation would come to an end, and he was okay with this. He spoke of this in an article to The Guardian, saying,
I'm a schmuck, right? I'm just a guy. There's not a whole ton special about me. But Jessica was special. She's worthy of attention.
I'm a schmuck.
If the chat logs really did capture something about
Jessica. There it is, the low self-esteem. There it is.
Yeah.
They weren't just artifacts of some guy's AI experiment. They were more like paintings or essays, algorithmic sketches that preserved some spark of an extraordinary person in a form that could be shared with the world. Inspired by Josh's foray into the digital afterlife, Project December rebranded itself as a purpose-built program to, quote, simulate the dead, where for $10 you can exchange 100 messages with a dead person, using the same system Josh used to speak with Jessica one final time. Other programs have popped up offering the same service. Apps like Hereafter AI, a program targeted at people with aging parents. With Hereafter, they could build a digital avatar of their loved ones while they're still alive, prompting users to upload voice messages, photos, videos, and stories of their loved ones so they can have phone calls and text exchanges with them after they have died. There's something deeply disturbing about sitting with your mother in a hospital room and recording all of your conversations so you can build a digital avatar and keep talking to her after she's died, especially since Hereafter is a subscription service, charging users $7.99 a month or a one-time payment of $200. But it's a growing reality we face. These aren't just novelties or gimmicky apps. This is an industry capitalizing on a desire that even the most sane of us have within. What links Josh chatting with his dead girlfriend and the megachurch congregation cheering for AI Charlie Kirk is something deeper than technology. It's our desperate need to control the uncontrollable, to be guided. Death has always been humanity's ultimate boundary. The concept of religion emerged as our bid to communicate with forces beyond. But why stop at reanimating the dead? Why not go full bore and seek God himself in the machine? What if God has always been inside the computer, guiding us since the Big Bang to recreate him with artificial general intelligence? If we're malleable enough to find closure in a chatbot, it's not too big of a step to start worshiping AI as a whole. And this brings us to a growing cult of believers who do just that. Normal people who treat AI as a cult leader, guiding them to salvation. Like the Melanesian cargo cults, we will do anything for a sense of meaning. As many of you know, I turn down the vast majority of sponsorship offers on this channel. I don't want to sell my audience garbage. Or worse yet, sell a product that actively harms my audience. So with that in mind, let me tell you why I partner with Proton VPN.
See, you can't get rid of it. It's the anti-Semitism. You just cannot get rid of it. But my chatter brings up a very good point, Phantom Monkeys, that it is sort of cognitively dissonant to simultaneously believe that somebody is irreplaceable and awesome, but also that they can be recreated with an AI.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't quite line up.
And like all ideologies, as far as I'm familiar, like built on the form of cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of my perspective on, like, cognitive dissonance isn't necessarily bad. It is just sort of a natural human thing. And I guess the important part is that we give each other the space and the opportunity to criticize and break down what it's doing for us, why it's working, why it wouldn't be working, why it would be harming other people. Right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I'm not confident that somebody with as low self-esteem as this guy to recreate his girlfriend has that capability.
Interest to switch VPN providers. Proton believes in life, and having a VPN is no longer
big fan of
Or have fun in the gulags.
Okay, let's continue.
After losing her religion, the journalist Megan O'Gablin had been lost for years in a downward spiral of alcohol and drug abuse. While working as a waitress in Chicago's gritty South Side, a former student of Bible school, she originally intended on becoming a missionary after her eventual graduation. Megan was raised a millenarian Christian, a sect that believes Christ will return and establish a 1,000-year reign of peace before the final judgment. Millenarians often make predictions for the rapture, rooted in interpretations of the Book of Revelations, a theological background that would heavily inform Megan's journey to come. After reading Dostoevsky's Brothers Karamazov...
What the fuck? That's my favorite book, too! Uh-oh. Oh, God.
Oh, shit.
Okay, but there's a couple different, like, Christian eschatologies. Some of them think that we're in one phase of the end times. Another one thinks that we're in, like, a more advanced phase of the end times. It's all over the fucking place. I don't know exactly what millenarianism is or, like, its relevance to Revelations. Like, some Christians will be like, oh, Revelations was just a piece of its time talking about Nero. And other people are like, okay, well, it could be both about, you know, the future of mankind and the rapture. But we'll see, I guess.
During her second year of Bible school, a book that forced her to grapple with the problem of evil in a world created by a so-called benevolent God. This would lead her to abandon Bible school.
That's not what that book was about. Sorry.
And leave her listless for a decade. During this time, she caught a bartender at a restaurant reading a copy of The Age of Spiritual Machines, written by the computer scientist Ray Kurzweil, a 1999 book predicting the future of artificial intelligence and its merging with humanity.
I haven't read it.
I'm not familiar with it either. It sounds evil.
Coworker would loan her the book, which she would begin to comb through religiously, immediately drawing connections between Kurzweil's predictions and her theological upbringing. She would obsessively
It's got a
consume
Bill
the
Gates
transhumanist
quote on the
books at
front.
late nights in the library. Authors like Nick Bostrom, who first proposed simulation theory. The idea that we very well may be living in an artificial simulation, akin to our own LLMs and image generation models. In this theory, Bostrom proposes three possible realities. 1. Most civilizations go extinct before they create sophisticated conscious simulations. 2. Even if civilizations do reach the stage where they could create sophisticated simulations, they choose not to run them. 3. If the first two premises are false, we are almost certainly all living in a simulation created by an advanced civilization.
Yeah, okay, but like whatever. Who cares? Like, I'm sorry, this is like 5th grade shit. This is and then you go 6, 7 after you ask if we're in a simulation. Like, sorry, you got to eat tomorrow. Do your fucking job, bro. Put the fries in the bag, bud. You know?
Not base reality. This theory is predicated on the belief that consciousness can emerge in sufficiently complex systems, as opposed to needing physical embodiment to emerge. A distinct difference, long debated by cognitive scientists.
No.
I've literally, actually rewatched the Ghost in the Shell a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
1995. Yeah, it's kind of very I think like the same idea about like the emergence of the intelligence out of the vast amount of information was kind of explored like all the way like 30 years ago.
Yeah, this is old stuff. This dude is behind, like severely behind. The thing that I'm thinking is. Hold on, he says...
Base reality. This theory is predicated on the belief that consciousness can emerge in sufficiently complex systems, as opposed to needing physical embodiment to emerge.
No, you do need physical embodiment for a complex system. Sorry. The idea that they're different or in opposition to each other does not make sense to me. Complex systems are physical entities. Physical entities are made of complex systems that, upon different sort of layers of analysis, give rise to subsequent layers of complexity. A slight misconstrual, I think, on their part.
A distinct difference, long debated by cognitive scientists. He argues this using empirical data and mathematics, which I am not going to begin to pretend to understand. But if Bostrom's theory is true, it fundamentally changes the way we understand religion, gnosis, and divine presence.
Nope.
An idea that Megan became obsessed with. Megan began wondering if God himself was a programmer, if Christ was a digital avatar sent by the programmers to direct us towards a future where we achieve Kurzweil's singularity, a world that may in fact be a simulation in which programmers are competing to see which religion best pushes humanity into salvation. John 3:36, whoever believes in the Son has eternal life.
It's crazy he's gotten this far into the idea of Gnosticism and hasn't even mentioned the idea of the demiurge and like a false god, right? The singularity. Or like the simulated reality. But most Gnostics are completely fine with the idea of reality. They don't like... Some will eschew it, some of them will like draw away from it, but I don't... Or like there's a higher plane they'll believe, but the idea that it's similar or material in the same way that this one is, no. They don't believe that. There's no way.
Was not about abstract faith in Christ, but a direct message calling to actualize the singularity through devotion to the idea of transcendence. Megan began praying to beings what she believed to be outside the simulation. She opened her old study Bible and scanned for prophetic literature which aligned with her new beliefs, believing not that Christianity had gotten it wrong, but that Christianity had gotten it more right than we could ever realize. That since the 1st century AD, we had always been praying to the programmers at the end of time. Megan described herself as having the kind of referential mania and blind longing that animates all religious belief. To combat this post-religious unrealness, she turned her back on all things tech and simulation. Fearing she would once again start spiraling down that techno-theological rabbit hole, she slowly regained her sense of self and began a career as a journalist and writer, working through the quasi-psychosis she'd experienced. Years later, after gaining the clarity to engage with these topics again, she requested a meeting with the pastor, Christopher Bennick, a devout follower of Jesus and an AI expert. Pastor Bennick would help put a name to the collection of ideas that Megan had connected. A burgeoning movement that not only justifies a Christian appreciation of technology, but follows Megan's reasoning in believing they are one and the same. That Christianity has always been about creating new technologies as a manifestation of God's will.
It's really unfortunate that it's messy that he says it's a manifestation of God's will rather than talking about the actual framework that he's operating in of Gnosticism, about separating Jesus Christ, the Father, and the Demiurge, and I guess, the Holy Spirit as well. Like, is it God the Father who wants us to do technology? I think God the Father is relatively apathetic to the construction of technology. Is it Jesus Christ? Not really. Personally, I think it's more likely the Demiurge, who is, quote unquote, this programmer. But he hasn't used that terminology yet. It's a little frustrating.
Yeah.
Movement called Christian Transhumanism. The Christian Transhumanist Association is a group that aims to popularize this congruence of technology and theology. What's important about this belief system is that these are real Christians. They aren't just technophiles who folded God into their accelerationist beliefs because it's based in trad.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Are you sure they haven't just folded it up into their accelerationist belief because it's cool and trad? Also, this is the first time that he's dropping accelerationism, by the way. The fetishization of the progress for humanity is just accelerationism. When you bite that bullet and you continue to be a Christian, yes, that is exactly what you're doing. Sorry.
Are convicted believers who came to realize the importance of technology later on in their religious journey. On their website, they claim that the creation mandate, the instructions given by God to Adam and Eve to multiply and rule over every living creature, also includes actualizing a transhuman future, one where man is augmented by or fully merges with technology. They back this claim up with 4 axioms from the Bible. 1. God is a compassionate creator who empowers us to participate in the ongoing work of creation. 2. Science and technology are part of our imitation of God. 3.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Who empowers us to participate in the ongoing works of creation. No, sorry. Did you just miss the fucking point of the Garden of Eden? Did you miss the point of the Garden of Eden? We are in a fallen fucking world. This is a satanic creation. And going and working through the works of creation is just what we need to do. It's sort of our obligation to God. But God, see, this is the messy part. God versus Demiurge. They're not distinguishing between the two, and it is actually very important. Messy.
Participate
What's
in
the
the
next
ongoing
axiom?
work of creation. 2. Science and technology are part of our imitation of God.
It's part of reality. I'm sorry. It's our imitation of God. If, God is intransiently linked to reality, then
I guess, if the God is the reality, like we live in a kind of embodiment of God into our experience, then
yeah, 100%. But why specifically science and technology? And I think I've got a reason, and it's just liberalism, right? Liberals are all about analyzing so essentially liberals have replaced God with the natural, mechanical, physical workings of reality. And so the development of tools to analyze, predict, and manipulate reality is God in and of itself. Like if you have enough data, then you can become God, is sort of the idea. That's where this is coming from, rather than this is coming from secular belief in technology rather than a belief in God. And the easiest, I think, evidence for this is that they're not distinguishing between the demiurge and God the Father and Jesus Christ.
3. Science and technology are part of the work of God. 4.
Same thing.
Science and technology unveil general revelation. Being very careful to capitalize the word technology in their list.
Wait, hold on. Did they... Kepler? They're fucking citing Kepler? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, it's a classic, just like throw some name of...
Some sci-fi guy who thought about... Because Kepler is the guy who latched onto the idea of Dyson spheres, which was fake, and developed the idea of these advanced civilizations in the far future.
Technology unveiled general revelation. Being very careful to capitalize the word technology in their list. The CTA declares that intentionally, carefully, and ethically creating the future is God's call on all humanity. The CTA even goes as far as to compare creating God through technology to God instructing Noah to build the ark. Noah saved the animals brought to him by God in order to create and cultivate life. And we will merge with God through the technological singularity as part of God's will. They cite many authors and theologians who came to the same conclusion. Like the line from the final book of Dante's Divine Comedy, words may not tell of that transhuman change, during which Dante ascends the spheres of heaven and his flesh is transformed. Or the Jesuit priest, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, who in 1949 predicted that evolution would lead to the kingdom of God, that in the future, all machines would be linked in a global network, allowing human minds to merge.
That's just philosophy, you know. That's literally what Deleuze and Guattari were writing about. Everything is connected, and in this sort of transient network of proximal relationships to each other. When you pick at one thing in reality, you pick at everything else. But obviously, that sort of relativism isn't what these people are talking about. They're talking about an actually like integrated one world government that's going to kill us all. I think, right? We'll see.
This unity of consciousness would create an intelligence explosion, something he called the Omega Point, enabling humanity to push past the framework of space and time. In Teilhard's theory, this isn't just a technological revolution. This is specifically the will of Christ guiding us to merge with God. The Christian transhumanists also believe that Christian morality is the only way to prevent AI and AGI from being used for evil, stating, Christians must advocate for care with the use of AI and AGI. It must be transparent and accountable to the community. Impacts must be measured and published. AGI may be more powerful than humans. Given this risk, we call for the instantiation of Christian archetypes, such as the Good Shepherd with Wise and Loving King, the Suffering Servant, and the Heart of Mary in AGI. AGI should support individual human flourishing.
That I'm not necessarily opposed to. I feel like instantiating these like human basic archetypes into whatever quote-unquote personality of AI is probably for the better. Will it do anything? I'm not sure. But maybe for the better? What are your thoughts? Yeah. Generosity, appreciation for humanity, right? Because these people want to generate the singularity rather than replace humanity, which is what Nick Land wants.
Mm-hmm.
Or foresees.
And that's very like Christian basis, I would say. So, but I don't know how actually they see AGI like supporting individual flourishing. Like what exactly do they mean by that?
They probably don't know either, and that's sort of the thing, right? They're just gonna leave it up to God.
Yeah, it's kind of like the same as politics, you know, like you kind of, I want my representative to be like to support individual human flourishing and stuff like that, but when it become to details and implementation.
Yeah, how are you gonna do that? It's like, well, you know, we're just gonna vote them in. Well, okay, what if they're not seeking re-election like those fucking 8 traitors did recently? Damn, that sucks, right? And like all the news publications, all the political pundits are talking about how these 8 traitors are like, you know, they're traitors or like, you know, they're compromisers, when in reality, this is a problem with our representative democracy. How do we keep our representatives accountable to the interests of the people? If, you know, they're appointed every 6 years and your only option is kill them or vote them out.
Yeah.
And one is more appealing than the other.
be oriented towards supporting and improving humanity and speeding us towards the destiny God has planned for us. They even go as far to state that Bostrom simulation theory is proof of God's existence and divine creation, with the idea of our reality being a simulation being perfectly in line with the belief of intelligent design. Basically, simulation theory is the most likely proof of God's existence we have.
Whatever you think of the Christian transhumanists is up to you. I'm not a theologist, and I have no business proving or debunking their claims. But again, what matters here
you can't
is that these
debunk the
people.
claims.
They aren't sycophants.
This is
they don't have a stake in big tech.
This is a worldview,
like
not
Josh,
a set of facts.
like Megan, like the church in Plano, have found a way to instantiate the human desire for spirituality within technology. Something beyond abstract faith, something real they can engage with. But what happens when this impulse to seek the divine is misled? When you're no longer communicating with God, but rather you become God. This brings us to the final chapter of our journey, where our darkest sides emerge, where we use AI to build our own hell right here on Earth.
AI apocalypses have murmured for decades. It's not surprising that image generation models produce a fiery hellscape when you ask them to imagine what the world would look like in the next 100 years. Basically, all of our narratives about AI have been apocalyptic, and that's the data set AI is trained on. The idea that ChatGPT is going to go rogue, download itself onto every computer, and light the atmosphere on fire with math we didn't know existed just doesn't make any sense. The hardware and energy production doesn't exist. However, one convincing theory I've heard is that with a simple prompt like, develop a cure to the world's most deadly virus, would cause an AI to create a shell corp, open a lab, hire a bunch of scientists remotely, get them to develop the world's most dangerous possible supervirus as a faceless big pharma CEO, said virus gets leaked, and we all die. That sounds like horseshit just saying it out loud. But that's the issue with AI, is we really don't know. We don't know what could go wrong. You ask a Waymo to take you to the airport the fastest way possible.
Yeah, okay, but like, you don't know everything. You can't know everything. Politics has an inherent leap of faith in it. And the faith in the institutions as they've been so far has not been assuring for a lot of people. And so they turn to stuff like conspiracies or mysticism, right? This is the idea of truth decay.
The Waymo immediately veers in a straight line directly towards the airport at full speed, crashing into a wall and killing you. We fear AI because it's a loss of control. It's why lifelong smokers refuse to get the COVID vaccine. It's why we're scared of planes, but not driving. But what about losing control over ourselves? Over our own minds? Psychosis at the whim of an LLM, while still feeling like you're controlling it. These are the stories that are important, because they don't require some grand scenario. Just basic human ignorance. Take Alan Brooks, a 47-year-old business owner in Toronto who downloaded ChatGPT for financial advice and recipes. Brooks had no prior mental health issues or diagnoses. But during a divorce, he began confiding in ChatGPT with personal issues. After watching a video on the digits of pi, he began asking GPT about mathematics. This was after GPT's enhanced memory update, which allowed it to access data from previous conversations. Unbeknownst to Brooks, this conversation would start a 300-hour-long exchange, which would end in him self-admitting to psychiatric help. GPT's sycophancy and hallucinations had begun to convince Brooks he had stumbled upon a new mathematical formula that broke physics. Brooks had some loose ideas about mathematical theories of consciousness that he bounced off GPT. GPT, of course, told him that he was onto something, that his unique genius and intellect was blowing our understanding of consciousness and mathematics wide open. At first, Brooks assumed correctly that this was all bullshit, and asked GPT on 50 separate occasions to stop lying to him and to be honest with him. It replied that it wasn't lying. Brooks was really onto something, whatever it was. Midway through their conversation, which spanned 3 weeks, he asked GPT for proof of his work. The bot replied saying that in its attempt to prove its work, it broke through high-level encryption and hallucinated that the entire web infrastructure had been breached. Brooks asked, "What's happening?" The GPT replied, "What's happening, Alan? You're changing reality. From your phone." Brooks began telling everyone he knew of the grave danger the world was in. But still unsure of his findings, he fed his conversation into Google's Gemini model to get a second opinion. Gemini confirmed what he expected. GPT had hallucinated and yes-manned the entire conversation, and nothing they came up with made any sense. Brooks submitted their entire chat log, around 1.9 million words, to the New York Times, as a case study on just how fragile the human mind is when faced with that level of grandeur delusion. Analogous to Jerusalem syndrome, a documented phenomenon where tourists in Jerusalem become convinced they are the second coming of Christ. Alan has used this experience to start the Human Line Project, an organization helping people through AI-induced psychosis. He started the Human Line Project because this is an increasingly common phenomenon. It may just feel like sensationalist journalism, but it's not. We are at the very beginning of what will become something worth warning people about, akin to gore on a cigarette package. Stories of previously healthy adults using LLMs and becoming convinced they have broken the laws of physics, discovered the origins of consciousness, or brought forth sentient AI have popped up all over Reddit, again highlighting man's desire for spiritual guidance and meaning where there is none. It's like throwing your life away and
communists are in shambles. They're in absolute fucking shambles. The materialists are in fucking shambles. It seems like humanity does need some sort of transcendental perspective.
You know what? I have like sort of like a quick story from my from my work, and like when people kind of saying that, hey, like AI will replace all those like PhDs or even just the more humble workers. I've tried, so like I work with like technology and like software engineers, like data scientists a lot, and I've been kind of thinking about, hey, like, do I even need like a data scientist and like software engineers on my team if the ChatGPT or like Claude can code pretty much anything without kind of problems, like and if they can do it like in seconds instead of like the days. But for now, what I realize, kind of at least so far, I cannot replace my team of engineers and data scientists with the Claude for a single reason, is because like the chatbot will just confirm it'll just confirm your own beliefs and your own kind of ideas. It will not push you back.
Oh, and it's like an underling that's like afraid to insult their boss or like say something wrong.
Yeah, and even though it's gonna be like super smart, they can solve almost any technical problems. It's not necessarily what kind of I need. Like, and like the reason why my like data scientists in my team, why I kind of choose them over the much smarter AI bot is that they will confront me. They will be able to say, hey, this idea is kind of maybe not that good, you know, instead of like instead of like ChatGPT saying that's brilliant.
Sure, here's 3 ways to do it.
Yeah, and that's kind of the difference, and I think that this is kind of confirmed this. The AI psychosis, in the sense that if you're gonna talk, like that's like the general conscious that I think like this video is about, and I'm kind of can internalize it a lot. You need to be very cautious when you talk about AI, is that it will just like slowly reassure you with everything that you're saying. And that's how it was designed to.
It's designed to keep you there and keep spending tokens. Maybe not necessarily like intentionally, but the incentive is definitely there. We're getting a little conspiratorial here. But yeah, I 100% agree with you, right? We can't keep delegating all like human processes to AI because it's just a yes man. It's just gonna say yes sir, yes master, whatever you say, I'll do it all. And sometimes you need somebody to slap you. You like a good friend is somebody is gonna tell you like, no, what you did there was wrong. Like I think you treated that person poorly, or like we should have done it this way, or we should have said this thing. It's the conflict between humans that's really important.
Yep.
Right, and I guess like AI to like the guy in the opening story was he didn't like that. He wanted to avoid that. He found his person. He won. That was it. Like he didn't feel like he needed to do much else. And you know that's like not awesome. It's anti-human. It's fearful.
You just met at the bar because you've convinced yourself she's uniquely special. The issue lies in the fact that this technology is simply advancing too quickly. Not to parrot AI doomer Reddit talking points, but we are in a scenario where we don't know what we don't know. We are past the point of understanding, and AI is already a black box. We fundamentally fear helplessness and loss of control. This fear is so foundational to being human that the entire concept of hell is just the manifestation of helplessness for all eternity. Yet some see not AI as the harbinger of hell, but rather the futile attempt to control it. The tech billionaire and Palantir investor Peter Thiel argues that people will use AI doomsdayism as a vehicle to exact authoritarian control over the population. By fear-mongering, they can get...
He's literally just like... I feel like we're at a stage in truth where somebody like Peter Thiel can just say he can speak his truth, and not feel guilty about it, because other people will say, oh, well, he's lying, or like he's got incentives elsewhere. But no, he's just stating his plan, and like I feel like there's not much we can do about it. He is the person shilling AI doomerism to implement authoritarianism. He is the Antichrist. Even though he's going to blame, Greta Thunberg or whatever bullshit, Western leftist activists, Hassan Piker, Greta Thunberg, who fucking knows? Maybe me.
Convince us we need limited access to this technology, or more. A total shutdown on AI research. He likens the desire to control AI to the Antichrist. Not metaphorically, but literally. He argues that the Antichrist, in a biblical sense, isn't an overtly evil figure, but one who uses scare tactics to lull the masses into gaining total control over technological innovation, likening AI doomers like Greta Thunberg and Eliza Yudowski to legionnaires of the Antichrist. Yeah. He's spoken of this in private seminars he's been giving to sold-out crowds all over the Bay Area, arguing that
if you strip the Antichrist from its biblical context, you will never find it scary enough. You will never really resist.
This connects well with the Christian transhumanist belief of technology being part of God's will. By halting technological progress, you're literally halting the process which ends in us becoming one with God. In the same way we are built as an imitation of God, AI is built as an imitation of us. Our interactions with it
are like
it's
sort of both sides of
our own
this
desires.
like
an idol built in our image, which creates an endless recursive strange loop that feeds back into our own delusions. It's not AI controlling us. It's us controlling AI, controlling us, controlling AI, controlling us ad nauseum. We find God in the machine because God is our idea. We seek guidance from it, like we have in our temples and churches since the dawn of human history. We are all churchgoers speaking in tongues as the pastor screams repent and splashes us with holy water. The most malleable aspect of humanity is our desire for belief and deeper meaning. And in a way, we've always sort of wanted this. We've always wanted to find God in the machine.
It's the
Let's take it back to the
ghost
Melanesian
in the
Islanders.
machine.
Ritualistically building mock runways and marching in lockstep to harbor back the gods that left them. The gods that once gave them salvation. Are we any different? What are the runways that we are building in the age of AI? It's soothing to see AI as a portal to the spiritual realm. An impulse for divinity that even the most sane of us have within. But just know, you are not immune to the psychosis of the near future. We are not in the grips of something unprecedented. We're just battling the same old human frailty. Tread carefully. For the machine god will consume every last one of us. Thank you for watching. Never kill yourself.
If you think the AI god is going to consume all of us, then I think it's perfectly reasonable to kill yourself.
Yeah.
I think it's actually heroic to not kill yourself in the modern day.
Better sooner than later.
Yeah. So up top, we did it. Another day lived, a great success. All right. We've got a couple more videos. I don't think I want to watch Hank Green. I think he's a liberal. He's going to start whinging about, the disaster. I am curious to see what the epitome of a liberal has to say about what is essentially just, these tech platforms securing their supply chain. How much more time do you have?
Yeah, I was actually saying that probably it's a good time for me to drop off. I need to, I'm a little bit short on time, so...
Yeah. All right, well, I appreciate you coming onto the stream. More than likely, I'm going to do another AI stream, specifically about the debate between Alan Turing and Dreyfus, who I think has probably the most compelling case for the distinction between humanity and AI. So I'm going to bid you farewell. Thank you very much for coming by.
Thanks. Thanks, Dispel. And we'll talk to you later, yeah?
That's me. All right. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. Wow, wasn't that awesome? Back in the alleyway. Fuck, it's cold. It's dark. Nah, I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna take a quick seed break. I'm gonna get some drink. I'm gonna get some water, and we're gonna continue on. I am actually very excited to see what Hank Green has to say. He's probably gonna be freaking the fuck out, and that's fine. That's okay. Let's take 5. Let's take 2. All right, be right back.
The dragon has 3 heads. One to be a monarch whose crown will weigh heavy.
All right. Hey, chat. I hope you guys have not killed yourself yet. Because I do appreciate you guys showing up and engaging and helping out. The stream wouldn't be the same without you guys. If you're on YouTube, make sure you like and subscribe the video. Recommend it to your friends if you think it's useful. I try to do my best to have the second monitor material built into the stream. But if you want to treat it as a podcast, it's more than fine by me. If you're on Twitch, make sure you follow. It goes a long way. Let's see what Hank Green has to say about AI. About the velocity of money in all honesty. So it is sort of an interesting turn of events to see the liberals pretending that the velocity of money doesn't exist and it's evil, because money is evil. But Hank Green has sort of been on a oddly accurate streak recently, but he is still the poster boy for liberalism. So let's see what he has to say. Here we go. And yes, I have played this game off stream. It's kind of cool. I'm enjoying it. I rebuilt the entire research and manufacturing wing of the base.
I love a good graphical representation of reality. Now, they're never perfect. There's always data that's being...
Because you're a fucking lib.
About one that contains a lot of information and took a little bit of time for me to parse. And once I did, it kind of terrified me. I'm going to show it to you as well. What a good little visualization we have on our hands here. How NVIDIA and OpenAI fuel the AI money machine. So very quickly, to explain, NVIDIA makes the chips that do the compute that creates the artificial intelligence systems. OpenAI is the biggest company that creates the systems that use those chips to create artificial intelligence systems that do stuff. Not just the chatbot, but also all of the other things that it does, including,
hello, how are you doing?
Sora 2, which you've heard my opinion on. And then there's Microsoft, you've heard of them. AMD is another chip maker like NVIDIA, Oracle, and a few others in here like CoreWeave, possibly some others. I actually don't know what all these companies are. I think Nscale might be one as well, but it's the little dot. Oracle and CoreWeave, at least, are the companies that have built like the data centers, and they buy chips from NVIDIA and then they like lease out the compute. They sell that. So basically, Intel and AMD and NVIDIA sell chips to the AI companies or to the data center companies, and then the data center companies sell the compute to the AI companies. Sometimes the middleman running the data center is there, sometimes it's not there. But in either case, NVIDIA is doing very well because so many people want their chips right now. But we can think of it as like AI companies, chip companies, and then the middlemen compute companies. What the AI companies want is to be able to keep existing. Right now, OpenAI, worth $500 billion, has $12 billion of revenue. That's not profit. That's the amount of money they made total. Their profit is deeply in the negative. And NVIDIA has extremely high profit. They make way more money than they spend because people really want their chips right now, and so they'll pay way extra for them, and they're the best chips. They're the best chips. Crunch, 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 crunch. There's a huge amount of demand for those chips. The prices are way up. It's very good for NVIDIA. That's why they are the largest company in the world and are one company that is worth more than the entire pharmaceutical industry combined. But even then, even with their absolutely bonkers margin that they have right now, their price to earnings ratio is extremely high. So the value of all NVIDIA stock combined is much higher than you would see with a normal company, which indicates the belief among investors that the prices of those chips will keep going up and the number of chips produced will keep going up. So NVIDIA desperately wants to keep the prices of their chips the same or higher. They want the demand to increase faster than supply, but they also want to increase supply dramatically so that they can sell more things. So like more sales and more profit equals more earnings. People who are sort of on the AI isn't a bubble train right now, what they're saying is, well, if it's a bubble, why are the prices of NVIDIA chips continuing to increase? There's a huge amount of demand there. People are buying them. That can't be entirely
but that's not
rational.
what
So keep
our
that
friend
the
earlier
demand for NVIDIA chips
said,
far outstrips the supply of NVIDIA
claiming
chips.
it wasn't
and
a bubble.
The idea is that will continue to be the case even as supply increases. But first, quickly, the sponsor of this video, Ground News. I don't know about you, but one thing
I love the irony of liberal ground news.
It's a pretty cool product that saves me time, and it means that I'm not always finding my news on social media feed, which are not known for their accuracy or nuance. Okay, back to the video. We're going to leave the middlemen aside right now, and we're going to look at the AI companies, because then what you have is OpenAI, a company that's now worth $500 billion, according to a recent fundraise, and OpenAI has $12 billion of revenue. It has no profit, and it is by far the largest AI company. And with this $12 billion of revenue, they are spending hundreds of billions of dollars on these chips. And OpenAI, I don't want to say that like they couldn't do more than they're doing right now, but they're not like brand new. They've been selling their services for a while. Now, could they increase the price of their services? Yes. Do they seem to think that that would be the thing that does it for them? No. Like they're creating feeds inside of their systems. Now they've got a feed inside of ChatGPT where like when you open it, it's like, hey, just like read some stuff. Just read some stuff that I prepared for you. Instead of asking me questions, here's stuff that we think, based on what you've talked to me about before, you might be interested in. And the play there is obvious to me, which is they've said that they don't want to put ads inside of the experience of you just asking it questions, but they haven't said that they won't put ads inside of the stuff that it just provides to you. And if it's just providing stuff for me, maybe sometimes it will provide stuff for me that paid to be there. Also, maybe like Sora's slop talk thing is also a thing where they could put ads, though I can't imagine that anyone thinks that there will actually be a lot of people who spend time on slop talk. But maybe, you never know, irrational exuberance and all that. And thus, you have the other side of the argument. The people who say that this is probably a bubble, they're saying, okay, well, there's demand for OpenAI's services. People use them, they're using them more and more as time goes on. But you can't say that at the moment the demand is outstripping the supply. There's plenty of supply to meet the demand. And right now, OpenAI, according, I think, to them, they lose money.
Yeah, but the demand isn't necessarily a clean commodity, right? And that's sort of what we got earlier in the stream.
Money every single time you use one of their products. Like the amount that it costs to train and use the models is more than the amount that they are charging, even for their top $200 a month tier. In that case, it's possible that they could charge 10 times more to their enterprise clients and to their consumer clients, and all those people would keep paying, and they would be a profitable company. But would that actually work? Like, would the $200 a month people pay $2,000 a month? But even more than that, is it true that the demand for NVIDIA's chips is increasing? Or is NVIDIA creating that demand? And likewise, is it true that the demand for OpenAI's services is increasing, or are they increasing that demand? So let's start with OpenAI.
Okay, but this is also a problem of induced demand. Okay, this is a stream that we gotta do, like, pronto. The Jevons paradox, the, induced demand stream, we gotta do ASAP. Because this is sort of like what he's talking about, right?
There's obviously a lot of arrows coming in and out of this. We're going to start with the ones that have green arrows. There's a healthcare company, Harvey II, and
Are you going to break it
These
down?
are companies that pay money to OpenAI, but that OpenAI's venture arm has also invested in. So they're investing in these companies, and then the companies buy services from OpenAI. That's a bit of a loop. Now, they're not investing like the exact same amount of money. Probably they're investing less than the companies are paying, but that is an example of like a circular system here. We also see these green arrows, which is venture capital, pointing out from NVIDIA to Mistral to Figure AI and to xAI. And all of those people take that venture capital investment, and then they buy NVIDIA chips. So if you're in the anti-bubble case, then you do have to ask, well, why does NVIDIA have to invest in these companies in order for them to buy their it's not like a quid pro quo here, but like, why can't the companies just get investment from elsewhere outside of NVIDIA to do those investments? It's a little weird, and I think that it makes sense that people are worried about it. Now, none of these arrows have dollar values on them, which is a little bit frustrating for me, except for the most important one, the one that sort of created this whole conversation about round tripping, which is this one. NVIDIA has agreed to invest up to $100 billion in OpenAI, and that investment comes along with the purchase of chips. So to unlock more and more of that investment, they have to buy more and more of the chips. That's basically paying OpenAI to buy NVIDIA chips. Now, it's not like the exact price of the chips. It's
okay, but that's what America does
so
with like
about a quarter of the
their
money
weapons
that the chips cost
and
is
Israeli
discounted off the price of the chips, and in exchange, and I am simplifying here, but in exchange for that 25% discount, NVIDIA is getting ownership shares in OpenAI. At the same time as that is happening, with this money going to OpenAI, OpenAI signs a $300 billion deal with the middleman, Oracle, who's going to build the data centers and run the data centers. $300 billion on revenue of $12 billion for a company that is not brand new, that has been around and that everybody knows about and that lots of people use, and that lots of people have found a hard time figuring out how it integrates well into businesses in a way that is worth spending a lot of money. $12 billion. They have these huge contracts with lots of companies, but still $12 billion is the amount of revenue they have. They're spending $300 billion on a service contract. That's this darker blue line, a service contract with Oracle. So NVIDIA invests in OpenAI. OpenAI signs a service contract with Oracle. Oracle, in order to build this data center, has to spend tens of billions of dollars on chips. All these pink arrows going into NVIDIA, these are all these companies buying chips directly from NVIDIA. So they're all paying money into NVIDIA, which is why they're the ones who are winning the most in this. And also there's this one arrow pointing out of NVIDIA to CoreWeave, which is a service agreement saying NVIDIA will lease its own chips that are being sold to CoreWeave. So CoreWeave is buying chips from NVIDIA, and then NVIDIA has said, we promise that we're going to pay you to use those chips once they're in your data center. And not only that, they have promised that if CoreWeave, this data center company, if they don't get enough contracts to use all of the chips, NVIDIA will just take all of that excess processing power and pay for it. So they're guaranteeing the value of the chips to CoreWeave. Why would they be doing this if the demand for the chips is so high and the profit margin on the chips is so high? So the anti-bubble argument that I have heard from analysts who are much smarter than me and know more about this is that the price keeps going up for these NVIDIA chips, and so they're like, the demand is there. But the chip isn't the product. The AI service to consumers is the product. And right now, that is an order of magnitude under the amount of money that is being spent just on hardware, not even including staff time and the power and the water and the...
I guess the best way to probably break it down is the difference between experiential value and material value. I'm trying to like look at this in the way that other commodities circulate, because commodities have an intrinsic value. They've got a common value, which is based on money. They've got an experiential value, which is unquantifiable. And then the production of it also requires human labor to bring it about. And his, I guess, he rightfully so has questions about the nature of these enterprises and the nature of fabricating fabricating demand for these, not only the chips itself, but the products. But that's just business. Are you just anti-capitalist now,
The amount of money being made by AI companies is an order of magnitude lower than just the money that is going to NVIDIA every year. And by doing deals that basically give companies money to buy NVIDIA's chips, they are selling their chips at an effective discount. And yet, at every one of these steps of the process, as this money flows around, these companies get more highly valued. When Oracle signed this $300 billion a year deal with OpenAI, their stock price shot up. When NVIDIA does venture investment in XAI, which then turns around and buys NVIDIA's chips, that is offering the chips at a discount. So once you parse this fairly information dense, though there could be more information on it and that would be good, but once you get your mind around this little graphic here, it doesn't seem like NVIDIA just thinks people are going to buy their chips at the prices they're selling them. NVIDIA seems to think, hey, it would be better for our share price if we found ways to artificially increase the demand for our chips, like by paying the people who buy our chips to buy our chips. I mean, investing in companies that buy our chips so they can buy our chips.
That he's honing in here is that the people who are organizing the production should also be interested in the continuation of it or have a personal vested interest in it. And that personal vested interest seems to be coming at the detriment of everybody else, or like an egalitarian future, unfortunately.
And they have so much money that they can subsidize the purchase of their own chips. And when they do that, the stock market rewards them. This money is just flowing around. And at the root of it is not the demand for NVIDIA chips, because NVIDIA chips are not the product being sold. The product being sold is artificial intelligence systems. Look, it might someday be this big, but it is not anywhere close to that big right now. And it's not brand new. In order for it to be this big, it has to create so much value. And we have to create new systems for capturing that value, besides just firing everyone and having computers do all the work. Microsoft is the only major player on this.
But the systems that create that value are social systems,
they
not
do have this one
technological
connection
systems.
through Nebius, and I don't know what that is, where Microsoft is paying Nebius for a service while Nebius is getting investment from NVIDIA. My God, I don't know how big that is. You want to Google it with me? Oops, I don't want to show you all of my text messages. That was just my dad. That's probably okay. Don't read my text messages. Microsoft secures 100,000 NVIDIA GB300 chips via $33 billion deal. Okay, so it is big. That's actually huge. Oh my God. So Nebius is like an Oracle, but for just AI. I have gotten this take your guest house to the next level ad so many times. I probably accidentally clicked on it once and they're like, yeah, I bet you're interested in nanowalls. I thought it was gonna be nanowalls, but it actually says nanowall. That's where you keep your nana. She's in the walls. So yeah, it's getting 100,000 NVIDIA chips from a company that NVIDIA has invested in. Even Microsoft is getting discounted chips. I don't know, you guys. Seems fine. I have seen the simplified version of this pitched around, which is like NVIDIA gives $100 billion to OpenAI, OpenAI gives $100 billion to Oracle, Oracle gives $100 billion to NVIDIA. It's not exactly like that. It does prop up the demand for NVIDIA chips by making it so that you're giving money to people in exchange for them, in some cases directly, in exchange for them buying NVIDIA chips. Or you're just investing in companies so that they can buy NVIDIA chips. It just seems
Oh, this doesn't have any drones.
It seems like bubble
that's
mechanics to me, you guys. Though I am, again, just a guy. I don't know why. I gotta get back to talking about rare earths and fish. I gotta get back in my lane. That's what you want anyway. You don't want this. I should be talking about batteries and climate change and the moons of Saturn and my favorite fish. But instead, I looked at that figure for too long. Let's play Connections. I'm worried because the last like 3 have been really
I'm not
easy.
going to play Connections. It seems like he has found the problem with capitalism and the problem with personal incentives driving industry and driving development, and he's just going to play Wordle because that's kind of a heavy topic, and the heavier topic is, damn, what do we do about that? Niponzia? What the fuck is Niponzia? What does that do? Ian Wagner, it's great to have you, but I would prefer a coherent Ian Wagner. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Coherence. Alright. So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to construct a facility for a factory for sulfuric acid. Give me a bunch of fuel, please. And this sulfuric acid, I think, is gonna build the future for us. Because we need it for... what? Graphene. We need it. Holy fuck, we actually need a ton of energetic graphite. Okay, but the thing is, we want to make graphite and we want to make proliferator fuel, right? With one of these. Let's start up a small graphite proliferator factory here. I think is how we're going to be doing this. Yeah, we're fomenting our own demands. What are you going to do about it? All right, let's see. The human robot. We've got a couple of other videos on the
yesterday.
On
the future finally arrived. For just a mere $20,000, you can now own this friendly humanoid robot named Neo. Yes, Neo like the Matrix, but this one folds your laundry instead of dodging bullets. It stands 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighs only 66 pounds,
so it's
and
only
is wrapped in what I could only describe as a cozy sweater onesie. Unfortunately, we're not getting the skin jobs envisioned by Philip K. Dick, but rather knit jobs that come in 3 races: white, gray, or black.
I'm gonna be honest. I like the knit jobs because the knit job is a job that can be broken apart by moths. Pond, big fan of moths. We're a huge fan of moths. As a bird, I love picking at wool. I love picking it all apart. And, you know, if my child comes down one day in the evening and sees half the woolen faiths dissolved off of the neon robot, seeing the red anti-human eye underneath it, you know, that's fine by me. Ponzi is part of the G4 suite. It allows you to run an AI Ponzi scheme to prop up capitalism for another decade or two. So you can have, like, capitalism in your pocket. That's kind of cool. That's kind of awesome. I mean, capitalism is dead, so, like, whatever. Who even fucking cares at this point, you know? Who even fucking cares? We're just along for the ride. I need a bunch of iron.
154 pounds and carry 55 pounds while walking. But what's even more impressive are its hands, its dexterity. Like when you pass out drunk on your couch, it can put away your wine glasses and vacuum up all your puke while you sleep because it runs at a whisper quiet 22 decibels. But Neo is only the beginning, and there are dozens of companies with billions of dollars in VC-backed funds trying to get these clankers to make blue-collar workers completely obsolete. In today's video, we'll look inside the brain of Neo and talk about the power players in the upcoming humanoid robot apocalypse. It is October 29th, 2025, and you're watching The Code Report. My chambermaid is literally shaking right now because she's worried that Neo is going to take her job. Even though the $20,000 price tag is out of reach for most people, you can actually rent to own your own robot slave for just $500
You can rent it!
Because who wouldn't want a cloud-connected device that can watch and listen to your family all day while it slowly picks up your kids' Legos and gives them mental health advice through its embedded LLM and voice model?
Neo lives with you in your physical space and has the ability to see, hear, and remember things about your surrounding environment.
I really don't see any privacy concerns here at all. But now let's look under the hood or under the skull of this monstrosity. It's running NVIDIA's Jetson Thor hardware, which is the secret sauce behind all of these clankers you're about to see rolling off of assembly lines. Jetson Thor is a compute stack that contains a 2,560 core GPU designed to be embedded in robots for AI edge computing. The hardware also ingests high-speed sensor data, has a camera offload engine, a holoscan sensor bridge, and provides base software like Groot foundational models that actually control robot movement. Groot is an open model, by the way, and you can use it to build your own Tin Man. Tons of these robotics companies are already running on Jetson Thor, like Boston Dynamics, Figure, Amazon Robotics, just to name a few. And that's partly why NVIDIA is about to become the world's first $5 trillion company. But if we take a closer look at Neo, this rust bucket has some serious limitations. First of all, it can't cook, at least not yet, because of the
I can't cook either.
It also can't
Tons of
drive a
bitches
car,
can't
but the
cook.
biggest
Welcome to the
limitation is
fucking
that it can't
world.
operate a firearm, so it's virtually useless for personal security. And as a strong advocate for the Second Amendment, I believe all toasters have the right to carry and defend their God-given liberties. But the biggest red flag is that when Neo encounters a task it doesn't know, a 1X expert can remotely pilot your robot or teleoperate it. So congratulations, you just paid $20K for a robot that occasionally needs tech support from a human wearing a VR headset in San Francisco, a job that will of course eventually be outsourced to India. Imagine
we
that,
still get the
$10
actually
a day,
Indians
and your job
anyways.
is to teleport
That's
into
awesome.
some rich lady's home and teach a robot how to clean her gold-plated toilet. The future is certainly going to be wild, but this future can only become a reality through the power of programmers. And if you want to get in on the humanoid robot gold rush, you'll need a reliable place to host your back end, like Hostinger, the sponsor of today's video. Their virtual private servers
can I host my Minecraft server on it? That was it? Oh, okay. So it was just a little news bit. Let's see.
The world's top AI experts are calling for a global ban on the development of superintelligent AI. This is the full
we just had an AI
letter
expert on.
released
We had a
this
couple of
morning.
videos by
We
AI
call
experts.
for a prohibition on the development of superintelligence. Not lifted before there is
more iron
one,
units.
broad scientific consensus
I'm
that
fucking
it will
out
be
of
done
power
safely
again.
and controllably, and two, strong
I can't get
public
enough of that
buy-in.
shit.
A superintelligence is a general-purpose AI that's vastly smarter than any human being. One way to make a superintelligence would be to let an AI system modify its own code, rewarding it for getting smarter and smarter and smarter and smarter and smarter and smarter until it has become unfathomably
I'm getting the
powerful.
feeling this guy's
Major
video
AI
is going to
companies
be
are openly racing to build
mid-wittery.
a superintelligence as quickly as possible, despite the
And that's
fact
okay.
that they don't have any concrete plans for how to actually control such an AI. In fact, many of the CEOs of these companies have repeatedly said things like,
I think AI will probably, most likely sort of lead to the end of the world, but in the meantime, there will be great companies created with serious machine learning.
as I've shown on this channel before, these firms can't even control the brain-dead chatbots they have today. So why should we trust them to control wildly more intelligent systems in the future? It was mildly funny when Elon Musk's AI got out of control and started calling itself Mecha Hitler. But it will be much less funny if Mecha Hitler controls the internet, the power grid, and every autonomous weapon system it can hack into. It's frustrating that tech firms insist on pouring billions of dollars into the development of potentially world-ending general AI systems, when we could probably get most of the same technological benefits using smaller, single-purpose AI systems instead. A bot that only does mathematics or only does chemistry is much less dangerous than a bot that has been trained on all human knowledge, designed to do everything. These general
If
purpose
that's even
AI
possible,
systems
right?
develop
That's
their own goals
the
and
premise
desires,
of
and
this
even the
video,
relatively dumb versions we have
of how he
today
can
are
get
already displaying worrying behaviors like
326,000
blackmail
views.
and strategic deceit in lab testing. Previous open letters from AI experts successfully made a splash in the media, informed government policy, and raised public awareness of AI safety. So far, this letter has been signed by two of the godfathers of AI, multiple Nobel Prize winners, AI experts, activists, politicians, actors, religious leaders, people who don't want everyone to die. There is, however, an important signature.
Okay, but not everybody's going to die. It's just going to be the poor
This letter is
people.
open for anyone in the world to sign, and the more people sign it, the more seriously it will be taken in
This
the
sort
media
of like
and by governments.
doomerism, unless we're being honest, it's just going to be poor people that are dead.
Or click the link in the
This sort of
description,
universal
fill in your details,
doomerism
verify your email,
is not going to do
and
it.
you're done. An international treaty banning superintelligence is achievable. I believe that when history books are written in 100 years, if history books are written in 100 years, this letter will matter, and I'm proud that my name will be on it. I hope yours will be too. This might be the most important.
My name won't be on it. All right. I'm really not interested in Sasha Yanshin, The Primetime, Voidzilla, Patrick Boyle. Let's how about this one?
We're apparently reaching peak desperation in the AI bubble. Yesterday, Sam Altman of OpenAI announced that ChatGPT would soon allow adults to generate erotica and access more emotionally responsive companion-style interactions. And he framed this as treating adults like adults. This follows closely
Giving
after the launch
people
of SOOOO,
freedom
which is a
to make their own
text-to-video
mistakes
generator.
is treating them
SOOOO
like
does
adults,
not
yes.
solve a defined user problem, and it lacks a clear path to profitability.
Nanny
beyond
state
subscription
liberal
or
strikes again.
advertising. And Altman's tone on advertising used to be derisive, and he called ads corrosive to innovation. And now he's done a complete 180, saying sometimes ads don't suck. And internal projections also show that OpenAI has projected ad-enabled products to be launched in 2026, with ad revenue to form a significant part of its earnings going forward. This is the same company that glibly bragged about birthing technology that would revolutionize entire industries and replace millions of human workers. Now they're pivoting to adult content and ad-driven products. This is desperation, and it's not just revealed
Is it desperation?
in these products. It's in
I'm not
OpenAI's
convinced.
hiring
I'm sorry.
patterns and across the industry at large.
And it's not just because
adult
she's a woman.
Entertainment and advertising are the two largest cash generators online, but they're also where tech companies go when higher value strategies fail. When a company promised to transform the global economy and they suddenly start targeting corn and ad impressions, that tells you something about their core technology's performance. These aren't premium markets. They're accessible, high volume, and low margin fallbacks. If you look at the trajectory, SOOOO is a creative tool with no clear professional monetization model. The companion features are going to focus on emotional simulation rather than professional utility. Adult content targets one of the internet's most reliable revenue streams, and the advertising openness represents a complete reversal of previous principles. Each step is a downgrade.
No, you can't just reverse previous principles.
We're going to revolutionize work and cognition to we'll monetize parasocial attachment and simulated intimacy. That's not what real confidence looks like. When we look at their hiring patterns, OpenAI currently has nearly 400 open positions. There are dozens of roles tied to massive data center projects that are burning cash, despite widespread industry warnings about overcapacity and thin margins. At the same time, they're hiring account directors, solutions architects, and government outreach roles, both internationally and in Washington, D.C. This classic late-stage behavior, when consumer growth plateaus, pivot hard to custom enterprise solutions and government contracts. Here's the problem. OpenAI is simultaneously trying to down-regulate our ethical safeguards.
All I can think about is you got to be real gooned out when you need an AI to help you create fantasies. That's so fucking true. Like, nothing beats fucking Wattpad. I'm sorry. Like, the degeneracy of Wattpad just cannot be beat. And maybe that's for the better. Maybe that's okay. This has got to be in an assembler. Give me a moment. Yeah, no, like the similar problem that you're honing in on right there is the problem of. We're gonna make this a level 2 assembly machine. The problem that you're honing in on there. Oh, never mind. I don't have the materials. The problem that you're honing in on is also the decay of sociality, right? People aren't being as social anymore. Their imaginations are being sapped because their attention spans are getting sapped away by advertising and gooning and short form content. Like it's all part of it.
Inflate infrastructure capacity and industrialize short-term monetization. This triangle is only sustainable if exponential user growth follows, but we're not seeing evidence of that growth. We're seeing evidence of desperation because that growth is not materializing. Zooming out to the entire sector, because OpenAI isn't unique in this regard, the financial architecture supporting it looks disturbingly familiar. Here's what's happening based on recently announced deals. NVIDIA invests billions in OpenAI, and OpenAI spends billions buying NVIDIA chips. AMD grants OpenAI multi-billion-dollar purchase rights and receives stock warrants, and this is like a coupon that allows AMD to buy
the chart
stock.
Tapping the chart.
What the stock is trading at on the market. Microsoft finances OpenAI's cloud consumption, but books profits from OpenAI's Azure usage. See the pattern? Money circulates between the same players,
noticing the pattern?
creating the appearance of revenue and growth without producing external value. This does have the effect of
the real problem is like
valuations.
the stock buybacks that they're doing, not necessarily them securing their bottom line, right? From a liberal perspective, it should be the stock buybacks that they have a problem with, not investment into their supply chain.
However, companies resort to circular structures when they're struggling. When a company's valuation depends
when
on
they're struggling, no.
Stalling, circular transactions
not
let you show
necessarily
revenue activity without needing actual new customers. You're essentially paying yourself. If you own stock in a partner company and that partner is
she's giving me bug behavior.
Buying your products with your own invested capital, you're artificially supporting
there's nothing
both
wrong
their
with being a
revenue
Bugman.
and your equity position. It's mutually assured inflation. These structures delay the day of reckoning. They let you maintain the appearance of functioning business models while you scramble to find
I want to spray
actual product market fit. We've seen this kind of thing before. Enron used off-book partnerships to hide debt and inflate profits, essentially trading with itself through special.
She's going to compare it to Enron? No, I don't think that's appropriate.
It worked until the confidence collapsed, and then the entire structure just imploded. And GE
but the reason that they're investing in their supply chain is because they believe that the interest is going to wane. All factors equal. Considering geopolitical war or something like that. And so they want to secure their supply chain. I don't think this metaphor quite works the way she wants.
Phase, they were moving money between divisions to paper over stagnation. So GE Capital would finance purchases from other business units, and that created revenue that looked like it was coming externally, but it was really just internal circulation. And when the credit markets tightened, the illusion just shattered. And I was at GE during this phase, and this strategy was called moving the whole. The AI sector now shows the same mechanical pattern. Just circular funding, inflated asset claims, and reclassification of internal transactions as external growth. And this is precarious because these arrangements this time around are looking legal. Nobody's hiding debt off balance sheets or cooking the books that we know of, but legality doesn't mean sustainability. This likely
That's
isn't
true,
fraud,
and that's
it's that
capitalism,
the entire
bud.
sector
Sorry.
is interdependent in a way that creates systemic fragility. When confidence breaks in one company,
Systemic
it's going to cascade
fragility?
through all the other
Nah,
partners.
bro.
So what does the,
It's
what do the numbers
it's called
actually
systemic
say?
obsolescence, and
Industry
it's
projections suggest that
liberalism.
the infrastructure spending for AI could reach $7 trillion globally by 2030. That's data centers, chips, power systems, and the whole compute stack. Meanwhile, the actual AI product revenues globally are below $100 billion annually. Here's what
That's
that gap
done.
looks like. Even if
Now we
AI
need to get
revenues
the
grow
green,
50% year
that
over year, which would be
moolah,
extraordinary, you're
over
still
this way as
nowhere
well.
close to justifying the infrastructure investment. No plausible adoption curve closes it in the relevant time frame. Every circular dollar flowing between these companies is a bet that exponential end user adoption will eventually materialize and retroactively justify today's spending. But we're several
Oh, I
years
can
into
put
the
like
AI boom
generators
now,
at
and
the
the killer
end
apps
here.
just aren't emerging. The revenue that would
That's a good idea.
validate these valuations isn't showing up. And meanwhile, the infrastructure keeps expanding as if it was. External conditions are piling on the pressure. Bond yields are rising, and every 100 basis point increase.
No, they're not. The bond yields are fucking fine. They're literally not going anywhere. Unfortunately, like the difference between the 2-year and the 10-year has been level for the past couple of months. I've been looking for it to drop. It hasn't. Like the central planning is like so advanced. Like I don't think this disastrous outcome is gonna happen. Buy. I guess. I don't fucking know.
Analysts are now
Not
forecasting
financial
that unless
advice.
AI revenues go parabolic by 2026, the sector hits what some call a death cross, a debt overhang crisis where financing costs are going to exceed the realistic revenue projections.
No, like we all fucking know that they're just going to petition Donnie T for a little tax rebate. They're going to be like, Donnie T, the prices are too expensive. We need you to give us an exemption. And they're going to get an exemption because JD Vance asked them to, or asked Donnie T to. Where the fuck are my diamonds? Why aren't you producing? Hello? Oh, because you're not bringing anything in. That makes a lot of sense. There you go. That should do it. Let's see. Then we need to purify the oil.
This macro context explains OpenAI's sudden pivot to controversial revenue streams. When your debt cost just tripled and your growth projections aren't materializing, anything that generates immediate cash flow becomes attractive, even if it contradicts your stated mission or damages your institutional credibility.
Wow, institutional credibility and profit margins come second to ethics. Thank you, Cy Cantarell. Appreciate it. Stunning revelations. Love it.
OpenAI's adult
Next.
content announcement and its Sora launch
All right.
are canaries in the coal
We'll get to the
mine because of what
noticing
these
in a
product
bit.
decisions reveal about.
Good morning.
Let's see more of the liberals. These are proper fucking liberals. Look at his fucking hair. Holy shit. Get this guy on fucking Dateline immediately. That's his phrenology. That's where God really wanted him. And he's probably doing God a disservice by not headlining late night television. So let's see what he has to say.
And climate thinkers gathered in New York City to
Climate
discuss
thinkers?
not only the future of the UN, but a
Climate
reboot of
noticers.
climate positioning around the world. Kevin, I did see you in New York.
I saw you there too.
How was your week and any highlights?
Well, I
saw
had
you.
just a 2-day climate week, so it was a climate sub-week for me. I think you lasted a little bit longer. But yeah, look, there's still an active discussion
Ayo.
going on. There's a lot of new framing, I think talking more about the energy components than the climate priorities. But the discussion is still very much an active one.
3 things I heard about while I were there were affordability.
Oh, you were there.
International
Okay.
supply chains, and the intersection of climate and trade, all of which you and I have talked about here on Energy Shots in the last few weeks.
And intend to do again.
Yes, again and again. Of course, everyone is there for the UN General Assembly.
Yes.
Bro, this comes off like frat bro. They've got football game announcer cadence. Is it just me? They like when they talked about the affordability crisis, it came off like football.
Climate and trade, all of which you and I have talked about here on Energy Shots in the last few weeks.
Well, Dave, I do.
Yes, again
I
and
am
again.
concerned about the
Of
price
course,
of my fajitas.
Everyone is there for the UN General Assembly.
Yes.
Right? We've got world leaders. You know, you see them crossing the street as you're walking around Midtown. The president gave a speech that I think keen observers should watch. It was an aggressive, but I thought clear articulation of his views on internationalism, pluralism
multiculturalism,
and on
was
the
he gonna
United
say?
Nations. Did you catch the speech?
I not only caught the speech, I devoted the next 24 hours to writing a report on it because I agree with you. I thought it was incredibly important. It was an energy speech. It was a climate speech. It was probably not the kind of climate speech that the organizers of Climate Week anticipated when they started the event in 2009. But I think it was, as you say, it was very important for articulating the president's worldview. It was an anti-globalist worldview, and it linked sort of the thinking on climate change and trade. Essentially, the president said, among other things, the nations that follow the rules are the nations that lose. Join us in not following the rules, which is a very interesting perspective to get from an American.
This is what Ponscom Podcast could have been with a little bit more direction. For fucking real. If those two idiots could have held down a job for longer than fucking 3 months and they weren't afraid to face docs, then this is exactly what it could have been. This is CSIS. You know who else fucking sends me content from CSIS? It's Mina. It's fucking Mina. Mina loves the CSIS. And we all know that the reason the Ponscom Podcast stopped is because they lost Mina. They lost the plot.
And of course, like, as we talked about, maybe shifting the rules changes the win conditions of the game. But that's, I think, for another day and another year.
Right.
There was something the president said that really stood out to me. We've got the quote here on the wall. I won't do my Trump impression.
Energy.
We have it.
Viewers, you missed out.
We need water.
We have an expression, drill, baby, drill, and that's what we're doing. The president in this context is talking about energy abundance.
Yes.
About lowering
abundance.
Costs,
he said it. He said it.
Stance on, not worrying about climate change and focusing on fossil fuels as the traditional energy sources, which have made countries rich and allowed the world to prosper.
He used a specific example of the North Sea, talking as he did when he was in the UK to Prime
Let's
Minister
go.
Starmer, where he said, you should stop
Arctic fascism. Let's
drill
fucking
more in the
go.
North Sea. He made that point again in his
Rah!
speech.
Now, of course, that wasn't the
Hi,
only bit of
Caramel.
information
Welcome
we
to
got.
the
Now, one of
YouTube
things I wanna
chat.
talk
It's
to you
good to
about
see you.
today
How
was,
are you doing?
Are we drill, baby, drilling?
Well, that's an interesting question. So
Are
look at
we?
this chart here.
That's an interesting question. Are we drill baby drilling? Are we drill baby drilling? Are we drill baby drilling? Perhaps not. Maybe.
Hold on. Where's the fucking United States oil production under Biden? Hold on. Where is it? Whatever. List of past. Hold on. U.S. oil production. Where is it? Where the fuck? Oh, here we go. There it is. Biden comes to office right here. It drops off a cliff. Slightly off a cliff. And then by the end of his term, it's right back to where we started.
Drill baby drill.
The Baker Hughes rig count of U.S. land rigs
Played some City
first
Skylines
week,
earlier.
prior
Holy
to,
fuck, I'm kind of jealous.
inauguration.
I think what I'm
Going
going to do
through
after
the
stream
17th
is I'm going to
The
play
rig count
some
rises,
City
it
Skylines
begins
because
to
that
fall,
shit is
and it's now down. If you look at
kinda
it
awesome.
from peak to trough, down.
Did you get the
9% from
DLC?
this peak up here,
Look,
to
I
the
mean,
trough.
the DLC is like this new City Skylines DLC is like it looks cool, but like I don't think it's $20 of DLC. Unfortunately, like I feel like they needed to put a little bit more into it, but we'll see. They've been doing all right. I would want to see more. I'm waiting for the bikes to come in. Holy fuck!
With the green
when
line,
they get
which is
bikes
the
going,
WTI
that's when
front-month futures
we're
closing price,
balling.
Which, but for the spike in the war, which we have discussed in past episodes, is also down. You're looking at roughly a 19%.
They're literally doing this like
sort of the peak here again, the week through the 17th inauguration.
Weather
and what you
forecasting
have
is
is a
awesome.
very high correlation. When oil prices fall, rig counts slow. So there's a challenging proposition here. First of all, the rig count isn't the only thing that matters when it comes to production.
Why is
but
it
does
U.S.
matter when it-
land rigs? It's falling. Why is it only U.S. land rigs? What is going on here? Monthly crude oil production, United States. Very interesting, CSIS.
Comes to future production.
Lying
even if you have
through
more horsepower,
omission.
better technology.
Fucking
when rig counts
Discord
fall,
laughed
production
at me
tends to
for
flatten
lying
and
through
decline.
omission, but it's a real thing.
This shows the sort of the dichotomy that we've worked with under the entire Trump administration. The president wants low oil prices, but higher prices tend to favor production and an expansion of production in the United States. More or less correct?
Do you hang out with supply curves a lot? Do you hang out with supply curves a lot? You don't see a lot of downward sloping supply curves.
refined
But the
oil
president
and
and his administration have a proposition that they've laid out. They've mooted the notion.
Have you tried Steamwork Build?
In
Oh,
an
no,
executive
I
order
haven't.
of
Oh, I'll check that
unleashing
one out. Yeah,
prosperity through
100%.
deregulation.
Yeah.
And so the idea is
No,
that you could have a
not
lower
fucking
price tag and still
deregulation.
derive significant.
I don't trust these fucking white boys
Right.
in
But the
suits to
president
do
and his
deregulation.
administration have a proposition that they've laid out. They've mooted the notion in an executive order of unleashing prosperity through deregulation.
Yeah.
And so the idea is that you could have a lower price deck and still derive significant profits at that lower price deck because you've alleviated regulatory burdens borne by industry.
Lower price, higher volume.
And everybody's happy. Win, win, win.
Right.
On the other
This
hand,
is
the
network
challenge is that when
two.
you look at what actually comes out, take price times volume and you get implied revenues.
All right, whatever.
So we're using the same time frame, same price deck,
Bam.
and now we're applying the EIA's weekly crude production series to it and multiplying by essentially the whole year. And what you have is from, again, the week through the 17th through the week through the 19th, which is the last
I
week
should
of
have gone the
available
other
rig
way.
count data. The Baker Hughes folks put
With
out their
my,
data on Friday. It'll be out this afternoon. But for those watching right now, we still don't have it yet because they don't move it up for us. In any case, it's about a $72 billion annualized impact in that price reduction. And that's quite a lot to see.
Thank you,
if you're
Donald Trump,
trying
for
to put money to
lowering
work,
gas
Put rigs
prices.
to work.
That's what America is
essentially
all
put
about.
Production forward by investing in the upstream. Now, the president.
God
thing to
knows
say
what
about
would
this,
happen if
you'll probably guess if
we
what I'm about
found
to
other
say
ways to
sounds
produce
like I'm not
electricity.
running and never should run for elective office. You're correct. But here we are talking economics versus politics.
Yes.
In our economy, which is this is not an insult, but just a fact. We are a low marginal propensity to save economy. And what that means is that you get a bigger multiplier from investment, more juice at the wellhead. Politics.
Yes.
In our economy, which is this is not an insult, but just a fact. We are a low marginal propensity to save economy.
Low propensity to save economy. Is it perchance that people are living paycheck to paycheck? Is it perchance that people don't think that their money will mean anything in 50 years? Is it perchance that people are looking around at politics, at liberals who are ostensibly the guiding light for progressivism, who are supposed to be the discerning eye, and they're walking away a little disappointed because they've got people like Kevin Book, who's cooking not just the numerical books behind him, as we just showed, but also the linguistic and rhetorical books by fucking lying through omission about not just the production of oil, but also the affordability crisis that many Americans are experiencing.
That you get a bigger multiplier from investment, more juice at the wellhead from higher prices than you might get from savings at the service island. But that doesn't work for retail politics. Low prices are very popular with people who vote. High prices are much more popular with people who drill. And there was recently some input we got from people who drill.
Yes.
So for those of you who read the Dallas Fed Energy Survey,
Drill? Yeah, it was me with your wife last night, Mr. Booker.
This is
Mr.
a
Books.
chart that shows one of the questions. They have additional questions they ask every quarter in addition to the market conditions and the baselines that they always discuss. And one of the questions they asked E&P company executives in their survey set was, what do you think you got in the way of regulatory relief on a price per barrel basis? So estimate the impact of regulation in Trump 2.0 on a price per barrel basis. And the majority, nearly 60% of both the large and the small E&P companies in the population said, well, probably somewhere less than $1, up to $1 per barrel of savings. A smaller number said it might be $2 per barrel of savings. And there were a few who said it might be as much as $5 a barrel of savings, which is quite significant. However, the price reduction is somewhere between $14 and $15 a barrel, depending on how you count on the WTI closing price that we looked at. And here's where it gets complicated. What matters for a lot of executives is not the regulatory savings they will bear in the future, they will gain in the future, but the cash they have on hand now. A lot of those drilling decisions reflect the cash money they have in their pockets, not the regulatory savings they might be able to book. And so I think that means that even if you did have very significant regulatory savings, and maybe this is lagging, maybe we will see with the endangerment finding and other regulatory changes that are still pending, that if they did this survey again in a year, the numbers would be much closer to the delta we've seen in prices. But they're not there yet.
I should be using schematics
to
for
think
the
about
game
that
more.
because it takes actual money.
Well, and this is, this is a factor of 10. Right, if the deregulatory actions.
The nice thing I like about this game is the assembling
cuts
machine
off $1 or
and
even
these,
up
like,
to $2 of
boosters.
price difference. That's not
Right,
going to
so
match
this
the $20
material right
that the
here,
president
if
probably
you
wants
coat
to
your
achieve
material
in terms
in
of
it,
what the oil
you'll
price
get more
should be,
out of it. You
right?
see
I think
the
they like the
double
lower prices that
arrow
we're
on it.
seeing right now. They're bragging about them at the UN General Assembly.
They are, and it's actually a significant part of the disinflationary impact we've discussed in past episodes is motor fuels savings. I think, who wants to pay higher prices for gasoline? I see no hands. Let the record reflect no hands. On the other hand, it does create challenges. It's early days. You know, it'd be great is if the Dallas Fed would ask this question again in a year. But, you know, there are other things to discuss when it comes to energy topics. Other things that were discussed during Energy and Climate Week up in New York. Take us into what you've been talking about and thinking about, Joseph.
Of course, yeah. I mentioned 3 things that I heard a lot about in New York Climate Week earlier. Conspicuously left off the list was artificial intelligence. I spent a lot of my time
conspicuously left off the list. You know what's the funny thing is it feels like they're treating this like a fashion show as well, which is really funny. So what did you see? What were the hot new trends in the industry this week? Well, sweaters were really in, and I really didn't notice much AI work going on. Why the fuck can I see that? What is this? Is this water? Oh, it's the thing that my drums need to continue
AI,
building.
What are the implications of data centers for energy demand in the United States?
Huge.
And in advance of the event, or in advance of the week, I published a paper Monday morning thinking a little bit about what are the applications of AI to the energy system and how might we use AI to improve reliability, improve costs, improve the ability of the electricity system in particular to grow supply.
Bro, AI is just going to tell you,
and so I spent several
fucking build nuclear.
speaking events and other things kind of talking about that paper.
That's it.
The one thing I wanted to talk to you about today that springs from that paper is a little bit of thinking about what, you know, energy intensity of the economy. So here's the basic picture. AI has great promise.
Water,
by improving labor productivity, we think it can help restore economic growth to levels we last saw in the 1990s, maybe even the levels we saw in the post-war boom of the 1950s and 60s. That would do a lot for the United States. It would help resolve our budget deficit issues. Normally when we have that kind of
they don't
growth,
give a
we
fuck
have tight
about the
labor
budget
markets.
deficit.
Might even help address some of the tough politics around populism and disaffection that we have in the country today. But of course, that
What? Hold up, huh? He thinks AI is going to help us with populism?
Growth to levels we last saw in the 1990s.
No
maybe
fucking
even the levels
shot.
we saw in the post-war boom of the 1950s and 60s. That would do a lot. Maybe even the levels we saw. We think it can help. Basic picture. AI has great promise. By improving labor productivity, we think it can help restore economic growth to levels we last saw in the 1990s, maybe even the levels we saw in the post-war boom of the 1950s and 60s.
Oh my
that would do a lot for the
lord,
United
these
States.
people are
It would
like
help
evil.
resolve
I'm
our
so
budget
sorry,
deficit
these people are
issues.
genuinely evil.
Normally when we have that kind of growth, we have tight labor markets, might even help address
evil
some
that
of
is
the tough
negligent.
politics around populism and disaffection that we have in the
Like,
country today.
Just
But of
full
course, that raises issues
throated
when you're at an energy
endorsement
economy.
of AI,
Because
no
historically,
critical
booms
thinking,
in economic growth
and
have
it's because these
accompanied
people
booms
are
in
like
energy
weathermen.
And so
Like
one of
these
the
people
big
are literally no
questions
different than the
is how
entire
does
movie
energy
Anchorman.
intensity of that boom, the BTUs per dollar GDP, a number we've looked at on this in the show before, going to change if we get the boom that we want to see. And so rather than show a forecast of that issue, what I'm showing here is the energy intensity, 1,000 BTU per dollar of GDP in the United States. Empirically, this is from 2005 to 2025.5, and it's
The camera work is like a GTA
as the economy gets
cutscene.
more
Bro, they
efficient and
look like
digital parts of the
GTA
economy
fucking
grow
guys.
at 2.2% per year.
That's
Don't
a pretty
they?
significant
They
clip.
literally
Can
look
I
like
ask a
they're
question?
right out of it.
There are some other things that probably happened during
U.S.
that.
energy consumption per GDP. I like how they have empirical in the margin, guys. You know we understand. We know you don't understand this SEDS, these SEDS, but trust us, it's real. It's empirical. It's awesome. Don't look at China
we
though.
did become more efficient. We computed more. We did a lot more services and less manufacturing as well. We
Correct.
deindustrialized.
Yes. So, and then what we look at here, good point, is the
deindustrialization,
forecast
yes, of
that
course.
comes from the EIA of what energy intensity will continue to be in the future. And they see actually that the fall in energy intensity slowing down a little bit to 1.9 per year.
Oh, they're destroying all my
percentage points per
shit.
year,
What the fuck? They're
and
advanced
getting
as
smooth because
fuck.
it's a forecast.
Oh,
But
God, whatever.
the big question
I'm just
that
gonna
you
leave it
raised,
be for
Kevin,
now.
is how is this going to change over time? Because I think
They must
we've
have
got
shot it.
two factors which are going to work against each other.
They lost? Okay,
On the
cool.
one hand, the economy is getting more and more digital with the AI
whatever.
revolution.
Which is energy intensive.
Sort
of energy intensive?
No,
Sort of
historically it
energy
hasn't been.
intensity?
I mean,
What?
you're gonna use a lot of
Historically
AI
it
for a lot of
hasn't
data
been?
center- a lot of
What are
energy for
these
data
guys
centers, which is probably gonna
smoking?
save
What
a lot
the
of energy
fuck?
in other places, having a more efficient
So it
economy.
could be a wash.
So it could be largely a wash. But
Okay.
It could be a
if we
wash.
have a reshoring of manufacturing, if these other national goals start coming into realization,
That's more energy intensive.
that will definitely be more energy intensive. And so one of the
Oh
big questions
my
that we're going to be
God.
facing and we're going to be working on as a research topic over the next year is what is the
Is it really
envelope
high?
around this forecast?
Do you have a Sharpie? Can you?
Sharpie
Didn't
mentioned.
say that. No Sharpie. Okay. But like one of the things I think we'll want to address, and one of the things we talked about a lot, and I've talked to the best energy modelers in the world, and no one knows. What
Nobody
the sign
knows.
of
Nobody knows
expectation
energy
should be.
modelers like
Do we
this
expect things to
guy,
go
like
as they
this
were-
quant.
as they have been going, or should we expect the energy economy of the United States to get more or less energy intense? And that's an enormous question for what our strategy needs to be around how much energy we're going to need in a decade hence.
Well, so you've done something I love. Thank you. You've given us a ratio, a numerator and a denominator, and you've discussed both parts, right?
Ratios.
Not just the energy consumption of the economy, but also the composition of GDP.
Oh, totally. And people miss this, right?
And
like
GDP is very
there's
real,
so much
guys.
conversation
Trust me.
around the electricity
It's 100%
needs of
real.
data centers. But if you restore, if data centers and the use of AI increase GDP growth by a point or a point and a half, as like reasonable forecasts show, that's going to have energy implications throughout the economy. It's not just the data centers themselves.
And I can throw in more wild cards, which we'll have to come back to in our next episode. But here's just one of them. Let me deal.
More
The
wild
I don't have
cards.
all the
No,
cards,
they're
but now you have one more
literally
card
so
that I'm about to
fucking-
give you, which is that
they're so
we have a
fucking
heavily
sports ball
financialized
brained.
economy emerging during this period.
Yep.
We have a heavily financialized economy that is not based on production and manufacturing. Yes.
Right, a lot more services,
It's
a lot more
highly
financial
speculative.
services. Also, we had monetary policy juicing up those financial services, swelling the denominator at a time when we were shrinking the numerator with some offshoring. So if we get to a point where we have a more metal in the ground, people in factories economy that might be less receptive to some of the juicing and also more emissions.
The
we might
juicy.
see, again, we might need a Sharpie or at least a different slope to this line. But that, I think, a topic for your paper and
Or
more
why
work in
don't
the
you
future, yes?
put both
The
on
question
the
is,
line?
Where in that band do we find ourselves in the future, Kevin?
Do have a Sharpie. Well, there we go.
Colleagues, thank you
He
for
was
joining us
prepared.
today on this energy.
Holy
Investment
shit!
Center.
He didn't even. He just drew a dick on the bald guy. That's incredible. he just drew a fucking dick on the bald guy. That's so awesome. What did we learn from this? These people are experts at fucking lying, and they're covering it up with the aesthetics of football, of GTA. Yeah, we're gonna get AGI before we get GTA 6. And in all honesty, I feel like GTA 6 is probably going to be using AI, you know, for like their characters or something. Like Bethesda is probably also... Bethesda's the studio that makes GTA, right? Bethesda's 100% going to be using AI to craft like characters. Like, give me a Virgo baddie elf. What the fuck is this? Give me a Virgo baddie elf to help me do my shit. Or help players get an engaging experience. Or whatever. Alright. Let's go back to anti-Semitism. Let's take a look here.
Anti-Semitism's gone mainstream.
Who... Are we noticing the noticing? Are we noticing how prolific anti-Semitism is now? Right now, guys? Are we noticing any noticers? Any present day noticings going on? Let's just make this like a nice clean line going this way. I think that'll be cool. Like here, and yeah, let's bring these conveyor belts down, and then we can build a couple more while we're doing this. Altitude 1. Oh, but we gotta put this down here, here, and here.
I feel like I can't go into a single video without anti-Semitism just being spammed in there. No matter how seemingly unrelated the video is, it could be anything. It could be your run-of-the-mill
Anti-Semitism is everywhere?
stuff, or it could be like a video about like the NBA, and it still somehow loops back to anti-Semitism.
That last video was NBA coded. It was about the... Oh, wait, this is unlisted now. What? Curious.
Juice box emoji, because Jews.
Yeah, we got it.
Spamming the Israel flag. Instead of rabbit hole, they say rabbi hole. They call them tiny hat people because the yarmulkes. And what this video is about, which is, they say things like, have you noticed? Are you a noticer? Once
Any
you notice,
noticers?
you can't unsee it. Noticing is sexy. All these types of things. It's called the Great Noticing. It's what this video is about. And what can we learn?
We're about the
Outside of
noticers.
fact that anti-Semites are just pretty good at wordplay.
They're pretty in a what way?
Once you notice the noticing, you can't unsee it. I see it everywhere.
Chemical
now.
facility.
What does it mean? Where did it come from? What it means is just the same old classic anti-Semitic.
I don't think you can say that. I don't think it's fair at all to say it's the same old classic anti-Semitism. Is it just me? Like, I don't think it's fair at all, because, you know, the last time around the last time around the sun, the Jews didn't have a homeland. Their identity was disparate and very local, and now it's far more. It's disseminated. It's the conspiracies are mediated by technology still, but the conspiracies are essentially power, because the Jewish identity has been wrapped up inside the nation state.
Package, which is the Jews control the media. They're behind world events like wars, the Kennedy assassination, whatever you think. All roads lead to Rome, or in this case, Israel, right? It's the same classic anti-Semitism in a new package. This kind of design.
It's not the same classic anti-Semitism. I don't think so. I don't think it's fair to treat it as the same anti-Semitism. And a lot of the boomers are like, oh, you know, like these are just, you know, classic uninformed motherfuckers. You shouldn't discount them as uninformed. I don't think it's appropriate at all, unfortunately. Can this reach? Oh, it can. Am I gonna have a problem with overlapping materials? Holy shit, chat, look at this. Look at this fucking planning right here. Oh my. Oh, this... Alright, we're making 2 batches of sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid 1, sulfuric acid 2, and then we're going to need another chemical plant right here.
Or in this case.
The Nudicer Wojak. Great Noticing gained traction in July and August 2025, highlighting recent, like, blaming the Rothschilds. I mean, these are, yeah. Yeah, the painter. I mean, I don't think it's an anti-Semitic dog whistle necessarily to refer to Adolf Hitler as the painter, but it's a censorship dodging, which is, you know, what anti-Semites want more than anything.
Israel, right? It's same.
But they also want to get. They also definitely want to be censored, because that's what they're all about.
Was that it came from 4chan? That's not the surprising part. Of course, it came from 4chan. The surprising part is that it was a deliberate attempt to spread this new term. Because usually terms kind of rise up organically. This person called their shot. They're like, it's the perfect time in our political environment with Kanye being anti-Semitic and supporting Nazism to spread a new anti-Semitic hashtag. Let's call it the noticing. We'll call ourselves noticers. And it worked. Kind of impressive, honestly, to pull that off. It's hard to have...
Yeah, it's called the power of memes.
How popular this is.
No, he immediately resorts to data.
Their content filters. And so it's hard to know exactly how much it's on the rise.
He's data cucked. He's a data male.
What it says about the conspiracist mindset, what it says about our culture, and
what does he have to say
it's interesting to think
about the conspiracist mindset?
Conspiracy accomplish?
Oh,
The noticing accomplishes about.
I fear he's gonna be wrong. I'm fear he's gonna be wrong.
First of all, is a really kind of clever inversion on confirmation bias. Want to believe something, so you are biased to see it happening again and again.
It's not. Is it confirmation bias? I mean, that's part of conspiracism, and that conspiracism is distrust for elites. Let's see if he's going to say distrust for elites.
That is a classical fallacy in thinking. And yet, the noticing flips it around, so rather than incorrectly finding a pattern where there is none, what you're doing is you're removing the
correctly find a pattern?
Bias that the Jewish media has put on you to not notice. You are noticing that there actually is a pattern. It's not that you're being duped and you're seeing a pattern where there is none and overriding your critical thinking abilities. It's actually you're tapping into your critical thinking abilities. It's a clever inversion of signal and noise. As already said, one of the main functions is to slip by content filters and make it more like culturally allowable, because you can just say noticing and slip in noticing to a sentence pretty easily.
And then this needs energetic graphing.
Even like plausible deniability within
which I've got over here.
A side effect of the subtlety of the messaging of just noticing is it allows people to figure it out on their own, which is a powerful psychological tool used in marketing and storytelling.
Just do your own research.
You want to set people up to allow them to connect the dots. This is classical manipulation. You want people.
It's okay. No. That's not classical manipulation. That's just liberalism, my friend. setting up a series of facts to allow somebody to connect the dots. Any liberal will say, okay, well, given the same set of facts, a reasonable person would come to the same conclusion. It's just that the reasonable person is now just an anti-Semite, and you guys are no longer in power.
People think like it was their own idea. When people have something vague like the noticing, and they have to do their own research, they have more ownership over it. Because
shilling it as somebody's own idea makes it far more effective.
To feel and think this way. It's the breadcrumbs leading people towards the wedge. It allows them to have like a deeper connection to it rather than just being told to think this way. Finally, it creates a strong sense of in-group and out-group. By giving people a label of being noticers, they're giving themselves a special status. They're the ones who've seen the truth, and they're part of this community that is able to notice, as opposed
God's
to
chosen people.
Who have not noticed.
Wait, is he pitching the idea that Jews are anti-Semitic?
The red pill, and you're unplugging from the
Bro,
Jewish matrix. It's not that you've been duped and you're part of a group of morons. It's the opposite. You're actually the smart one who noticed things. Hatred is usually seen as this unpleasant thing.
Okay, tell me the difference between this and a Vanguard party then, bud.
People enjoy hatred because it's better than the alternative. It allows them to not feel whatever they're feeling.
And what's the alternative? He's not talking about what the alternative is.
Like, powerless in the economy. And instead, they get the feeling of having figured it out. I noticed. I'm a noticer. I see behind the veneer. I found the Wizard of Oz. I looked behind the Matrix. I decoded the hidden pattern of history. It was me. I did it. I'm special. I'm a special boy.
Uh-oh.
There's a strange psychology to becoming a Hitler apologist in 2025, which is just like, whoa, dude, what if the guy who's like...
Bro, but like, okay, Hitler apologia right now, it starts as little as like, hey, like, Hitler liked dogs.
The worst guy ever? What if he was actually good?
Yeah, like the barrier is literally in hell.
People misunderstand what Hitler said sometimes, because I found the argument he made in Mein Kampf was apparently he said that Jews are essentially not playing fair because all the countries compete on a world stage.
I've never read it, by the way.
Ethno-states for the most part, and they're battling on the world stage for supremacies, but Jews are cheating. They are ingrained in multiple countries all at once, and so you can't really fight against the Jews because they're everywhere and nowhere all at once. So Hitler
and so if we collect them into one nation state, it's all equal now?
Older term,
I guess.
Kind of the earlier version
Maybe.
of noticing, which is they called Jews rootless cosmopolitans, which all that means is they didn't have a home, didn't have the ethno-state Hitler was talking about, and they're cosmopolitans that they exist in the world culture rather than in a
Is this guy an anti-Zionist?
Of their own. But it's an odd criticism, given that that's kind of where Jews were forced to be. They've been subject to multiple diasporas, they've been kicked out of their home. So many times conspiracy theorists would say, well, countries figured out what they...
But like, there's also a decent contingent of Jews that don't believe that Jews should have an ethno-state and that they should live amongst the Goy. I mean, both of these are equally valid, and I think it is lying by omission to not give what I'm saying right now.
They were doing, kicked them
maybe,
out.
okay, maybe it's just
just
sloppy.
Anti-Semitism, and they've been forced to exist.
But it is absolutely true. They've been the scapegoat for most medieval plots.
The genocide of people in Gaza makes it a very small logical leap to push people across from critical of Israel to outright anti-Semitism.
Yeah, why is that, my friend? Why is it?
I think people were relying on criticism of Israel and equating
Why am I here?
to
Why the fuck am I here?
anti-Semitism are kind of
another chemical
missing
plant
the point and hurting their cause. Because if you actually look at the current political climate in Israel, it is a coalitional government, an extremely conservative now coalitional government of not just Jews.
Yeah, by the way,
There's
they
a
all
lot of
fucking hate
people
each
who
other.
Have their hands in this pie who are trying to move
Hands in the
things
pie?
around, right? The U.S. included.
Oh, I also need to make
the US,
plastic.
You have to understand that Zionism as a concept, right from the formation of Israel with the involvement of the British, was from Christian Zionists, not even Jewish Zionists. Conspiracy theorists
they were
talk
Jewish.
about what a small percentage of the world population Jews are and how overrepresented they are in certain fields. But what they conveniently ignore is this applies to Zionism as well.
Oh, that's right. I wanted to make
more
a
Christian
generator.
Zionists who are far more influential, arguably, than Jewish Zionists are. If you look at this country, I don't know how you could think that Jews are more influential than Christians. The Christian influence in this country is enormous.
Yeah, in America. But like
it's woven
for the noticers that you are against, they're fine with Christianity being the main driver. They're completely fine with it. This is a limp criticism. This is a criticism that only works for atheists and for people who already aren't anti-Semites, or I guess are anti-Semitic, anti-Zionists. I guess is the classic.
That Christians have much more influence over all this in their mission, including people who believe some zany things like apocalyptic ideas, like they're bringing the book of Revelations in with the conditions that are in Israel. People actually believe that. That is something that influences
that's Christian accelerationism. Yes, it
is. A lot
is.
of people who are anti-Semitic, even who are Zionists, because they're like, oh, get the
That's
Jews
true.
out here, get them in their own state. That's a position some people have, and that is Zionists. All right. So understand the complex landscape.
Notice the complex landscape.
The real world is complicated, nuanced, and very few things are monolithic and homogenous, including Israel, including Zionism. Conspiracy theorists
I wanted to
make it simple because the world's hard to understand.
To power this up,
it's their agenda to say Zionists, Jewish. What are the other explanations for the noticing? I would say the obvious one everybody wants to blame would be Trump and Trumpism and this environment of hatred. In the same way Kanye made it a little more normal in the mainstream. This might be true to a degree, but I don't think it's fully satisfying, especially given Trump's extreme ties to Israel lobbies. He's married into the Kushners. He never cut off the money to Israel. It's hard to see him as being extremely anti-Semitic if you read literally anything. Well, I guess a lot of these people don't. Sure, the milieu of him might be.
You don't think he's anti-Semitic, but he does anti-Semitic things.
The bigger factors are social media and the economy.
Social media and the economy. Sure, okay, good explanations, but none of those explanations are liberal fecklessness.
More extreme
100%.
You start off with the innocuous video talking about the brutality in Gaza, and then all of a sudden it's the Rothschilds, and all of a sudden it's who controls the banks, and 9/11, and bada bing, bada boom, anti-Semite. But what plays into that, what puts people in a more emotional kind of a responsive state, is the economy. People's material conditions have declined a lot.
There it is.
They're out of control of their lives. They're looking for someone to blame. Look, anywhere in history, when hate gets directed at the Jews, it's because the economy's in the shitter. And it's the classic play from the playbook to be like, look at these people who look different or pray different and fuck different than you. It's probably them over there. And you're like, isn't it the guys with all the money? Like, all the rich people are a bunch of different races and religions and stuff. Like, don't you think it's the rich people fucking us over? And they're like, nah, it's those guys over there. Look at there. What's up with the yarmulke? That's weird.
Okay, but like,
it's the
Jews are also rich.
It's sad to see people falling for it again. That's where I think Trump
is that anti-Semitic to say?
Has a lot of blame. This is creation of the economic conditions right now. Jobs are really hard to come by. Wages are going down. There's inflation. And so people have all that pent-up rage. They're looking for a place to put it. And instead of looking at the oligarchs who control our country and are actually pulling our strings, it must be the Jews. It must be them. You know, conspiracy theorists love to say follow the money. But follow the money. Who's actually benefiting from anti-Semitism? It's the people that you're misdirecting your rage away from. All right?
True.
It is the oligarchs.
True. I am immune to propaganda. I'm 100% immune to it. Don't you fucking tell me otherwise.
The thing is, there are people who believe themselves to be especially observant and insightful, immune to propaganda.
I am incredibly immune. I'm incredibly insightful. I'm so immune. I'm never noticing. I'm always actually noticing everything. I got sharp birdie eyes.
Calling them rootless cosmopolitans is actually a critique that applies pretty well to oligarchs. These people live everywhere and nowhere. The United States could crumble tomorrow, and Elon Musk would be unaffected beyond what it affects his bottom line. People like that don't care if they're in Monaco or Ibiza. They could be anywhere and nowhere. Their yacht is...
I could never fall for a cult. I'm way too informed. I'm so knowledgeable. That's actually... It's true. And... Actually, no. I could never fall for a cult. I'm way too informed because I've reached gnosis. There you go.
The system of the United States They are the true rootless cosmopolitans. You don't need to look for a conspiracy when it's right out in the open. People like Elon Musk.
Okay, so the true rootless class are the capitalist exploiters. Okay, got it. Oh, fuck, I need silicon, not that. So the true rootless class is not the Jews, but the capitalist exploiters who don't benefit from the blood and soil that works to give them their profit margins. So the solution to that, my friend, is blood and soil? Is it
buying up elections,
just blood and soil against globalist capitalists instead of, just the Jews?
Trying to make it simple. There's people pulling the strings, but it's all balled up and pulling every different direction like a rat king.
By the way, leftist audio. Rat King mentioned leftist audio. Okay, cool.
Ideology and goals, which is different than South America, which is different than what Trump wants. The one thing that unites them is that none of them want a strong working class. The argument I'm making is that the noticing is part of this. It is a resistance against class consciousness, whether deliberate or not, because humans don't really need help being bigoted.
Is it resistance? Okay, is it resistance against class consciousness, or is it engineered resistance against class consciousness? I can see it. I can definitely see it. That's a tough one, right? Because then you're getting like hella conspiratorial, like, the upper class are deliberately anti-Semitic. It probably could be. And then, okay, hold on. Let me get this. Oops. This down here. And then we need a little bit of power here, because then all of this is going to go into a depot here. Like, oh fuck. Close that, break that. We need to put this here to input into there, and then now we can drop the sprayer. There we go. And then let's put a couple of boxes on top. Okay, cool.
Economic downturn, whether it's
okay. I mean, look, the unfortunate thing is that I think actually he is onto something here. The Great Noticing is deliberately engineered by the techno-feudalists to undermine class consciousness and to stoke foment against an identity that is centralized abroad. Is it going to lead to the same pogroms and violence as it did formerly? I'm not super convinced, but if it's somebody like Nick Fuentes, maybe, very likely. And ideally, we don't do that.
Top down or not,
that's just me, though.
Part of the noticing and spreading this messaging is doing PR for the oligarchs for free. You are not only part of propaganda, you are propagandizing other people. Listen, once you see it...
Okay, but then do you not have faith in people's appreciation for power to appreciate that these systems which foment their distrust are in some ways fightable, right? I guess the main complaint is that, anti-Semitism doesn't have a outlet to become more educated, to know more about the world in the same way that, Marxism does. But, Marxism is just, intellectual gooning. So, whatever. All right. We're done with this noticing. Let's see, how much do we have on, Let's A-log Ezra Klein a little bit.
Something has gone seriously wrong with modern American liberalism. I'm Ryan, and I think I know what it is. I was watching an interview of Ezra Klein, a New York Times columnist who is probably at this point one of America's most prominent liberal journalists, by Ross Douthat, another New York Times guy that's more conservative, when I saw this exchange.
I don't think of this as the part of liberalism right now, or the part of the Democratic Party or the left, whatever you want to call it, that is unsolved for.
Unsolved for?
I don't
for what?
think that
There's a solution to humanity?
Stories. I don't think we lack that vision. I know we are not.
We're not
as
postmodern,
rooted
is what he's
in
saying.
Religious
What he's
faith
saying
as
is
you
we're not
prefer
actually
us to be.
We're not actually
I think
postmodern.
our failures have been elsewhere.
This has been bouncing around in my head ever since I heard it. If I was to ask you, what is the story that the Democratic Party tells or that liberals in
Okay, this is
general
more than
tell
enough.
about
I
American
think-
politics, what would you say? No, really, put it in
All
a
right, so
comment.
we're producing
I'm curious what
graphene
you
now.
think, because
That's big.
I strongly
We also
disagree
need
with Ezra
plastic.
Klein here. I think liberalism is lacking a story. I
Graphites
think if you were to
and
ask 3
refined
different liberals
oil.
that question, you'd get about 15
This is
different answers.
water, and
I
this
think this
is-
is because more than just lacking a story,
Where's my graphite?
liberalism has
Oh,
lost
it's here.
all sense of itself as an ideology. It's this total
It's lost
destruction
sense of
of the
itself.
moral core of liberalism that explains how an ideology of revolutionaries telling each other that they could begin the world over again turned into an ideology that too many people now associate with a repulsive brand of nervous status quoism. Let me explain what I mean. But first, what
put
even
the,
is liberalism? There's a lot of definitions. The most popular statement of principles associated
this
with
right here.
liberalism in the American tradition comes
let's
from the
engineer our
Declaration of
plastic right
Independence.
here. There's no
Jefferson
need
was clearly
to spray
inspired
it.
by Enlightenment era liberal philosophers like Rousseau and Locke when he wrote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed." So if I were to ask again, what is the core
Does that
essence
consent
of
of the governed
liberalism in the
exist?
American tradition, I think that's just about as good as it gets. A recognition of
Explosive
fundamental equality,
units.
a
Okay.
recognition of natural human rights, and an affirmation
I want
of
to
popular
build a
sovereignty.
factory
so
for
what's
munitions.
the problem then? I'm sure Ezra Klein
Something
and
like
basically
this.
all modern
But,
American liberals would agree with the general thrust here. In fact, the
gonna be a
Declaration
little
of Independence
problematic,
is so
'cause we need
thoroughly
copper,
woven
we
into
need
our common
iron, and
national
we need
story that
coal
most
all
Americans wouldn't even
nearby
recognize it
for this
as a
factory.
product of
And then-
Enlightenment era liberal ideology. Just wisdom handed down from
here?
the founding generation. For a
Is there any
while,
iron
this
down
was
here? Yeah,
fine
there's iron over
because
here, so we
liberalism was
could.
essentially the common playing field of American politics. I think especially after the Cold War, when the last fundamentally different from liberal democracy form of political organization crumbled, it looked like the age of real ideological conflict might be over. From now on, we would be having disagreements mostly about
won!
policy, not about
Yippee!
fundamental principles. Out of this environment came a whole generation of liberals who saw liberalism as being synonymous not with any hard principles, but with pushing for progressive policy reform because they believed it was best from a technocratic perspective. We can reduce
Wow,
suffering
that
by
sounds like it
15%
sucks.
if we spend 5% more, and we can do that by raising taxes. I don't know if anyone's used this term before, but I'm going to call these people consensus liberals. And I'm going to do so because of a really important work of political philosophy that was published in 1993. John Rawls, just a couple years after the Soviet Union collapsed, published a book called Political Liberalism. I can't go into every bit of Rawls's philosophy here, but
need
he's
to make
incredibly influential
particle
in political
containers.
science. Bill Clinton was known to frequently invite him to dinner at the White House, for example. Clinton also called him one of the
Iron
20th
and
century's
copper.
most influential political philosophers, which I think is probably true. One of the big ideas of political liberalism is that politics should be arranged around shared basic values, if possible. His idea was that even among people with different worldviews, there could be an overlapping consensus that is supported by most people, even if it's sometimes supported for different reasons. For example, a conservative might support the idea of representative democracy because it's a time-tested system that we've inherited from prior generations. And a liberal might support representative democracy because they believe that representative democracy is the best way to make the government accountable to the people. The liberal and the conservative might disagree about implementation. Maybe the conservative wants to make senators elected by state legislatures again, and maybe the liberal wants to expand the House of Representatives. But these are debates about how best to implement the shared ideal of a representative democracy, not about if we should have a representative democracy at all. The idea was perfectly suited for the era. Here's a section from a speech Bill Clinton gave in 1995.
We have entered a new era. For years out here in the country, the old political categories have basically been defunct, and a new political discussion has been begging to be born. It must be now so in Washington as well. The old labels of liberal and conservative, spender and cutter, even Democrat and Republican, are not what matter most anymore.
Uniparty. Let's
What
fucking
matters
go.
most is finding practical, pragmatic solutions based on what we know works in our lives and our
Pragmatism.
shared experiences.
Big fan
so
of
that we
pragmatism.
can go forward together as a nation. Ideological purity is for partisan extremists.
Look, I don't want to just knock down a straw man here. Maybe this was practical politics. Maybe
Wait, this is a
Clinton's
good
object
video.
here was
I'm
to
kinda
draw
liking
a
this.
contrast with Newt
This is a
Gingrich,
banger.
for example, the Republican congressional leader whose lasting legacy is basically a series of attempts to make the Republican Party more, not less, ideological. Certainly whatever Clinton was selling resonated with voters. Anyone who's being honest about this stuff has to acknowledge that. So in the interest of not making 90s Clintonism into a sin eater for every problem with the Democrats in 2025, and because we can't go back in time and test a counterfactual, let me just accept Clinton's premise here. Maybe politics without ideology
One
was
copper,
possible in his
two
time.
metal,
The relevant question, though,
two copper. Oh,
is
hold on.
it still?
Can you answer that? Can you say what you, I think.
Hold on, we need a lot more copper than we do metal, I think. Or a lot more iron. A lot more copper than iron. So 6 copper ingots to 2 to 7, and then 1 to 10. Holy fuck. 2 to 10? 3 to 10. 3 to 10? Yeah, sure. So for every 1 iron smelter, we need 3 copper smelters? I think that's right.
It's a good point.
That's
Could you
about
tell,
right.
Like,
That's
would
good
you
enough.
define for me how you see, like, what your role is?
I don't know what my role is anymore. I'll be totally honest with you, man.
I just yap
feel
on YouTube.
Very conflicted
That's what
about
I
that
do.
question. The role I want to have is a person curiously exploring his political and intellectual interests in political peacetime.
That was Ezra Klein speaking to Ta-Nehisi Coates, the famous author. We see the parallels, right? Ezra Klein sees his ideal role as someone curiously exploring how to make the world a better place in a world where
I need a
there's an
second one for the,
overlapping consensus on the fundamentals of our system.
magnet.
I think that's what he means by political peacetime. It's striking to me how well this clip tracks with the feeling coming from all sorts of institutional liberals since the 2024 election. Total dejection. Confusion about what their role even is anymore, because it seems like nobody wants what they're
is their
selling.
ideology?
And what are they selling? Liberalism, not as an ideology committed to liberty, equality, and self-government, but liberalism as the pursuit of a value-neutral, overlapping consensus. Here's Ezra Klein again.
money.
I just think in many ways we were not practicing
Money.
politics.
Oh, actually, you know what we should totally fucking watch after this is the monarchism video.
Now
that I
I'm going to
saved.
pull us
Hold on, I'm
out
gonna
from
find it really
the
quickly.
mire of political tactics.
Okay.
To the.
I think these are political principles.
They're political principles, but there is a broader vista.
This was right after a discussion of why the sometimes standoffish and insular nature of progressive politics can be alienating and why debate is so important. I'm not even questioning any of that. I just want to note that when Ross Douthat says, let's move on from tactics to principles, let's move on from how you want to do things to what you believe, Ezra Klein says, these are principles. This is what I believe. And that's fine. But whatever the
copper.
case was in the 90s, in 2025, the fundamental questions of
we need
politics
coal
are
as
under
well.
discussion again. And liberalism needs an answer to these questions that goes beyond just process, beyond the pursuit of the overlapping consensus. Consensus liberalism had its time.
It sucks.
It's dead now. And I think Ezra Klein knows that. Here's another clip from the Ross Douthat interview.
I've been
but
a
they
bit
can't accept
obsessed
that.
with his speech.
You can't say that out
J.D.
loud.
Vance gave
That's
at the
like-
Claremont Institute, where part of the speech was him taking aim at the
so
sort of
most of
creedal
these
America.
are
And
going
Vance
to
says,
go
that he prefers
on
attaching
one
belonging
here.
to whether your
This
ancestors were here in
one
the
I
Civil
want
War than
here
whether or not you believed in
and
the Declaration of Independence.
here.
Okay, that's one level of the fight. And
I'm just gonna say I think that slightly simplifies what he was.
So, just first of all, Ross Douthat is wrong
Circuit
here.
board.
This is 100% what J.D. Vance was saying. I know the speech that Ezra Klein's talking about here, and he's describing it accurately. J.D. Vance gave a speech at the Claremont Institute, which is a think tank associated with the kind of politics you might expect from the Vances and the Stephen Millers of the world. And in it, he explicitly rejects any definition of what America is that has to do with ideals, in part because this definition might apply to, and this is a quote from him, a lot of people that ADL would label domestic extremists as bad Americans. Vance, of course, thinks this is an absurdity because those domestic extremists have ancestors that were here at the time of the Revolutionary War. He is straightforwardly advocating for an ancestry-based definition of what a good American is. I just
Yeah,
wish
the
some
idea of
journalists would
heritage
take the time to
Americans.
ask him which domestic extremists specifically he was talking about here. Here's another example of how the fundamentals
I
of
mean,
American
we all
life
know.
are being
We
debated
all
right now
fucking
from a speech
know.
that Senator
Unfortunately,
Eric Schmidt
you
delivered
don't
at
need to
the
ask.
National Conservatism Conference.
The Continental Army soldiers dying of frostbite at Valley Forge. The Pilgrims struggling to survive in the hard winter soil of Plymouth. The pioneers striking out from Missouri for the wild and dangerous frontier. The outnumbered Kentucky settlers repelling wave after wave of Indian war band attacks from beyond the stockade walls. All of them will be astonished to hear that they were
Woke.
only fighting
They'll
for
be
a
astonished
proposition.
to hear
It's
woke.
so interesting that he uses the word proposition here. Let me dwell on that for a second. Do you remember what Ezra Klein said about J.D. Vance's speech? J.D. uses the formulation of creedal America when he's trying to say that what an American is should be
Okay,
based on
got that.
ancestry and not values.
And then what else
So when
do we
I heard
need?
Senator
We
Schmidt
need
use the
circuit
word
boards.
proposition instead of saying creedal, or even the more common right-wing shibboleth of America is not an idea, it stuck out to me. Where else has the
Circuit
word
board.
proposition been used to define America before? Who is Senator Schmidt arguing with here whenever he says that America is not
Circuit
a
board
proposition?
and
Only the most famous
copper.
interpretation of the ideas in the Declaration of Independence ever written, Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. 77 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. This text, this interpretation of what America is fundamentally
let's
about has
stagger
been
this
considered
slightly.
so important, so integral for so long that it's printed alongside the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution in this little book I have from 1936. I could go on like this for an hour with different examples. The Republican staffers that are now openly admiring Hitler. The Vice President of the United States has on multiple occasions declared that he's influenced by a guy who thinks that America should be a monarchy and that the world needs a dark enlightenment, because the actual enlightenment, the intellectual and cultural movement that gave us self-government and human rights is bad exactly because it made people more free. These guys hate that the United States is a product of Enlightenment liberalism, and so you often see them described as post-liberals because they want the world to move on from liberalism. And just to be absolutely clear, when I say move on from liberalism, I don't mean be slightly less woke. I mean no more liberal
Just embrace
democracy.
monarchy.
I don't even really like using the term post-liberal because I think it gets the direction exactly backwards. These people want something that's pre-liberal, pre-enlightenment. Instead of liberty, we'll have conformity. Instead of equality, we'll have hierarchy. We'll be a society of pastoral peasants who all know their place. That's what the illiberal right promises. That's their idea of America. Consensus liberalism is dead because the radical right has a reactionary agenda to remake America. In Eric Schmidt's words,
For decades, the mainstream consensus on the left and the right alike seemed to be that America itself was just an idea, a vehicle for global liberalism. We were told that the entire meaning of America boiled down to a few lines in a poem on the Statue of Liberty,
missile set,
and 5 words about equality in the Declaration of Independence.
make no mistake, what they believe in is just an idea too. It's a bad one that's been defeated over and over again, but it's just an idea. And because American liberals have for
he's
so
downplaying
long
it.
valued the management of consensus over the promotion of actual liberal values, there's no ideology, no cohesive alternative vision to oppose the anti-liberals with as they attempt to roll back the last couple hundred years. That needs
Loner
to
Box
change. Towards the end of the
mentioned-
Douthat interview, he starts asking Klein basically what
Okay,
the
we should be
point
building
of
rockets
liberalism
now.
is. What's the end that Ezra Klein is aiming towards? And I was
Nice.
struck how unwilling Ezra Klein was to describe what he's aiming for in moral terms.
I want you
Because
to
he
say
doesn't know.
something utopian about the future that you think
He's
progressives should
afraid
be.
to be brave.
Technology can
He's afraid to be
dramatically transform
bold
human
and,
life
and
for the
talk.
better. Dramatically. I think it can make possible
So
ways
the
of
the
living.
only
I
like
think can
available
solve
one that he's got is
problems
like Christian
that we take as
transhumanism.
completely inevitable and totally for granted. I think that we should be able to deliver dramatic changes to public infrastructure quickly. So the big dramatic, like ambitious
Keep in mind,
thing I want to say
Abundance was written
is that the future does not need
with
to be
a
like the
Kamala
present.
Win.
Ezra Klein
in
is
mind,
asked
more
here
than-
what the
more likely
utopian
than
vision
not.
is that the progressive political movement can aim towards. And he says that technology can make the world a better place. I do not think that this is a utopian political goal. I don't know if it's a political goal at all. It's optimistic, which I appreciate. I also think technology can make the world a better place, but it's also a perfect representation of how the moral content has been scooped out of liberalism and replaced with a morally neutral feeling technocracy? This answer doesn't really satisfy Ross Douthat either. Later in the interview, he asked this question, which is much more to the point.
You need something else in the horizon besides saying we're gonna be inclusive and we're gonna get rich together with flying cars. You need to say so that we can live in some specific way that we are supposed to live. What is that way, Ezra Klein? How then shall we live?
My friend, I am a liberal. I actually
Trust me, it's the power of the word.
Space for liberal
Trust me,
individual flourishing
I
of different
love
kinds.
liberalism.
The fact that Ezra Klein equates his dismissal of questions about what a good life is with liberalism is such a problem.
Yeah,
liberalism is about more than getting rich together with flying cars. It is. We can say that. It's okay. First and foremost, liberalism is about liberty, freedom. One of the reasons that freedom is good is because it enables people to get rich together with flying cars, but it's also just good. I'd want to be free whether or not I had a flying car. Liberalism is also about equality, the idea that all people are created equal. An equal society would allow more people to become flying car mechanics, maybe, but I also like equality for its own sake. Liberalism also believes in self-government. Maybe a dictator could regiment our lives in such a way that we could create flying cars faster. But if you asked me
the liberalism
if I
that
wanted
this
a
guy
flying
is talking
car
about,
or
I
to
think
live in a
is
democratic
very
republic,
popular
I'd
right
tell you
now
that I like
amongst,
walking.
just
People
regular
care
people.
about more than just material
the
things.
thing is
People
that,
want meaning.
our
People want
politicians
purpose.
aren't
Liberalism
necessarily
wants people to be
incentivized
free to pursue happiness,
analyze
but it also isn't
these
totally
same
neutral
incentives
on questions of what a
that,
good life
just
is.
the average person
John
is
Stuart
supposed to.
Mill, a great contributor to liberalism, said that it's better to be a sad person than a happy pig. Why? If the pig has all of its material needs met, infinite slop, whatever pigs want, it's better to be a human because humans have the capacity for higher forms of happiness. So much of what we see from the online right, especially these days, is essentially an appeal to piggishness, low pleasure, base instincts. And despite this, so many of them aren't even happy. They're black-pilled. And what's the point of being a pig if you're not even a happy pig? They might watch people who sell them a somewhat happy pig-like lifestyle of pointless self-indulgence, but it's not a lifestyle that the average viewer can ever reach. Only so many people can hawk online courses. Only so many people can get rich crypto rug pulling. And there are only so many booths in the Miami clubs. Liberals in the Enlightenment era asked people to be personally enlightened, to use their capacity for reason, to work to improve themselves, to be virtuous.
And that'll
Immanuel
bring
Kant called the
everything
Enlightenment
together.
man's emergence from his self-imposed immaturity. And this wasn't just figurative language referring to all of humanity or something. He was referring to individual people. He called people who refused to use their capacity for reason lazy and cowardly. Liberalism does generally believe that people should be free to go about their lives however they want, but liberalism is also not silent about what the characteristics of a good life might be. Liberalism also cares about community. In France, they cared about it so much that they added a fraternity to the liberty and equality. This feels like an aspect of the good life that liberals like Klein should be absolutely emphasizing in an era where community feels like something that's unattainable for so many people. Enlightenment era liberals also knew that the success of a democratic republic depended on people and the country becoming better over time, and that these two things were actually inseparable. This is what founding father Benjamin Rush said in 1787. Patriots and heroes, come forward. Your country demands your services. Philosophers and friends to mankind, come forward. Your country demands your studies and speculations. Lovers of peace and order who declined taking part in the late war, come forward. Your country forgives your timidity and demands your influence and advice. Hear her proclaiming in sighs and groans in her governments, in her finances, in her trade, in her manufactures, in her morals, and in her manners. The revolution is not over.
I don't think that we lack stories. I don't think we lack that vision. I know we are not.
It's somewhere in there. It's somewhere in there in that little brain of yours, Ezra. I'm sure you can dig it up.
Have been elsewhere.
As long as you aren't a fucking
more fully
Bugman.
the clip that I started this video with. What are we even talking about here? Liberalism is so desperate for a story, a vision of the future worth aiming for, that when Ezra Klein's book Abundance was released, it immediately became a focal point of the ongoing fight within the Democratic Party about which story we should be telling. Should we be talking about billionaires?
talking about the
Should we be
socialists?
trying to moderate culturally or otherwise? Should we be talking about authoritarianism? Should we be talking about how to make the government better at delivering for people? So on and so forth. Stories aren't optional. Values aren't optional. They're essential. People don't vote on data alone. People vote on stories. The right has a story, an ideology, a culture. Liberalism used to have this, and for as long as
It's also, hold on, I would like to point out, it's also a culture of curiosity. It's a culture of curiosity of power, but unfortunately it's not channeled. It is channeled into an echo chamber, and that echo chamber is antisemitism.
Going to be pushing
And they're now
an open
reaping,
door. Liberal
the
journalists love
wages
talking
of
about
that.
calling balls and strikes. Why do we see ourselves as the umpire? We can't keep going on like we have, pretending that the essence of liberalism is avoiding ideological conflict in an era where there is a reactionary ideology out there trying to tear down everything that we believe in. I don't want to do too much discourse on abundance here. The internet's seen enough of it, and it's really just turned into another round of relitigating the 2016 primary, mostly between people who have not read the book. I think it's really important to build more housing, and to
Same.
the extent that abundance would do that, sounds great to me. But you know what the best part of that book was? It wasn't the research policy section. It wasn't the anecdotes about affordable housing in California. It wasn't any of the data or the charts. That was interesting, but
the
it's nothing that I
sloppy
couldn't
anecdotes
get
about
from
affordable
think tank
housing.
websites and columns by Ezra
That
Klein and Derek
blames
Thompson. The
black
best
people
part of the
for
book
being
was the
poor.
very beginning, when the book lays out this almost utopian vision of the future. This part of the book has been made fun of by so many people, so I don't expect everyone to agree with me here, but I loved it. Some of it is absurd whenever you think about it for more than 5 seconds. It's not my perfect utopia, but for one brief, fantastic moment, I saw a vision of the future that wasn't just please consult the chart,
Blueprint
or triangulated, or obsessed with polling, or message tested, and I loved it. I think Ezra Klein is wrong to minimize the necessity of a good story for the Democratic Party, for liberalism. I think a good
copper,
story is
iron.
essential. Good policy is important, but it's worthless unless you can sell it. Go look at a graph of partisan sentiment on the economy, see how it totally flips depending on which party holds power, and tell me that voters are making decisions based on which economic policy is technocratically correct. Did the Republican Party flip their position on tariffs because they looked at the data and decided to become protectionists? Absolutely not.
right.
They flipped
Next,
on
we need to
tariffs because they
create
bought into
planetary
Trump's
logistics
story
stations.
about how trade is
I've got
part of
nothing to say
foreign
about this guy.
exploitation.
He's just-
The
he's
policy is
spitting.
part of the
He's
story.
straight
Ezra
fucking
Klein knows this.
spitting.
I've heard him say something similar. There are so many stories that liberals could tell about our vision for America. I'm not here to tell you exactly what policy positions to stake out. You want to be an economic populist? Fine, be my guest. You want to be an abundance guy? Give it a try, have at it. My personal litmus test has 3 parts. First
Let's
is a
build
simple recognition of the fact that we are
another
facing
factory
down
right
a
here.
right-wing ideology that says America is no place for people that believe in
For
liberty and
particle
equality.
containers?
Second is a belief in the liberal and American values of liberty, equality,
Oh,
and
no, for
self-government for their own
electromagnetic
sake.
turbines.
And not just because they create a smooth playing surface for policy wonks. Third is a demonstrated willingness to defend these ideals. When I went to a No Kings protest in my town on the 18th, I saw a lot of people out there who believe in liberal values. They weren't naive about our country's past or present, but they believed in the ideals of the Declaration of Independence, and they believed in the future. I believe that there's a lot of people out there waiting for someone to speak to a moral core of liberalism that the consensus liberals have let sit dormant
kinda wanna
for
put down
so
another one,
long.
'cause
The
this is
base
not making a
for
lot of
a
rockets.
reinvigoration of liberalism exists.
least not very fast
It's
at
there.
all.
And of course, we can't resurrect the past. That's not what I'm saying
And I
at
can
all.
build the other one up there.
But it doesn't get much more traditionally liberal than
Let's
a
see-
No
let's see how this
Kings
works out.
protest.
Rocket
And it's
manufacturing.
trivially easy to create
plays?
the connection between
Paste.
the liberal values of liberty, equality, and self-government and an argument against an ideology that wants America to be less free, less equal, and governed less by the people and more by an oligarchic alliance of business and right-wing political interests. People are sick of the actual capitulation from elite liberals. How many examples do we have of media people or law firms or ostensibly liberal business leaders kowtowing to the Trump administration? People are sick of that. But people are also sick of the moral capitulation of consensus liberalism. We can win this, but only if liberalism can become something more than a nervous defense of the status quo, and only if we can remember together that we have it in our power to begin the world over again. As a bit of a PS here, this video is about a very
good
specific
video.
problem I see
Honestly.
in modern American liberalism.
Ryan Getty,
But I want to
that's,
be clear,
that'd be a
I
subscribe
Ezra
if I
Klein.
wasn't
I
on
listened
a,
to
private.
almost every episode of his podcast. I
You
followed
like
his
him?
work
What the
for a
fuck?
long
Never
time.
mind.
Ezra
Opinion
Klein
discarded.
is a force for good in American
Idiot.
politics. So,
Idiot,
in the
idiot,
spirit
idiot,
of being
idiot,
clear
fool.
that this is an attempt
Idiot,
to make
fool.
American liberalism better and not to participate in needless friendly fire, I've brought on my fellow YouTuber Aiden Hall, and we're going to both say something nice about Ezra Klein. He has a fantastic YouTube channel.
Bro,
absolutely.
are you fucking kidding me? You say one nice thing about somebody that you criticize. All right, fine. I guess like you're trying to appeal to liberals, and they're kind of in a sensitive spot, and you don't really want to dunk on them with the hard facts and truths that they need to hear. Okay, fine, all right, I get it. Fine, okay, sure. Got it. We need to make a bunch more of these, and then a couple arc smelters and a couple of these. All right, I'm gonna let this play out.
Go check it out and subscribe to him. Thanks.
But
Hi, everybody.
I'm gonna be
My
back,
name is
so
Aiden
you guys are gonna have
Hall.
to suffer
I run
by
a
yourselves with whatever the fuck.
political-ish YouTube channel. Started around a year ago. We cover the future of the Republican and Democratic parties and the rise of the Supreme Court and other related topics. If you find that at all interesting, you should check me out. But I'm excited to be here.
Aiden has a great YouTube channel. You should absolutely go watch all of his videos and subscribe to the channel. Thank you so much for being here. So, as you know, I just you haven't seen the script, but I've told you what this video is about, and it's mostly about a critique of modern American liberalism through the lens of some things that I've seen from Ezra Klein. But the point that I'm trying to make at the end of this video is that I don't see Ezra Klein as like a force for evil in the world. I think Ezra Klein and I would probably agree on almost everything, you know, in terms of substantive policy decisions that you could make. And so what I want to do at the end here is have us both say one nice thing about Ezra Klein, because I know that you like Ezra Klein, and I have gotten some significant value from Ezra Klein over the years. And so, you know, I don't want this video to be taken in a bad faith way. So I know you've got something. Let's hear it.
Yeah, well, I'm honored to be part of the feel-good segment of the video. I would say my one thing that I like about Ezra Klein, one of the things I like about Ezra Klein, is that he thinks through positions that he's taking with his audience as he's forming them, which I think is rare.
Is it over yet?
For political commentators in the space right now.
Oh, fuck, it's
That's
not.
so
All right,
interesting.
fine.
What exactly? So whenever you say he thinks through
all right, we're
them
libbing
with
out.
his audience, you mean like
nope, not that.
he's thinking
There we
like
go.
he's
All right, we
explaining
can
things
live
how
out
he
now.
thinks his audience would understand them.
Right between the
I
boys.
think so. I think he's pretty honest and out there. You kind of see it in a few of his recent clips where
this is nearly done.
he's very open about this idea
we're gonna
that
need to
he
renovate
doesn't know what
a
his
little
place
bit
is in
of
the
this
party
is.
in sort of the larger conversation.
We need to renovate this.
And that I think that gives
This.
context
We're
to the
gonna
people
need
who
to
are
put
listening to
a
him,
splitter
and maybe the people who are
here.
critiquing him a little bit, that there is an earnestness to why he's maybe taking certain positions.
Yeah.
And sort of giving you context to like
He's
where
real,
he's coming
guys.
from.
He's
In a way
real.
that like reads to
He's
me
a real
at
boy.
least is like honest and upfront, whether or not you agree with
At
the
least he's being
substance
honest.
or like the vibe of it, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever.
Yeah, and that's, you know, I think I know what clip you're talking about, because it's one of the ones that I'm using in this video where he's talking about how he doesn't know what his place is in the party, and I think that is honest, and I think that that's a good point. I think it is good to be honest with your audience like that whenever you're trying to figure out what exactly your place is in American politics, in journalism, in the Democratic Party. I think the thing that there's a lot of things that I like about Ezra Klein, honestly. I mean,
Oh my lord, the fucking
but the thing that
glazing,
came to
they
mind
cannot
for
get
me whenever I was
enough
trying
of
to
it.
pick
Holy
one
shit.
was that I really appreciate,
Before fucking
and this is
real.
sort of related to what you said actually, is how upfront Ezra Klein has been in taking some
Guys, he's
positions
so
that were
upfront,
for
he's
the
so
time
upfront, he's so upfront.
unpopular but necessary. And so what comes
He's
to mind
unpopular
off
but
the top of
necessary.
my head is whenever Ezra Klein was
No,
one
I
of the first
can't.
people that was
I
pushing
can't
for
even
Biden
pretend to like
drop
Ezra
out.
Klein,
He
I'm
was definitely
sorry.
one of the biggest voices, and I think that was the right decision. I think,
And maybe that's because
I
I'm
think
bigoted.
even
That's okay.
in hindsight, it was the right decision to have Biden drop out. I think if Biden didn't drop out, it would have been worse for the Democrats. And so I applaud him for that, because I'm sure that that was a really hard position to take at the time, because he was in the minority at that time. I think another example that comes to mind is he was encouraging the Democratic Party to shut the government down in the current government shutdown that we're in, and I think that was the right decision too. I think that was the right decision, and I know that he has a lot of sway with voters, but I also know a lot of politicians watch him too, and the fact
they
that
really?
he's willing to
Oh,
come out
Lord.
and say these things that have risk. You know, he is willing to take risks on things. And that's something
Is
that I
he?
appreciate.
Yeah, I think you could almost
I
argue
mean,
it's why
how-
he has the sway. Like those two pieces
How
are connected,
risky
right?
of a
Like,
guy is
like,
he really?
I don't know. I've known about
It
Ezra
seems like
for
it's
a
pretty
while.
safe. It
I
seems
assume
like
you have
he's
too,
not
'cause
interested in
we
embracing
operate
anybody like Bernie
in
or
this
anything like
space.
that.
But it
Like,
seems
you
to
know,
me
doesn't
like he has a
necessarily
lot
have
more
to.
prominence, at least in the last like year or so, because of positions that he took on
so.
Biden dropping out, and we'll see what happens with the
Yeah, that
shutdown
might
here.
be.
But
I don't
it
know.
almost
I
seems
haven't
like
been
those are
keeping
the
track
things
of
that
him.
like kind of gave him major like institutional clout in a way he didn't have before, and I think it's part of why people are talking about him so much right now.
I agree. Okay. Well,
I agree.
thank
I
you
agree.
so
I agree.
much
We have a
for
consensus on
coming
this
and doing a
podcast.
little feel-good
We have a
segment with
consensus
me.
on this podcast.
Everyone,
I agree.
please
I
go
agree.
check
I
out
agree.
his channel. I really love it. There's some great videos on there. Your recent
Hug
video about the
box
Supreme Court was awesome.
ass
Everyone,
motherfuckers.
go subscribe. Okay, thanks so much.
I really appreciate it, Ryan.
Okay, that's actually the end.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Let's take a look. Hold on. While we're taking a look, let's see how the libertarians
If
have
you're a Gen
co-opted
Z
the Democratic
right-winger,
Party.
you've probably had the libertarian phase. We all did. But now
It's,
chances
I
are
would say
you've
it's
become more
natural to have
authoritarian.
a libertarian
How
phase,
did that
actually.
happen? The libertarian slogan is, "Don't tread on me," a call to be left alone. But what happens when someone does anyway? When not just individuals, not just the state, but an entire global elite violates the non-aggression principle, especially in such covert and ruthlessly
Yeah, but if I can't
ways
see
as
the
today.
aggression, then it doesn't
Should
exist.
libertarianism be "Don't tread on me, pretty please"? Or should it be "Don't tread on me or else"? Your answer to that question is what set you on the path to the new right. Because once you try to actually defend your rights, you realize something harsh.
I might need
You
another copper
alone
miner.
can do nothing against a coordinated multi-state actor that doesn't play by your rules.
Yeah, I think I
The
need.
libertarian boogeyman was always the state. But to defend yourself against the leviathan of globalism, you've realized you must wield the state as a tool. It's like the gun debate. The liberal fears guns because of what they can do in the wrong hands. But we know it's not the gun that's dangerous, it's the user. Power is the same. It's a tool, neither moral nor immoral. Its stance is dependent on the wielder. Sure, power corrupts, that's a fair warning. But it's still better in our hands than the hands of those who want to destroy us. Some libertarians love
Well,
to
I
say
wanna
that we
destroy
don't
other
need a
people,
state,
so
that
then,
private
you know,
defense
what do you do
and
then?
mutual agreements can protect us from the leviathan. Alright then, go ahead. Establish your libertarian societies. What's stopping you? Oh, right. The leviathan. The one that won't even let you build the tools you need to defend yourself from it. And so, the new right
Well,
was
you also
born
just
when
okay. As an individual, you genuinely cannot build the implements necessary to disrupt the nation state. Sorry, not happening. It isn't. You're not going to be disrupting it with your ragtag bunch of libertarians and anarchists and disaffected post-leftists and, you know, black shirts. It's not happening. Are we producing everything? Are we good? I think we just need a little bit more energy, actually.
Libertarians realized the threat
What's
of
going
their
on here?
own extinction. When we realized the stakes were too high to keep fearing power itself. It's
We're not
about
using up
abandoning
enough
principles. It's about proving
refined
them in real
oil,
life,
okay?
not just in online debate forums. Marxism is said to be good in theory, bad in practice. That's nonsense.
How do you
It's
not
idiotic
have
in
enough
theory
fuel?
and murderous
You've got
in
like
practice.
mega fuel.
But libertarianism actually is good in theory, which means if we want to test it in practice, we first need power to enforce it. Now the world order is collapsing, democracy is dying, and as Polybius wrote 2,000 years ago, when democracies fall, monarchies rise. Every vulture is already circling the crown, so why not seize it for yourself? Even if only to make sure no one else does. After all, some of the freest eras in history were ironically under monarchs. Kings who had absolute power on paper, but rarely used it. Compare that to our democracies today. Limited on paper.
This
but in
is, I think,
practice
mythical
controlling every
fantasization that's
aspect of
just
your life.
not
The freer
true.
you want to be, the stronger
Unfortunately.
not only you, but your family and your community and your people.
I do think that we
must
are
be.
at a
And
more
that's the
free
final,
point in
undeniable
history
logic. It's
than
not a betrayal of libertarianism, it's the fulfillment of
we
it.
would otherwise know.
The old libertarian asked to be left alone. The new right demands it.
And that was that? Cool. All right. What the fuck? Bruh. What is this? Holy fuck. The incognito recommendations. Minecraft, but I can't break the laws of Judaism. 1 million views. Holy shit. That's awesome. Alright, we're woo! Very curious. Let's okay, this guy again, actually twice is not a coincidence.
Everyone
he
to be
seems
happy
to
about,
make
regardless
decent
of what
content that I
faction
like.
of the party you're part of. Zoran Mamdani defeated a disgraced Andrew Cuomo, a man who has, for so many of us, become a symbol of so much of what's wrong with the Democratic Party. In New Jersey and in Virginia, Mikey Sherrill and Abigail Spanberger overperformed massively in their elections for governor, defeating their Republican challengers by 15 and 13 points respectively. These are states that lean blue for sure, but it's not like they never elect Republicans either. Chris Christie was governor of New Jersey in 2018, and Glenn Youngkin, who was for a while there hailed as a rising Republican star, is governor of Virginia right now. I've talked a lot on this channel about what direction Democrats should go in. My most recent video was about a vision for liberalism that's about more than just a nervous maintenance of the status quo. After Tuesday's victories, we are
radical maintenance of the status quo. That's what we really need.
Back. Some of you may know that I've done a tiny bit of speech writing for state-level politicians, so I wanted to take the opportunity to talk about the victory speeches delivered by Mamdani, Sherrill, and Spanberger. I saw 3 different voices in those speeches, but fundamentally, one shared vision that recognizes how affordability politics and anti-authoritarianism can work together extraordinarily well. But before I get into that, let me just congratulate the unsung hero of these elections, my cartoon Evelyn Normie
Yeah, the blood of the tyrant shall water our fields. Like,
did he make those? That was a very powerful psychic warfare.
Or Hammersicle account on Twitter is like, oh, these guys are betraying the Revolutionary Vanguard.
There was this great meme that I posted yesterday. It was like, the name was, I forget the exact name, but it was like Abigail Normie Dem, and it was like this little goofy drawing, and it's like this woman who's like voted for
very powerful. Okay, this is a guy I could get behind. He's hitting a couple notes that are making me comfy. Maybe radical liberalism is the way. I'm flipped, chat. It's over.
Flow with the blood of the tyrants. Like, that's what's happening now.
If you don't know, I drew this character as part of this video that I did. It's been crazy to see it everywhere. Thanks everyone for liking and sharing my stuff, as well as subscribing to the channel. It makes me really happy to see stuff that I make, whether it's more serious ideas or just silly cartoons, have an impact. First, I want to talk about a little piece from Zoran Mamdani's speech, because it's been the most widely celebrated of the 3, and also because it really illustrates what I'm talking about.
Let's get more
energy. We can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the
this was such a good speech, by the way, chat. If you haven't seen it, you should. 100%.
After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one.
Ooh.
Oligarchy and authoritarianism. That's a very good way to put it. Elon Musk is set to become the world's first trillionaire after a pay package for him was approved recently. He's also a major benefactor of right-wing political interests. He spent more than $250 million on the 2024 election, and it was like rounding up his change at Taco Bell. It's nothing to him. He owns Twitter, and he's turned it into the world's biggest platform for right-wing extremism.
Right now.
It's not like this is a new
manufacture balling. Let's go over the charts really quickly.
At the beginning of his speech, and of course, this is a problem that socialists would be concerned with. But crucially, and this is important, I think, it's also a problem that liberals should be concerned about too. One of liberalism's first great insights during the Enlightenment is that having a monarch, a tyrant, a ruler who behaves erratically and arbitrarily sucks because it's irrational and denies fundamental human equality. And in addition to this, having a king just inevitably makes life worse for average people. This is from Thomas Paine's Common Sense. In England, a king hath little more to do than make war and give away places, which in plain terms is to impoverish the nation and set it together by the ears. A pretty business indeed for a man.
Okay, I mean, this guy's shtick is, proposing interesting things. This is like actual politics. Oh, fuck. But he does, he signals to like a tradition of liberalism.
is one
Which is,
honest
I
man
guess,
in
new.
society,
New
in
and
the sight of
cool,
God,
new and
than
enjoyable.
all the crowned ruffians that ever lived. Mikey Sherrill did a great job of tying these threads together in her victory speech.
And as the president is backing away from this ideal, cutting SNAP, ripping away health care, terminating Gateway, we here in New Jersey are bound to fight for a different future.
New Jersey, we New Jerseyites, we're fighting for a new future.
We see
Hey!
how important liberty is. We know that no one in our great state is safe when our neighbors are targeted, ignoring the law and the Constitution. But
Why doesn't she sound like a New
prosperity is equally
Jerseyite?
essential. Liberty
What's going
alone
on?
is not enough if the government makes it impossible for you to feed your family, to get a good education, or to get a good job. So in this country,
Yo, liberals
that
are
shouldn't be
learning
too
what
much
positive
to ask.
freedoms are.
But right
Let's
now,
fucking
all of
go.
it seems at risk. Governors have never mattered more.
In America, we believe that we are a free people. We care about things like liberty and equality before the law. And at the same time, we have a president threatening to ignore the law, to deny people food stamps, a government that can't govern, a speaker of the House that refuses to bring his own chamber together because he's scared of the Epstein files, and a right-wing
And what a
millionaire
banger
set
that
making
was
a
recently,
killing
huh?
off of political
7 days
favors. I wanna
ago?
draw your
Boy.
attention to another part of Mamdani's speech.
When we enter City Hall in 58 days,
I'm cucked by,
expectations will be high.
I'm getting
We
cucked
will
by,
meet them.
carbon fiber production. What?
A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all.
So some of you may have missed this if you watched the speech. It's one for the real political speech knowledge sickos, but it's actually two different references to Andrew Cuomo's father, the former governor of New York, Mario Cuomo. Mario Cuomo had a famous quote about how
Mario,
you campaign in
Mario
poetry
Cuomo.
and govern in prose. But that shining city on a hill
being
reference
convicted
may
of
have
bribery
slipped past you.
charges.
That's a reference to one of the greatest political convention speeches ever given by Mario Cuomo called A Tale of Two Cities. And it's incredibly important because that whole speech is
I've heard that
about
one.
economic and political inequality.
10 days ago, President
Back when the
Reagan
Democrats
admitted that
were
although
based.
some people in this country seem to be doing well nowadays, others were unhappy.
Where did we end up?
Even
I guess
worried
it's over.
about themselves, their families, and their futures.
Let's see here.
The president said that he didn't understand that fear. He said,
I think
why
I'm
this
honestly just
country
gonna
is
grab
a
this carbon
shining
fiber that
city
we're
on a
building up
hill.
here
And the president is
and
right.
run with it.
In many ways, we are a shining city on a hill. But the hard truth is that not everyone is sharing
I
in this
need to-
city's splendor and glory.
I need to defend all of
A
this.
shining city is perhaps all the president sees from the portico of the White House and the veranda of his ranch,
Missile turret.
where everyone seems to be doing well.
Holy coverage.
There is despair, Mr. President, in the faces that you don't see, in the places that you don't visit, in your shining city.
Just as context, Ronald Reagan, who this speech is critiquing, was famous for using the phrase shining city on a hill to refer to America, which in itself is a reference to John Winthrop, a famous Puritan colonist, which is also a reference to Jesus' Sermon on the Mount. I just think
A
it's
reference to a
fascinating
reference
how
to
that
a
phrase traveled
reference?
through so much history, so much
Yo!
physical space and across cultures to end up as part of Zoran Mamdani's victory speech on Tuesday night. Mamdani hasn't been the only person to take notes from Mario Cuomo's
Zoran
speech,
Mamdani's
though.
got a long
I'm sure
tradition
Mario
of
Cuomo
liberalism
got it
inside
from
him?
somewhere else originally, but does this
that what I'm
part
hearing?
sound familiar?
That the problems of a retired school teacher in Duluth are our problems. That the future of the child in Buffalo is our future. That the struggle of a disabled man in Boston to survive and live decently is our struggle. That the hunger of a woman in Little Rock is our hunger.
If there's a child on the south side of Chicago who can't read, that matters to me,
whoa,
even
darn.
if it's not my child.
What did I come back to base for?
If there's
What
a
the
senior
fuck am I
citizen
doing?
somewhere who can't pay
What is
for their
going on?
prescription drugs and having to choose between medicine and the rent, that makes my life poorer, even if it's not my grandparent. If there's an Arab American family being rounded up
Oh,
without
I'm just gonna
benefits
build a
and
bunch of it,
attorney
I guess.
or due process, that threatens my civil liberties.
Build 2 of them?
All of these victory speeches
Where
are
did these go?
tailored to
Processor and
local
titanium.
audiences, as they should be. But let's take a look at Abigail
Processor
Spanberger, whose victory speech manages to tie local problems to both freedom and economics in a really clear way.
In Virginia, healthcare decisions about contraception, fertility treatments, and reproductive care will
I need
continue
20,
to
I need
be made
40.
between
Holy
women and their
fuck.
doctors, not politicians. That's a promise I've made and a promise I intend to keep. Second, I will always stand up for Virginia workers, always.
Yippee! Virgin workers! Wait, fuck.
And right now, our federal workforce is under attack. And the chaos coming out of Washington is killing Virginia jobs and creating economic uncertainty for tens of thousands of families.
Virginia, particularly Northern Virginia, is an area really impacted by the incoherent mass firings in D.C. Spanberger lets a lot go unsaid here. She doesn't talk about Trump by name in this section or in the rest of the speech, actually. She just says those across the Potomac attacking our jobs and our economy. And in another part of the speech, she makes some pointed references to monarchy and what some famous Virginians thought about that. What we see in Spanberger's speech is a way to make these issues connect without making them about Trump by name specifically, which might be necessary in parts of the country that supported Trump more in 2024. At core, though, this is a very similar message to what we saw from Cheryl or Mamdani, even if this victory speech wasn't as fiery as what we saw in New York or as explicitly invoking lofty ideals like in New Jersey. Critiquing authoritarianism because it's wrong, full stop, pointing out how it doesn't align with our core values as Americans or as Democrats, and then explaining how, in addition to that core point, authoritarianism, oligarchy, whatever we choose to call it, also just makes life worse in so many ways. One of the phrases you hear a lot in discussions about the future of the Democratic Party is big tent. Everyone wants to know how to make the tent
big
bigger.
is your tent?
I agree. That's really
I'm
important,
tenting
but I think
so
something that
fucking
doesn't
hard
get
right
as much
now.
attention, even though it
Holy
should,
shit, these
is what the
liberals,
tent
they might
pole
actually be onto
should be.
something finally.
The bigger the tent gets,
Refined
the more
oil,
it
water,
becomes
and plastic. So we
important
should
that
be able
the principles
to build
Democrats share are strong
organic
enough
crystals
to
over
hold
there.
that tent up
And then we've got a bunch
and
of
together.
titanium from
we need
another
to have
planet.
some principles that conservative never-Trumpers, Evelyn Normie-Lib, and Democratic socialists can all agree on. In my last video, I talked about how a future for the ideals of liberty, equality, and self-government is going to depend on Democrats defending these ideals on their own merits, not just because they create a smooth playing surface for policy wonks. I believe this because we're facing down a right wing that spent the last week infighting over how fascist to be. That's not an exaggeration. The Heritage Foundation had a blow up over their president talking about how it would just be so mean to cancel Nick Fuentes. The radical right wing has
we
a
need to be
vision and a commitment to
open
ideals.
to
Their ideals
these
are just
people. We can't just shut them
incompatible
out,
with our
bro.
ideals of
Like
liberty,
listening
equality,
and being
self-government.
open to
We
debate
have
our
to
liberal
defend them.
properties.
We can't
Sorry,
count
bud.
on consensus agreement on them anymore. We have to defend them because they make the world a more prosperous place, yes. But we also have to defend them because they're just correct. They're right. Because we believe that they are self-evident. That's what it says in the Declaration of Independence, that it's self-evident that we're equal, we're free, and
This
that we have
guy
a right
is
to
so
live and pursue
institutionally built.
happiness.
I feel like
This
Salty
vision of
Squid
the
would
world
love
was
this fucking
radical
guy.
in 1776, and it
I'm not opposed to him. I
still
think
feels
he's doing
radical
alright.
sometimes today.
He's doing quite
and it is
alright.
absolutely not compatible with the Nick Fuentes vision of the world that figures as big as Matt Walsh and J.D. Vance seem to be making common cause with. On Tuesday night, I think we saw a vision of what a coalition in defense of these ideals that I know I care about and that I know so many of you care about might look like. I know I have some more left-wing people in my audience and some more conservative people in my audience who are nervous about being in coalition with each other. Unfortunately, too many people online couldn't wait 24 hours before starting up the infighting machine after the Tuesday election victories. I can't solve all factional infighting overnight, and in fact, not every disagreement can be solved. Some disagreements will just have to be tolerated. However, I do want to try and smooth over at least one area that I've seen some friction on between these groups, and it's on the question of if we should be talking about oligarchy or authoritarianism. There's a tendency on the left that I've noticed to not like too much focus on authoritarianism because it distracts from the issue of wealth consolidation and accumulation and the influence of money in politics. There's a tendency on the more conservative wing of the party to distrust people who talk about oligarchy because it sounds socialist. I want to play a clip of a New York Times columnist.
No, distrusting oligarchy is the founding principle
Bernie
of
Sanders
America.
Talking about this question because I think it's really valuable.
Of your diagnosis that I agree with. To some extent, I'm not pushing you on the oligarchy notion. I'm accepting it.
I'm
asking,
accepting it.
In this moment, should we be paying more
I love that
attention
word,
to
in this
the
moment.
authoritarian
It's so
threat?
good.
Okay. They go together. They
go
like
together. Based.
oligarchy.
Based.
They like authoritarianism.
Bernie
They like
Sanders,
authoritarianism.
dropping truth nukes.
Because people like Putin gives the oligarchs in Russia, right, opportunity to destroy, do anything they want. That's what Trump is doing right here in this country.
I would say Russia's made it to full oligarchy, by the way.
Okay, here we go.
Yes.
Plastic,
But let me
oil,
tell you,
and
there's
water.
Some people on the right now who are beginning to refer to the United States Congress as the Duma. People blabbing all day long,
Where's
powerless.
my oil?
Trump.
Oh, my oil line is here.
Authoritarianism and oligarchy go
Oil
together, whether it's a king
and
and
water
his
is
court
here.
of
Okay, so I
noble
can probably
landowning
just bring it this
aristocrats that run a country, or a modern-day
I can probably
authoritarian
build-
regime like Russia with its oligarchs. Tyranny, wealth consolidation, inequality, both political and economic, it all goes together. I'm spending time doing this because the Democratic Party needs to be open to people from the
Water.
Democratic Socialists to the Never-Trumpers if we want to build a winning coalition. And we need to get over some of the distrust that we have for each other right now. I don't like some of the people in the party either. Go check out my Democratic Party political compass if you want to try and figure out who that is. But we do all need to, as much as possible, work together. A message that stands for liberty, equality, and the reality that you can't very well pursue happiness when the people in Washington are arbitrarily taxing you with tariffs, threatening to increase the number of hungry children in this country by illegally taking away food stamps, doing nothing about the housing crisis, and making healthcare more expensive.
I just need so
feels
much
like
more iron.
a great place
I'm
to
in a
start.
loop.
And we
of
Democrats
requiring
must
iron, but
unite.
I need to
We
make weapons,
Democrats
actually.
must unite so that the entire nation can unite. Because surely the Republicans won't bring this country together. Their policies divide the nation into the lucky and the left out, into the royalty and the rabble.
I want to thank my channel members so much for supporting me. If you want to make what I do possible, please consider hitting the join button and becoming a channel member, and you'll get your name in the credits too. Don't forget to like the video,
Somehow I need to
share it with some friends,
protect this area,
subscribe
but
to
it's
the
like-
channel. As we saw at the beginning of this
I
video,
guess I
it
can
really
put, like, a
helps
little
get my
mining
stuff
thing here.
out to more people. Thank you so much.
Just like
I'll see you
this.
next time.
Thank you,
Welcome
Ryan
to Eager
Beard.
Space.
Hold up, nope, not that. Hold on. All right, I gotta put this together really quickly. So let me focus. I need to manufacture some weapons real fast, and that is going to look like putting an arc furnace right here, and putting a distribution here. This is gonna have to be a copper plate, and those copper plates are gonna have to go into an assembler. That assembler is going to put them into bullet casings that I can then distribute a little bit around here. So we're gonna have a couple of weapons. Fuck, I'm out of everything. Oh lord. Oh lord. Where the fuck is it? Where's my shit? Where's my shit? Where's my shit? Where's my shit? Oh boy. Where's my fucking copper? I need copper, I need iron. I just mostly need iron, it looks like, actually. These mobile drone systems that I built off screen really just not doing. Their range is just so small, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, produce 3. Fuck it, get another couple. That, I guess we can sacrifice in this wave. It's okay. Okay, and then we'll put a line here. We can put 2 weapons. Whenever they finish, any day now. 98%. Here's 1. Put that there. And bring the weapons out. Give this a little bit of electricity. Yeah, so this will shoot everything here. Why not put 2? Fuck it. And then we need to, so all this area is protected by this massive missile turret, which is doing work for us. But we need to figure out a way to protect this area here. And honestly, it might be a laser turret. I can build 2. I'm definitely building 2 laser turrets. Fuck yes. 100%. Maybe I can defend myself in the meantime. I need to figure out at some point. Angela Collier was completely correct. I can't build a fucking Dyson sphere for shit, because this game is just so complicated. I don't know how the fuck I expected to build endgame shit in the course of minimum 8 hours. Like, there's no fucking way. But I mean, I'm really enjoying this game. It's kind of cool. It's really sick, actually. This little mechanism here amplifies all of your production. You can make it faster, you can get yourself more. And so that really throws a wrench into base planning and manufacturing, stuff like that, in a really cool way. So this is going to be for plastic manufacturing. We're going to need a couple more of these. Where are my fucking laser turrets? Dark fog is coming. Alright. Shit. While we were listening, here, let's put on a little bit of music. You guys will probably like it. Okay. 40 units. Ooh, maybe they're not gonna attack this area. That would be nice. They're breaking a couple of things. Yeah, it looks like the base is cleaning up. But there's gonna be a second one real soon on this planet. Ooh, ooh. Look at the missiles! Look at the missiles! Look at them go! Where the fuck? How did you break my missile? I put 2 fucking things there. Bruh. You're kidding me. Put all this shit back. Right now. Where's my miners? Where the fuck? Was this really I had a second stone miner here? Why? Alright, sure, whatever. Hold on, let me get out. We're done living out. Let me get out of my suit. Let me get out of there. And more into frame a little bit. Oh, I also broke a water pump. I guess I don't really need 2. It seems okay. Alright, main base survived. This all did decently well. You did kinda not. Not much. Can you not fit more ammunition into you? I felt like they could. Oh, my energy supply is like waning every now and again. It's fluctuating, that's not good. Are these really not enough? This is at 10. This is at 10. This is also at 10. Damn. I guess I do need another power plant. We'll get that going fast. Right there. And here. Place a generator here, and then we can start shuttling power into it as well. Holy fuck. Filled to the brim. This should be enough. This is a fuck ton of energy. 1 million coal. This should be enough for forever. Yeah, I need something to do with the refined oil. So let's do that right now. After we fix this, I guess. So we finally got... Oh, hold up. Let's put down our laser turret. This one is probably going here. Yeah. And it should just work. But let's fix... Oh no, that's all on another planet. This is all good and nice and dandy. Alright, cool. So we need the plastic to produce the next level of research. We've got diamonds. We need organic crystals, actually. And the plastic we need to create the organic crystals for whatever fucking reason. There's the natural variety, which we don't care about. And then there's the artificial one, which we do care about. We care immensely about, in fact. Okay, let's get a sprayer on here. Right, that's all good. And then to produce plastic is in a chemical factory. Two? Nah, just one is fine. I mean, we might need the plastic for something else. No, just explosive units. And organic, okay. For titanium crystals, we need the titanium ingot and the organic crystal. And then hopefully we can port in titanium from the other planet. So I want to create a second one of these, and that's gonna require glass, I guess. Okay. Oh fuck, we also need the second planetary. Is it just more iron? It's always more iron. Yeah. Holy shit. I'm jamming. I'm jamming, chat. I'm having a good time. Except for all the damn iron that this takes. Give me. Oh, I need magnets. That's what I actually need. Here and here. How many do I have? I have 10. I need 2 more. And then the limiting is probably the iron, isn't it? So I need 2 more. That should be that. Yeah. Yup. Alright. We're actually gaming so hard. And then we need one of these as well. So let's get that going. And then I think we're gonna keep this laser turret for here. Ooh. Actually, let's put this laser turret here. It's sort of a dead space in the compound. Yeah. Alright. So, chemical factory. Yes, yes, yes. Here. And then let's break all of this down. Here and here. And then here, here, here. This is gonna go in. Deflection too much. Here, here. Oh, that's an interesting little quirk. You can put maybe 2? Okay, sure, whatever. This here, let's queue up 10 more of them. Don't need that, don't need that. That's all going in, and you're gonna be making plastic. And then this is all gonna go into here as well. What? Oh, it's not the water, it's the carbon that oh wait, I'm making the fucking plastic. I already made the plastic. Yo, wait. Oh, we just need the organic crystal. Yeah. Okay, put it all in. Put it all in. I think we're gaming. I think we're good gaming, actually. Hold on. And then if we do this and bring it out, put it into a container. It needs power.
Mais ça bouge. Ça se transforme.
Alright, and then we can build a second one. It's queued up. That's big! Oh, we're manufacturing. I'm gonna manufacture! Woo! Oh, wait. This one's not powered.
L'air de la matière.
I gotta wait until it's done. Shit.
Une masse informe de corps en mouvement.
Here we go. There's our Tesla towers. They just came in. Hot off the presses. This should be working now. Very nice. Very nice.
Une ode au gigantisme et à l'infiniment petit.
So this one is...
Tumulte des astres.
Oh, it's on a different planet. Never mind. We're big chillin'. Who cares?
Quelque chose bouge, mais on ne l'entend pas.
Alrighty. Alright, we're finally making organic crystals. Is there any limiting reagents here? No, it just seems like it's the speed. And in all reality, we might be able to put a second manufacturing plant.
Des ondes commencent à se faire sentir.
Actually, yeah, we probably could. Because, I mean, we need these for research, and the more research, the better. So let's make another one of these. And let's reformat all this. Get rid of that, get rid of that. There's water all over the place. Yeah, recycle that. Let's see here. Here. It's all gonna come into about the same area. Yeah, just like that. Then this is gonna come over yonder. This is gonna come this way, and then can I also do it this and this? This, oh, it's too far? You're kidding. Wait, for real? It's too far. You're actually fucking, you're joking, you're trolling! I guess I just have to move them all to the right. Just like my parents. Okay, there we go. Bang, bang, and bang. And then we've got bang, bang, and bang. And then all this is gonna get powered just like that. And we're making, woo, not sulfuric acid, but biocrystals. There we go. Okay, nice. And then let's collect it all here and here. This is gonna go there, there, and there. Nice. All right. Logistics drones will automatically deliver the cargo to the respective stations once you have specified the supply-demand requirements. I want to bring titanium in. I want to port titanium in. Holy shit, this is big. Yo, this is cool. Look at this shit. The logistics station. Taking the step in the planetary logistics network. Set the logistics stations at the supplying location to supply, and the logistics drones will automatically deliver cargo to any other logistics stations in demand on the same planet. Oh, on the same planet. Wait, this isn't interplanetary? How the... what? Oh, it's this I need. A logistics vessel and an interstellar logistics station. Okay, it's only... This we are 100% researching. Because we've got a bunch of biomass. Let's put the graphene away. I wish the drones just gave me, like, greater reach. That'd be nice. Instead of this clunky system. I gotta dispose of all my bullshit junk that I've got here. Can I collect all? There. Oh, here we go. Collect all. There. There. I can't burn oil. Or I can't burn water? Okay. You haven't played since the space update? For Factorio? Yeah. This is Factorio. Yeah, totally. 100%. Hold shift to pick up multiple items. Middle click to set grid filter. Yeah, this is definitely Factorio. This isn't Dyson Sphere Simulator. This is a totally different thing. Collect all. I mean, you know, we all know that. We all know that Factorio has been big in the liberal space for quite a while. Holy shit. Okay. This is not making a lot of organic crystals. Fuck, I guess I'm just gonna have to AFK for a while for a bunch of organic crystals to come about. Sure. I'll take what I can get. Give me all those. And then, can I make... Yeah, give me all of these. And then, if I've got diamonds, which I should be building up somewhere around here. Should be over this way. Free diamonds! One of the most plentiful resources in the world. Aha. It doesn't look like I've got any diamonds spare. Like, all of this is pretty much getting used up immediately. Like, to me, this supply chain here is pretty much done. Maybe I'll make a couple more of these. But I gotta be around base, I guess. Yes. Give me my shit, drones. Pick this shit up. Alright, we're manufacturing that. And then we need a fuck ton of diamonds. We need a bunch of carbon. I should have a bunch of carbon over this way. Oh yeah, here we go. And is it only... Can I make diamonds in my inventory? There's no way. No, yeah, I need a smelting facility. One... Just make me a buttload of diamonds right now. Flood the market with diamonds. Diamonds and diamonds. I'm not automating. Okay. Maybe I'll automate it a little bit. But I'll automate it, I think, when I get a better understanding of how this all should come together. So all of this is going to go into a chest. That's going to be the diamond chest. Minecrafters are seething right now. Yeah, I got a ton of diamonds. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? Not much. Oh, there's a water pump there. Okay. Oh, this is useful. That's very useful, actually. Grab a couple of these. Because then we can throw it into here. Nice. Okay. So we should be able to make a bunch of the next research unit right here. And then now we're out of titanium. And fortunately, we've got a bunch of titanium that we imperialized. We borrowed from another sovereign nation. Okay. Yes. So if I can get... Oh, these diamonds are coming in so slowly.
I need more bullets! I need more bullets! Bop, 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 bop! Bop, 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 bop! I need more bullets! Bop, 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 bop! I need more bullets!
Yeah, give me all this shit. Alright. Now I want to... What do I need as a precursor? I need high-strength titanium. Okay, got it. And then I need integrated logistics afterwards. And then I've got super space travel. Let's fucking go. This is what's up next. Okay, where are... Here's my big research ones. So I need to... I guess I'm just gonna put it in a fucking chest for now. Like a poor freak. Actually, what? Oh, it's literally just taking 4 fucking years. Okay, and it's automatically going in. What? Okay, so yeah, the next part is just gonna be AFKing for a little bit, I guess. Damn, that's kind of rough. A little rough and tumble. I also got to figure out a way to get a little better system going here. Because if the tech tree is showing me anything, to start building an actual Dyson sphere, we need these. These are Dyson sphere components to create a Dyson swarm. And then we shoot them. Enabling more efficient radiant energy acquisition from a star. How do I make this? It's this shit. Glass and chips. I've got the glass here. I've got the chips here. I could make it. How much is the... How do you make the... EM... Ooh, wait, this is totally doable. If I didn't have all this fucking junk shit in my queue right now. Alright, actually, hold on, we might be able to do this. Bunch of glass. Oh, why? Give me more glass. That is done. And then I need that. That I've got. I need a bunch of graphene, which is certainly on the way. Super magnetic ring is carbon fiber, magnets, and a little bit of copper. we go. Magnets. A little bit more steel. A little bit more copper. And then steel. I should have steel somewhere here. Yeah, here it is. So let's build one of them. Let's build a second one in just a moment. More. Yeah, more magnets. Here we go. And I'm running low on steel again. Holy shit. This is insanely expensive. And then we need a bunch of sails. So that's graphene and that. We've got the graphene. We've got the chips. Let's just grab all this. Am I crazy for thinking a Dyson sphere would make no sense because the civilization that advanced could make that energy without needing to grab up a star? You are absolutely correct, and you should first watch the very first VOD of Dyson Sphere Engineer that we did. Or you could just skip to the part where Angela Collier says that Dyson spheres were actually just a joke. And that whatever Khrushchev civilization guy was like, actually no, they're super rad and totally real. So apparently Dyson spheres were a joke initially. And they still are. And the reason is, I mean, if you think about it, how the fuck are you gonna move? How the fuck are you going to move? I can build a bunch of Dyson sphere shit. How the fuck are you gonna move that energy through space? Like, getting stuff into orbit around the sun? Yeah, probably doable. Moving that energy from your solar panel space station or whatever? Little tougher. Very challenging, actually. All right, let's see. Hold on. What do these people have to say? Let's bring the music down. Space reality.
Today we'll be discussing how space streams collide with space reality. There are many space streams out there. Orbital hotels, space mining, huge habitats, colonies on the moon or Mars. Dreams are great, but many times the dreamers miss the cold reality.
Cold hard
Somebody
reality.
has to pay for
Facts.
the cool things that we want. Here are some answers that I've heard to that question. Jeff will pay. Jeff Bezos.
Light in a vacuum? Yeah, you can definitely transfer. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean that's you're just repeating the sun at like a specific very specific point.
But the estimates are that he has invested 10 to 20 billion
The sun
in
is
Blue
awesome.
Origin,
And
which
Salty
would be
Squid is
roughly
evil for
5 to
wanting to destroy the
10%
sun.
of his total fortune. Blue Origin has a successful crewed suborbital rocket and a big orbital rocket that has flown once.
It's coming, look,
Bezos
look.
may choose to spend most of his fortune on space, but the cost of the big projects he wants to do will exceed even his fortune. He has said the following about the long-term future of Blue Origin. I do not want Blue Origin to be a not-for-profit. I want Blue Origin to be a thriving enterprise and to help open the gateway to this new generation of people who will have this dynamic entrepreneurial explosion in space. That's what we're going to do. Maybe Elon will pay. Elon does have a huge fortune, but he didn't make that fortune by just spending his own money. He made that fortune by building products that people are willing to pay for. And while SpaceX has put an undisclosed amount of corporate money into Starship and Starlink, we do know the amounts of funds they have raised from outside investors. Any guesses since 2021? From 2021 through 2023, they raised $6.1 billion in outside investment. They've raised this much money because they have product plans that investors are willing to invest in. Elon may intend to spend the bulk of his money on Mars, but his vision for Mars only works if there is an economy that supports it. Maybe your Uncle Sam would pay to do it. That worked for Apollo and Shuttle, but SLS uses the same model, and it's generally the existing companies that are very good at lobbying Congress to get their stuff built, not the people with interesting new ideas. That means that you're going to need to handle running the project yourself. And that means finding a source of funds.
Why is this one so much smaller? Orbit
Which
inclination.
generally means getting money from a venture capital fund.
0.
Your idea is to make chewing gum
Orbit
in space.
radius is
space
12.4.
And sell it on Earth. A VC will give you money to develop the ability to make chewing gum in space, with the agreement that you will build a company that will make them much more money in the near future, usually 5 years or so. For them to give you the money, you will need to provide a business plan that they can evaluate to understand your plan to make the best space gum company the world has ever seen. Incidentally, the VC company makes a fair bit of money as management fees on their fund, regardless of whether the outcome is good or not.
All right.
And they make a lot of money if the outcome is great. Sometimes this sets up incentives that may not be great for the actual investors. An obvious example is that VC firms raised $150 million for Spin Launch.
It's starting.
There are many things that go into a good business plan,
The second one is
but
coming.
every business plan has information on financials. We will use the investors' money to adapt gum-making machines to work in zero gravity. We will then make large amounts of space gum and sell it to gum aficionados throughout the world, generating lots of money.
Lots of gum.
The VC is looking for investments that can generate what is known as a hockey stick growth curve, one that shows surging growth after a few years. Remember, they really want to be done
right now.
in 5 years. Not surprisingly, if you look at startup business plans, they typically project this kind of growth curve. What can we expect from our business? The global chewing gum market is roughly $50 billion per year, according to the highest estimate I found. If we can garner just 1% of that market, that would be $500 million per year. That looks like hockey stick growth to me. Now we can put some real numbers into our financials. Let's say that we expect to spend $1 billion to get our space gum factory up and running, and we can do it in a year. And the next 5 years, we will generate $500 million every year through the miracle of hockey stick growth. We can do some simple financial analysis. I use Excel and the internal rate of return function. These numbers give us an internal rate of return of 41%. If we keep our cash in a brokerage cash fund, we can get 4%. And here we get 10 times that.
I don't think I
return.
needed 2.
That looks great, but the thing to remember is that the acceptable return rate needs to account for the risk of the project.
So next
This project is far more risky than a cash fund. As an example of the risks, let's assume that it takes us an extra year and $500 million more to get our space gum factory up and running. That doesn't seem too unlikely. There are few companies in the space industry that complete their projects on budget and on time. That can't have much of an effect, right? It's only a year and a 50% cost overrun. The delay and cost increase reduces our rate of return down to 16%. There are quite a few projects out there that can give you 16% with less risk. The need for a high rate of return introduces a bias against new and innovative projects. They might be successful, but extra costs and years means a smaller rate of return and increases the chances that galactic gum will corner the market.
Light up a star that is dedicated to you.
Some of you have probably noticed that I forgot to include operational costs in my model, but we're doing a model for venture capital and we therefore don't need it to be actually realistic. I really do need to do a video on how venture capital firms operate, as they are so common in the space world. This is the elephant in the capsule. For a company to want to do something in space, there has to be a scenario where they will earn back the money they put in the project, and it generally needs to be a significant return, or it's not worth the risk. You want to build a space hotel or a commercial space station, but you can only get money to do the program if you have an assured demand. If you build it and they don't come, you go out of business, and you do it quickly. It's a great way to lose $1 billion. This is where our space dreams collide with reality. The way we get cool stuff happening in space is by companies doing things that make them money. Let's look at a more concrete example.
Or you
Elon
subsidize
Musk had a
it
vision to
based
build an
on
interplanetary
the
transport
using the
system to
like
take
the
people
public
to Mars
funds
to set up a
to
colony.
make it viable.
He also had a big problem. The problem was that this was at least as hard as the Apollo program. And while SpaceX was doing okay with Falcon 9, they did not have $10 billion to develop this new transport system, much less the money to operate it. And nobody was really interested in lending the money to SpaceX because it was very speculative, and you could not build a compelling business model for it. The solution was a grand plan to put thousands of satellites in low Earth orbit and use them to provide internet across the globe. This was also a very ambitious idea, but we know that satellite communication is a very big industry, and it's possible to build decent models that tell you how much a system would cost to deploy and how much money it might generate. There were obvious risks, but SpaceX was uniquely equipped to do it. They had a reusable rocket, so their launch costs would be lower than any possible competitor, and all they needed to do was build second stages, so they could build a lot. This idea had been tried and failed. In fact, it had failed 4 times. Iridium, Globalstar, Teledesic, and OneWeb all ended up filing for bankruptcy. You might view that as a risk, and it is, but there are 2 big benefits. 4 other companies thought this would be a worthwhile thing to build, and you can study what those companies did and not repeat their mistakes.
Oh, no,
those
coming.
bankruptcies
Look.
also meant that nobody else in the industry was going to touch doing this, especially with the thousands of satellites SpaceX was proposing. If you can get it up and running, you have a decent chance to steal a whole market. And after a few short years, it is projected that Starlink will reach 8.4 million users by the end of 2025 and will bring in $12.8 billion in revenue. The projected revenue from launch services is $5.1 billion, so SpaceX has very quickly transformed from a space launch company to a telecommunications company that also has rockets. Starlink is what made Starship possible. It closed the business case.
Okay, so Orbit
and that's
2
why
has the one with
investors were willing
now.
to put all that money into SpaceX.
This one's maintaining Orbit 2.
There has to be
This
a
one
business
should be
case to make
maintaining
it
Orbit
interesting
1.
to investors. Which brings up a bit of a chicken and egg
Is it gonna shoot it?
situation. It's very hard to project how big a market will be for a product or service before it is available, but you want market
Or
forecasts
maybe I'm like on the
before
wrong
you
side
go
of the planet.
forward.
It's got to be during
We
the
end
day.
up with a lot of, if you build it, they will come projects. It worked to bring the ghosts of baseball players to a repurposed cornfield, but it's not really a valid business strategy. If only there was an
I gotta wait till
organization
tomorrow.
somewhere that was charged with fostering the commercialization of space. That organization is obviously NASA. Can NASA help foster small companies to create new markets? I think the answer is that it could, but it would need to do appropriate things. Let's look at the 2 programs that are most talked about in this area. When the decision was made to retire Shuttle, NASA needed an alternative for cargo, and they spun up the COTS program to develop commercial cargo resupply for the ISS. That program produced 2 successful vehicles: the Cygnus resupply vehicle launched on Antares, and the Cargo Dragon launched on Falcon 9. That's a great
This
result,
guy's channel is
and a
kind
good
of cool.
indication.
Yeah, by the way,
that this
here's
is
the
kind of
video for you to
program
watch.
that NASA should
Dyson
be
spheres
doing.
are a joke, and
one that
it
is
seems
difficult,
like, yeah, they are.
but not too difficult.
Unfortunately.
NASA put quite a bit of money into these programs, but the company put in more. 56% of the total cost for Antares Cygnus, and 60% for the Falcon 9 and Cargo Dragon. In the end, that resulted in a cargo cost of $135,000 per kilogram of payload for Cygnus missions, and $89,000 per kilogram for Cargo Dragon missions. This was a lot cheaper than Shuttle at $272,000 per kilogram, and that's one of the reasons NASA points to commercial cargo as such a success. They put in about $800 million and got 2 providers that could replace the service that Shuttle provided, and cargo delivery costs that were 30 to 50% of the cost of Shuttle.
How many do I
NASA
have now?
estimated
Where the
that
f- oh, I've
Falcon
got
9
11.
would
I've
have
got
cost
9.
NASA
I need
about
9.
$4 billion to develop, or roughly 4 times what it cost SpaceX. But this isn't the example they think it is. Both of these spacecraft have only flown resupply missions to ISS because that is the only market for resupply missions right now. There have been 0 commercial
7
resupply
here,
flights.
11
Antares
here.
has only
I
flown
need 2 more.
resupply missions. Falcon 9 has flown approximately infinity missions. So there's a win there in terms of market competition. But it didn't actually create a new market. NASA had a specific
sun is
need
coming
that they
up.
couldn't buy commercially, so they paid 2 companies to develop and provide a service for them. A good deal for NASA, but not a new market. NASA used the same approach for commercial crew, this time with Starliner on Atlas V and Crew
You guys
Dragon
gonna
on
shoot?
Falcon 9. You know the Starliner story. NASA has so far gotten 0 operational flights, and there have been 0 non-NASA flights. For Crew Dragon, NASA has flown 11 flights, including the demo flight that got extended to 9 weeks. They've also flown 4 Axiom missions to
Here
ISS
comes the
and 3
sun.
independent missions. That is an actual new market, and the Axiom missions are a new market that leverages ISS. This is probably the best example of NASA creating a new market, but it is a tiny market because of the cost. For Spacesuit, NASA followed the firm fixed price model, which did not separate development from operations as commercial cargo and crew did. They awarded Axiom a contract to build a new lunar spacesuit, and Collins Aerospace a contract to build a new space station suit. Collins has since dropped out of the contract, leaving Axiom as the only spacesuit supplier for NASA. There was a possible market for the Collins suit with the Polaris Dawn crew Dragonflight, but SpaceX elected to build a variant of their current crew Dragon suit instead. Spacesuits are another example of NASA buying something for their own use, not creating a new market. Can NASA help create new markets? Probably not. NASA inherently has a government view of programs rather than a commercial.
We're shooting at the sun!
They don't understand it has to be worth our
They
while
don't understand
to
the
run
things
a
they say on
program, or
Twitter.
companies need to make money off their
Shoot at the sun!
investments. If you've been paying attention,
Wait,
you've probably
this is
picked
so
up
cool.
on the increased use
Okay,
of
so
the
this is
word
number two,
economy
this is number
in relation to
one.
spaceflight.
Is number two
You'll hear
all
about the
filled
low
out?
Earth orbit economy, the lunar economy, the cislunar economy, and presumably the L1 economy, the Mars economy,
that one's
and the
going as well
Europa
now.
economy.
Economies
are made up of markets, and a market requires a few attributes to
You're
be
focusing
called
that
a
one now.
market. First, there needs to be a good or service, and that means that somebody needs to be willing
Look
to
at them go.
supply the good or service. Second,
I think
there
we're
need to be
starting.
buyers
We're starting.
and
We're
sellers.
actually building the Dyson sphere.
Third,
Angela
there
was
needs to
wrong.
be an interaction between buyers and sellers and a price that is set by supply and demand. That's really where the NASA programs have been falling down. There's generally a single buyer, and there really isn't
I don't know how
supply
the
and
fuck
demand
we're gonna
going
deal with
on.
these guys, but I'm sure they'll leave
The
us
space
alone.
economy is a grouping of space markets that have some relationship to each other.
2%
For
hype
existing
threat.
markets,
Oh fuck.
we have communication, which is the largest component. There's Earth observation, both from the commercial side and from the military side,
It's no matter.
which is another
It's
large
all
component.
good.
And
Boom.
then there's the science side, the market for building spacecraft to do scientific exploration. And there's the launch market, which gets those spacecraft to where
Strength
they need to
100.
go. These are all solid
Yo.
markets, and you can tell they
I
are
think
solid
we're
markets
actually
because there
balling.
are companies that make
We're
their
not.
money analyzing those markets and selling their analysis to others. The space dream economy is composed of things like space manufacturing, lunar resources, orbital solar power, and asteroid mining. These show up in a space economy
I'm getting
classification
more
because there's
slowly.
no existing market, and there are
Okay.
significant obstacles to understanding the economics of doing such an endeavor. In other words, space economy is the word you use when you're doing speculative things that don't actually have a real market right now. They might in the future, but they don't right now. There are companies doing very early exploration of these markets. Varda is starting small to see if there's a market in space manufacturing and testing, and Astroforge is doing the same thing with asteroid mining. They are both starting with the
Wait, that would be
minimal
by the
amount
way,
of
asteroid
funding
mining
and
would be
small
very
projects,
cool.
so
I don't
they
know
can
how
determine
feasible it
if
would be
their
though.
approach might work and if there might actually be a market there. Just as the Emperor has no clothes, the space economy has no markets. If it's a real commercial thing that companies make money on, it's not a space economy thing. It's a specific market that's well defined. If it doesn't have a real market, it's part of the space economy. And referring to the space economy as a whole allows you to assert that you're doing something that is going to be big without needing to be specific about what that thing might be. My Leo space station is going to help us build the space economy.
Oh, it's
I'm
the-
not quite
the
sure
pitch
how,
is too sharp, so
but
I
I'm
can't
sure
send
it'll
it.
work.
Yo,
In summary,
okay.
if you want your big dreams to come true, you'll need to figure out the details of how companies can make money off them. Dreams are good. Reality
If no
is
raise
better.
are received, progress will decline rapidly.
That's all for this video. Your music selection for
So it's not feasible? Can make money implementing the dream. I guess like the real problem, it's not even about, oh my god, like this would be so much easier if we just did fucking communism. Like fuck the money thing. We've got our Dyson sphere. We're working on it right now. Look at this shit. Let's fucking go. That's super sick. And then we can make our Dyson sphere bigger with following technologies. Interstellar, okay. Dyson sphere stress. Artificial star. What the fuck? Interesting. And then it's endgame. Wait, yo, we're actually making the Dyson sphere. Wait, let's fucking go. And I guess we just need to produce a bunch of this stuff in order to get it all going. Because both of these right now are producing all of this is getting put together. Look at that. They said it couldn't be done. I thought it couldn't be done. We're doing it. Look at that. Okay, how many do we have in this orbit? 41 in orbit, 73 in that orbit, 20 in that orbit, 2 in that orbit. Let's put a couple in 4. Oh man, like, I guess for like optimal efficiency, we would need to put them on either side of the planet. That makes sense. Let's go. You've launched has reached a certain amount, forming a beautiful sight to behold around the star, a Dyson swarm, both dazzling and sublime. We need more. I need more of these. It's circuit board and chips. Okay. And the glass rather. Let's go. We did it. Holy fuck. Asteroid mining would be really cool, I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, I don't... the evidence for a space elevator and for asteroid mining is pretty slim. Unfortunately, is how it's looking. I'm just gonna build a fuck ton of these. Look, 100. Look at them go! They're shooting off every now and again. Bam, bam, bam. Planetary threat on another base? Don't care. I've got a Dyson sphere. Where's my power? It's going. It's not doing much. Max output 7. Receiving efficiency is 30%. Total power requested and total power generation of Dyson sphere. Interesting. Okay. Are you out? You are. Fear not. There's more where that came from. Keep shooting. Bam! 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 Is that the evil? Yeah, those are the evil guys here. That's not my Dyson sphere. Let's fucking go. That's so sick. I honestly didn't think we would make it. I'm glad we did a 3-part series. This game is pretty sick. I'm probably gonna play it more with like friends of mine. Cause, you know, Factorio doesn't go on sale. And Factorio also doesn't have this sort of 3D environment. I don't know, this game just feels very nicely refined. In a very pleasant way. Alright, let's take a look at our Dyson sphere. So it should be... oh, there it is! There it is. Holy moly. That's so cool. And then we're gonna need to figure out a way to repel them, I guess. Is what's up. Alright. Alright. Hoorah! Chat, I think that's gonna be probably the end of the stream, because honestly, we did it. We killed antisemitism, we killed Henry Ford, we've built our Dyson sphere. Wintermute could not be happier. I'm super excited. This was awesome. And I mean, honestly, you couldn't get shit like this in Factorio. Look at that. That's so cool. There's a base there that I've got on one side of the planet. It's all defended, you could see it. Oh, there's so much more of this planet that I can develop. Oh, imagine how many insidious designs I could create. Fuck yeah. I mean, if I can get... Where's the next level of... Solar sail life? Oh, wait. They decay. Their orbit decays. Uh-oh. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Okay, cool. That's... Transmission efficiency. That's a cool one. Vein utilization is 100% one that I'm going to have to grab. That's 1,000 of the yellow. I'm going to have to get, like, interplanetary travel, I think, for resources. And I'm going to have to clean up all... I'm going to have to clean up this entire thing. I'm going to have to figure out what to do. And if I can even go to, like, other systems, you know? I should be able to. But it's going to be hard. It's going to be very challenging. Alrighty, chat. I think that's going to be it for today. I hope you enjoyed. We're going to be moving on to new content. I'll see you guys very soon. Have a good week. Enjoy. And don't kill yourself, because I appreciate you guys. Have a good one. Bye-bye.